Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
Know what you're thinking about, kiddo? Cypher asks as he approaches Luffy. Jinbei being busy keeping the boat in the right alignment for the moment to do anything else. It's Ace, isn't it? Ace, and my crew, Luffy sighs. We got separated just before all this went down, so I worry they'll get hurt or worse, and I'll never see them again. The blonde sighs, then reaches forward and ruffles Luffy's hair. Kid, there's nothing you can do to help them right now, so don't overtax your brain thinking about them. You have a war to win, focus on that. Focus on how we get through the gates outside Marineford. So what you're saying is that it's even harder to break into Navy headquarters than Impel Down, Luffy guesses. Normally, no, it would be laughably easy in comparison, but they're on high alert as they'll rightly assume Whitebeard will be coming for them to rescue Ace much like you are, Cypher explains. They're gearing up to wartime power, filling Marineford up with the most powerful people under their control. Jinbei adds as he comes to check on Luffy, sending an appreciative nod to the older pirate. None of us want to be in the middle of a full-scale war, but it's too late to wish for peace after all the Navy's done to deliberately provoke Whitebeard. A little later, should we, at least try to get the kid to rest? He's probably been running on full power the entire way up and now he's staring into the horizon like it holds the answers to the universe. Galdino asks, a little concerned for Straw Hat. There's no point, he's too anxious and overstressed for sleep to do anything. Even trying would just mess him up more. He's sitting quietly, not like he's trying to train himself to exhaustion or something stupid during the trip. Let him sit and breath. Cypher argues. His eye closed but the bulging veins around his eye patch told the Candleman he was doing something strange. But hopefully it was related to checking on Luffy. Plus, there's my hormones to consider, Ivankov chimes in. He should be resting right now after the healing session he needed to survive Magellan's poison. But he got the energy hormones too so he could save his brother. He'll crash when this battle is over, but until then his body is too pumped to even try to sleep. He's right, Bentham nods. I got the same treatment, and while the swelling has gone down and the pain mostly going with it, I still feel like I'm on a caffeine buzz. I sure as hell won't be sleeping anytime soon. Later still, hey Jinbei, can you make this thing go any faster? At this rate there won't be any carnage left to be had by the time we reach Navy headquarters. Crocodile complains, those bastards better not kill Whitebeard, that's my job. Jinbei scowls. You truly think that perverse fantasy is attainable? Of course I do. I can cajole you too if the sight would offend you so much, Crocodile sneers. Calm your tits boys, you can kill each other all you want when we get there. For now just bite your tongue and relax. Cypher says calmly, though there's a hint of a threat in that golden eye. Enough, both men sigh. Unclench and turn away from each other. Much better. Zoro. Where did that simpleton go now? It's always the cute ones. Perona sighs. Floating through the forests via astral projection. Given it took him 2 days to find his swords when I gave him directions, which took most of the fun out of it, now he's run off into the woods, there's no telling how lost he'll get. Hell, his sense of direction is so poor I got lost lugging his sorry ass back to the castle the first time. She continues to whine as she looks for her newest idiot. I gotta get back to Sabaody, I'm already late and we were all in pretty bad shape when I got sent away by that panda bastard. I just hope everyone made it out alright. Zoro mutters to himself as he runs in a random direction. I can't just hang around here and do nothing. They could be hurt or worse. I need to get back to them. After 37 near misses, Perona finally found Zoro, looking down from a hill at the castle they'd started at, with the urge to beat the crap out of him were she in her physical body right now. Okay, let's try this again. I'll lead you to the sea, and in doing so, we both get off this gloomy little slice of hell, Perona sighs. Playing tour guide wasn't on her agenda for the week, but this idiot was that determined to leave she wasn't exactly going to stop him. especially given his own sense of direction was built in sabotage so strong he didn't need any of her help. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Zoro asks. Everything in this forest looked the same to him. "Don't you dare. Just stay quiet, follow me, and we'll have no issues," she orders, which worked for 6 minutes, before despite having his eyes open and walking straight, Zoro began to tilt to the left. "Oh, for fuck's sake. Do I really have to hold your hand to stop you wandering off like a child?" Perona groans, pinching the bridge of her nose. Through the power of dumb luck and/or fate, given Zoro's poor direction was probably playing a part on Perona even in her spirit form, the two ended up not at the ocean, but the ruins of a city. "Well, this is unexpected. I mean, I should have known there was more to this island than one huge castle. But to see a place this devastated, it really messes with your head," Perona says, biting her lip nervously. "Think that crash we heard earlier was the damned souls of this battlefield. Their tormented souls reaching out to pull on the waking world. Horo 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 horo? Great, another robin, just what I needed. I have a different theory. The tree over there, it didn't fall, it was cut down. Someone, possibly multiple someones, are out here," Zoro responds. The two then began exploring, for the most part finding ruins, decay and thick fog, until they reach something odd and massive. "What is that? Honestly, I think it's a grave marker," Perona notes, floating up to the massive cross directly in front of them. "Whatever it is, its creator was quite skilled. It's carved straight out of the tree," Zoro says, pointing down to the fact the cross was rooted to the ground still. I can't tell if this is good creepy or bad creepy, which is actually rather annoying," Perona pouts while Zoro tenses, catching something in his peripheral vision. "There it goes, come on your sneaky bastard, come closer," he thinks, beginning to draw Watto, his senses on high alert. Didn't help much with how fast the first strike was, cutting his cheek then forcing him back with the strength of the sword swing, before getting batted around by a flurry of attacks. Seems he was right about there being multiple someones on this island, though the numbers were hard to determine when they blurred around so much. They're fast, Zoro thinks, countering another attack which pushes his main foe back, though only a few feet, strong too, damn it. "Zoro! There are more of them," Perona screams, fear momentarily causing her to forget that she couldn't be harmed in her current form. In her defense, a mob of shadowy figures all wielding various bladed weapons would do that to a person. "What the hell are you?" Zoro mutters, reaching for his swords as the creatures roar at the intruding pirates. "Brook, this village is in such an awful state. No wonder those people were so desperate for me to stay," Brook mutters to himself as he steps out of the building he crashed into the previous evening, and surveyed the area, same with the macabre trinkets adorning the walls and etchings on the ground. "I do wonder what they were planning before I arrived." "Oh good you're awake, we brought you breakfast," the leader of the cultists says as a small group of them arrive. "You are such kind strangers, I don't know what to say," Brook gushes. "Don't mention it, also I apologize my lord, but my name is Pekori, the leader of this humble country." The man finally introduces himself. "Pekori, thank you. I shall relish this gift of yours," Brook bows slightly, before walking up to the lady holding the food basket. "Now my dear, would you be so kind as he asks, causing the girl to gain a luminous blush and squeak rather cutely. Unfortunately for Brook, the response to his question from the rest of the group was to hitch up their robes and reveal their underwear to him. And as the blonde girl in front of him was the only female in the group at the moment, he really wasn't too pleased with the sights. "After eating, Lord Satan, you said you wanted to make a request of us," a worshipper asks, trying to ignore his empty stomach. "Oh, right, I require a vessel so that I may leave here right away. Do you have a ship of some kind?" Brook asks, hopefully. "Oh Dark One, have we displeased you? Quick show him out underwear," Pekori shouts, everyone in the room lifting their robes. "Damn it, enough with the underwear," Brook yells, a little surprised by his own declaration. "Is it no longer good enough for you, master?" "No, it's fine, your underwear is lovely. The problem is that I was separated from my friends, and I greatly wish to reunite with them. No matter the cost, I must do this." "Return to them? Indeed? At any cost?" "Nothing is too big," Brook nods. "I must go. I'm truly sorry." "Then we're finished, and our country will soon be ruined beyond repair," Pekori cries. "Tay's suffering will not only count away, But get worse, until there's nothing left to take. We should take our lives, no. Join our lord in the underworld as his demonic brethren. Wait, hold on a second. No need to do that. Brook leaps up and flails around in panic. He really didn't want all these nice to people to die or commit suicide because of him. I'm sure we can come to some kind of arrangement. Such as, the group ask him together. Well, I'd like to know what the problem is that you're suffering from. I can't help if I don't know what I'm facing after all, Brook asks. A few of the cultists nod as the skeleton makes sense. Also, why do you keep calling me Satan, and what was this about the long-armed tribe last night? Pecori tenses up nervously. Before speaking, our country has for many years been overrun and attacked by the vicious and merciless long-armed tribe. Not only do they take our money and resources, but they often either kill or enslave our countrymen and women. It's left us devastated and desperate. We just barely have the clothes on our backs. Brook freezes, but that means the food you gave me was basically all we had. Yes. We felt we needed to give some sort of offering to you, O Dark One. We were on out last legs, so we prayed to all we could think of, even those thought lost to time such as Nika, Yig and Kaguya, until we finally got a response through begging to Satan himself. Please, O Lord of Darkness, show our enemies your powerful wrath and smite them with your dark magic. Save us from their pillaging. You really think I can? Brook asks in shock. All this time being weak and useless in Thriller Bark, it does a number of your self-confidence if nothing else. Of course, while the best option would be to curse them to death, with how bad our situation is, anything would do right now. The man pleads, though before Brook could respond, there was a commotion outside. The long-armed tribe were attacking again. This time they kidnapped the nice lady from before. Well, shit. This is not a good day to be on this island, Brook groans, then looks to the villagers, who were staring up at him in adoration. I got nothing else to do right now, okay. I will save you all, especially that fair maiden, because you were kind enough to give me food and show me panties. Thank you, O Dark Lord. I'm sorry, my friends. Currently I'm kind of busy being Satan in a sea of underwear. But I will reunite with you one day. Hopefully this whole mess can be dealt with soon and I'll be on my way to Sabodi shortly, fingers crossed. Usopp. Ah. Man-eating sunflower. Usopp screams as he runs away from the aforementioned carnivorous plant, which unlike normal ones was actually chasing him, in fact behaving more like an animal than a plant despite its appearance. Indeed it is, and my name is Heracles' son, the armored knight proclaims. Ah. Heracles, not the time, help me please, at least do something rather than shout out your stupid name. HNN sad face, ah crap, now he's depressed, zzzzzzzzzzz. And he's asleep, fuck me. Usopp whines, then remembers where he is and continues running. I'm sorry Heracles, your name's not stupid, it's perfect for a hero of the forest such as yourself, he shouts, declares. Hero of the forest, The knight repeats, why of course. What else would you call someone as cool and strong as you are? Usopp stage whispers, grinning when the knight stands and poses, strength and confidence restored. Indeed I'm the hero of the forest, Heracles, he shouts, performing several poses. Nice, you're even cooler than I thought. Usopp cheers, giving him a thumbs up while continuing to avoid the sunflower monster. Never fear Usopp, a hero is coming. Heracles calls out as he charges at the two. Unfortunately for Usopp, Heracles' plan was to punch him in the face. The force of that punch continued on through him, essentially punching the sunflower using Usopp as the projectile, and sending both flying. This was only bad for Heracles when the other end of the very long plant monster followed the head, slamming into him from below and taking the knight with both his victims, flying through the air and hitting the ground with soft plops. I'm still alive, Usopp shouts as he pulls himself free from the dirt. Why does everything want to eat me? He complains. It's survival of the fittest here, Usopp. In order to survive you need to be strong and have tons of stamina, and I'm afraid that you're the weakest thing on this island. That's just rude. I may have been the weakest on my crew, but I'm totally stronger than a bunch of ants in war. Oh crap. The sniper squeaks as he now understands. This island had man-eating plants and giant insects, as noted when one such ant scuttled past them without even reacting, acknowledging them. Well, until Heracles attacked it and killed it swiftly? Hungry? Not for that. You need to eat Usopp. It's the only way to build up your strength and stamina. Usopp sighs. I know, but there's nothing here I'm really comfortable eating. Really wish there was. He complains, his stomach starting to rumble loudly. I think I have an idea, Heracles mused 40 minutes later. Are we there yet? Usopp groans. Almost. I'm bringing you where there will be food in abundance, Heracles explains. Okay, but why would it be? He stops talking as he pushes past the undergrowth and saw actual food as far as the eye could see. What the hell? Ramen falls, spaghetti patches, ham fruits, all perfectly safe to eat. Fill up my dear Usopp, for you'll need it to improve your strength. With this bounty, the man eating plants will not dare trifle with you, Heracles declares, as Usopp digs in, scarfing down anything he could get his hands on. This is so good, I feel like I could eat for days. He sighs contentedly, then continues eating. It had been a while and he was starving after all. That's just step 1, you also need to exercise, Heracles reminds him. Yeah, but I'm still on step 1. Need to bulk up so I can be a cool forest hero like you after all. Heracles pauses. You want to be a hero like me? He repeats, sounding almost timid, especially compared to his usual boisterous personality. Of course it didn't last as it immediately went to his Ehad and he began cheering about them becoming a heroic team. Which is probably how he ended up losing the sniper during his daydream. Not good when his comment turned out to be correct. No matter how much he ate, Usopp didn't want to stop, so he didn't. Heracles eventually managed to find him, but by then Usopp had probably put on enough weight he could match Alvida's pre-devil fruit form. You idiot, you need to burn some calories soon, or you'll be in grave danger, Heracles shouts. What are you talking about? The man eating plants don't come up here, otherwise Allah here, Usopp comments in confusion, until he hears and feels rumbling. What's that, an earthquake? No, it's much worse, Heracles says, his voice void of emotion, sending a shiver through all that fat to Usopp's spine, as the island begins to move. The ground shifts beneath them, causing other chunky animals to roll and later on just fall straight down, to a gaping maw with gnashing teeth, consuming all who were unable to escape and find a safe spot, almost including Usopp as he was too heavy for Heracles to support, only the ramen waterfall falling close enough for him to latch onto and slurp his way to safety, stopped him being a meal himself, though the end result once everything leveled out, was an even fatter Usopp. Things were not looking well for the Straw Hat Sniper, that's for sure when even the island itself wants to eat him on top of all the plant life. Kaya's simple mission, they said, everyone dangerous would be in Marineford, they said. Well, they were half right, as most of the staff of the facility were the scientists, and just the sight of the rebels' guns were enough to keep them quiet. The neck chop just made sure there was no funny business. The problems came when they reached the cages. Help me! Help me! A voice calls weakly from a branching corridor. We've got a live one, Kaya shouts, happy to see someone survived this place, as it had just been dead bodies and desecrated corpses. Finding the door was easy, as was picking the lock thanks to a few tips and sort of lessons from Nami. Afterwards though. Splat! Miss Kaya. Shit. Men open fire. Adamska bellows as a thing erupts from the doorway, smashing the young woman's head in with a massive red fist. The creature was about 14 feet tall, had 4 arms and had the musculature of a weightlifter, though it was a deep red, the only exception being the emaciated human torso sticking out of its chest just below where the heart would be. That had been the source of the whimpers and cries, as the upper head just roars and snaps at the group like a wild beast, though it mostly smacked at them with its fists, breaking a lot of bones in the process. It's not doing anything, sir. Aim for the human part. It seems to be protecting it, he shouts back, as there was always one set of arms crossed over the torso as it attacked, most likely due to what seems to be a layer of subdermal armor under its forearms, only hockey-infused rounds doing more than simply embedding themselves in the thick muscle. Please help me, make it stop. The man continues to wheeze and moan, until his head was engulfed in a thick, viscous sludge and he began to flail as he suffocated. That's actually rather brilliant. The beast lacks the dexterity to remove the goo without damaging or outright killing the host, meaning it can't actually stop her attacking its weak spot, Adamska thinks as the monster throws hands with everything around it as well as shakes its large frame, most likely attempting to dislodge its attacker, but it was all for naught, the human and then the demon both expiring within moments of each other. "Sir, they're attacking each other, should we take it out?" a new recruit asks, raising his rifle. "No need, she's a friendly," he says with a laugh, before slowly approaching the yellow gloop, which as he did rose and rippled. Then details began to be filled in, until Kaya was standing in front of him. "It was the only way," she says in a flat, dead tone. "Yeah, it was. You should be dead, Miss Kaya, you would be if you weren't a logia." Kaya nods. "Do we know what he was? Who he was?" she asks. Adam Ska calls up to the guys sifting through the experiment logs and they relay it back to him. His name was Dale. A Marine captain chosen for Project New Generation. Implanted with a parasitic squid-like creature which is shown to enhance physical characteristics. He was a failure though, unable to hold back the squid's control and the mutagenic side effects. Kaya pales. "They do this, to their own people? Yeah, the world government are sick fucks, never forget that." Adam Ska grimaces, just before explosions and gunfire are heard deeper inside. "Sir, we need to go. G entered human trials. Nothing down here is safe for release," a soilder shouts as he runs towards them. Needy thumps alongside the sound of something extremely heavy dragging across stone is heard. "Shit. You heard him, men. This isn't rescue or infiltration. If Golgotha is active down here, it's full purge mode. Kill everything that isn't us or an already captured researcher. Let's go go go," he orders the men, snapping to attention, and Kaya reloads her revolvers. "Sanji. Damn this whole fucking island," Sanji groans as he sits to catch his breath for the first time in what feels like forever, being chased up and down this damn island almost since he arrived. Didn't help that despite the weirdos chasing him in dresses, that didn't detract from their strength. A part of Sanji remembering a certain dancer back in Alabasta, he'd probably think this was heaven, rather than hell. But he wasn't. Sanji was, on an island of hairy dudes who think they're ladies, fuck. Nami, Robin, Valentina, Kaya, Vivi, Alvida, Artemis. "I will leave this place one day. Fear not, my fair maidens, your gentleman in shining armor will be there soon enough." The next day, "Can't you freaks find another hobby besides chasing me?" Sanji shouts as he's once more pursued by a mob of candies. The day's really beginning to wear on him. "Why won't you just leave me alone?" "You'll see," they chant, clearly up to something besides trying to catch the blonde chef, such as leading him blindly into the castle on the island's peak. And blindly he did, rushing in through the doors without even being consciously aware he was even indoors to begin with. From there it was a locked door, a trap door, and a painful 2-minute-long staircase tumble before he finally reached his destination. "Ow, crap, where am I now?" Sanji groans, turning his head back and forth blindly. "I've been waiting for you," a new voice announces, and Sanji finds himself looking up at the most feminine of the candies so far. Besides a still rather masculine jawline, this one could probably pass for a woman, though the deep voice would make some people suspicious, curious. "Great, another one. Who's this bastard now?" Sanji grunts. "Show some respect, this is Lady Caroline." Elizabeth scolds, having entered the room with his other pursuers while he was getting his bearings. "Okay, she the damn queen of this place or something?" he asks, getting laughs from all those around. "Am I the queen?" in a manner of speaking. "I'm the queen, substitute, Caroline," she declares, revealing her crown and belt both said, "sub," on them. "Well, I'm officially confused as all hell. You're just the stand-in?" "Correct, Candy Boy. Kamabaka has only one true queen. Queen Emporio Ivankov, of course. It would be presumptuous, not to mention rude, to call myself queen just because she was away. I'd take the throne if she were dead, but not simply off the island doing her great work," Caroline explains, tearing up a little. "Do I look like I care about anything you just said? You're still the one in charge of this nut house. So listen here and now. This place is hell, so get me off this damn rock," Sanji demands angrily. Caroline chuckles, then starts walking towards him. "Very well, I hear you. However, if you wish to leave this island, there's one condition. Battle our strongest warrior and win. Then you may leave." Seriously, also for an island of dudes dressed as chicks, ritual combat was not what I expected. You'd be surprised, cutie. The Kuja settle most disputes by armed combat. Their idea of beauty includes a woman's strength as much as her actual physical appearance. So, do we have a deal? If it gets me off this island, I'll agree to almost anything. Let's do this, Sanji agrees, not seeing everyone in the room grin widely. Excellent, Caroline purrs. Then let's get you fitted in one of our traditional Kamabaka combat outfits, she declares, a cold shiver running down Sanji's spine. Little Lassiho better never learn of this. If I'm burning this entire place to the ground, Sanji growls as he stands in the arena wearing his costume. A puffy white dress, and high heels, with his nails painted, lipstick and eyeshadow at the very least applied to his visible right eye. Can we get this damn fight over with already? With a leap and a spin his opponent enters the fray. You're kidding, right? You're the strongest on the island? He asks as Caroline had changed into a new outfit and was bouncing giddily across from him. You bet Candy, it's why I was Eva's second. I'm the strongest fighter in the Kamabaka arts. Kamabaka Kenpo master. Substitute. She finishes with a wink, pissing off Sanji even more than he already was. Just shut up and fight. He bellows, leaping at Caroline with what he expected to be a decisive blow, only to miss by a mile. What? Over here, Candy boy, Caroline coos, appearing in front of him and unbalancing him with a flick under the chin. Then bobs and weaves as Sanji launches kick after kick at the queen. He's dodging all my attacks like they're nothing. And why is he looking down, Sanji thinks. Then pauses and turns beet red. Having never fought in a dress before, he forgot something important. High kicks expose his underwear to the audience, as well as his opponent. Quit looking, you pervert. Oh, don't be such a prude, Candy boy, though that maidenly innocence shines through your embarrassment, Caroline teases as they leap to a separate part of the battle arena. Bullshit, why would I care if you see my underwear? I'm a dude, Sanji growls, jumping over and continuing his barrage. Are you sure? The fact your kicks are much lower beg to differ, she argues, pulling out a protractor from, who knows. What the, are you measuring my deadly kicks? Why yes, but I'm only trying to show you there's doubt in your heart. Shut up, you don't know a damn thing about me, Sanji screams, leaping into the air to try kick the smug Okama's face in, only for her to catch his kick with surprising ease. Oh don't I, she hums, letting Sanji pull free and scutter away, as I expected. You're wearing your masculinity as a shield, but there's nothing more freeing than being who you were meant to be. What? Are you quite done, boy? Because that blank expression makes me believe you're allowing me to attack you now, Caroline asks as Sanji stands dumbfounded. New Kama Kempo technique. Awakening of the inner maiden. It's just stupid underwear. Why am I being so weird about it? Why does it make me freeze up knowing these weirdos can see it? Yeep. Did I just scream like a girl? What's wrong with me? I don't feel like myself. It's true, isn't it? I'm not who I pretend to be. I'm home. Conversion complete. Dear my lovely lady friends of the Straw Hat crew, mostly Nami, how are y'all? I hope this message reaches you somehow. I do so look forward to seeing you all again very soon. We might even be much better friends afterward, Sanji narrates as he skips across the beach in his frumpy dress and makeup crudely applied to his face, sounding mildly delirious if I'm being honest, heavily accented too. Frankie, when we last saw Frankie, he was acting like a proper English gentleman, the one who refuses to wear pants. Unfortunately, this hasn't changed, to the disappointment of Kitten. Come on grandpa, there has to be something to fix him. He's so boring now, and if he wasn't so mind-screwy he'd want us to put him back to what his normal would be, the boy complains. I know kiddo, and I've ordered some cola for him, but until it gets here, there's nothing more we can do that let him stay with us. The old man shrugs his shoulders. I'm sure once he gets a bottle into him he'll be back to his old self, given how quickly the tea changed him at least. After all, it's not like we can make him go wild. If tea makes him calm and refined, that's all there is. Kitten hums, can't make him you say. Later, while we don't know how, or how he remained sleeping through it, Frankie's bed was moved from the home to the middle of a forest, the snow blanketing it just like everything else on the island. Brr, it's cold. How did I end up out in the elements? Frankie muses as he awakens and gets out of bed, before walking into something long and red. A scarf. How lovely. He smiles, wrapping it around his neck until he found the other end. It was a snake, a cyborg snake, and it was angry, at least based on the mouth laser it was charging up. Boom. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, Frankie mutters as he runs away. My goodness, what a strange and dangerous beastie, he says to himself as he catches his breath. then notices something half buried in the snow off to his left. It was a sign that he read and his worry heightens. Keep out. This is a forest of mechanical animals. Oh, that's not good, he says aloud, his panic almost causing him to swear, only to catch himself. It was then he notices red lights in the forest. The eyes, sensor lights of the many cyborg beasts locked away within the forest. Now, settle down chaps, you all seem agitated and perturbed. Did you all remember to eat your breakfast this morning? It is the most important meal of the day, don't you know? Frankie asks, his accent getting stronger, while a hidden observing kitten sighs in disappointment. The animals weren't amused by the humans' lack of fear and growled loudly. Meanwhile, Frankie had a revelation. Oh my, that means it's breakfast time for me too. Oh, I'm such a silly goose, chaps. He facepalms, then retrieves the teapot from his stomach and sipped it calmly. There, that does the trick. Anyone care for a cup? He offers, at which point the animals' patience had run thin and the lot of them jumped him, only for him to somehow avoid the entire confrontation. Well, that plan didn't work at all, kitten sighs, while his dog whines in similar disappointment. Things couldn't get any worse, until they did. The mecha gorilla spotted them and began to attack, causing the boy and his dog to flee their hiding space just before it was destroyed, now putting them out in the open with all the viscous cyborg animals right in front of them. Ah! Someone help us, he screams, only for Frankie to casually step between the boy and the ape. Hello my friend, good day. He greets with a smile and a nod, almost seeming oblivious to his surroundings. Frankie, kitten cheers, that's a bit improper my good lad. Perhaps Mr. Frank in the future, Mr. Frank offers, at which point the ape finally draws his attention when it leaps it and tries to pummel him, only for his hit to be blocked by Mr. Frank's crossed arms. Naughty, don't you know violence is never the answer? His scolding is cut off by a punch to the jaw that sends him flying. Frankie laughs nervously as he smooths down his hair into the proper do. I know you're at that age when you want to act OU, punch. But list a punch. We can punch. Sorry, this OU punch. Like gentlemen. Slam. He continues to try the peaceful option, but the gorilla isn't having any of that crap, wailing on the other cyborg. Nothing, punch, good, punch, ever comes, punch. From violence, punch, come on Frankie, fight back already. Gorillas don't respond to words, they respond to actions. Kitten starts to panic for real now as he shouts at Frankie. Rella KKKK. Punch, listen to, punch, Lee, punch. If you just let me spia, punch, I have wisdom to impart. Punch. Given most of Frankie's body was made of metal at this point, this beating wasn't actually doing more than superficial damage, and if he was able to right now would just make Frankie a little annoyed at worst. But there was something all this repression and hippie antics were doing around was doing. The tea was bubbling up. Punch, and that was the tipping point. Steam billowed from every orifice of Frankie's face and his sleeve were torn to shreds, the noise drawing the attention of all the cyborg animals who turned as Frankie stood, his perfectly coiffed hair, disheveled, and twisting into a very familiar shape, a pompadour. Uyaz, going into his signature stance, then, as the gorilla attempts to continue its assault, is grabbed by his arm and used as a flail to beat every other animal in range of the now very angry metal man. What do you punks think I am? Chopped liver? He laughs, standing upon the knocked out bodies of the fallen animals. You can't step to Frankie without getting these guns to your face. He's back, Kitten cheered. Somehow his crazy plan worked, laughing as Frankie somersaults down to the two, then stumbles. Aw, are you okay? I'm fine kid, just ran out of steam. Literally, Frankie sighs, opening his stomach to show his fuel tank running low. Steam? Oh, I know where to do, the kid smiles, then takes Frankie by the arm and starts pulling him away. Where are we going kid? Frankie asks, to the house of Dr. Vegapunk. It's not far and I bet we could find a device to make cola there, Kitten chirps happily. Say what now? Frankie gasps in shock. Balgamore is famous for a whole load of technological stuff. And he made a bunch of them. He's known as the genius all over. Kitten explains. Like all the mechanical animals you just fought, they were made by Vegapunk ages ago. I mean, they say he was an odd duck and he did leave the island kind of overrun by dangerous cyborgs, but that doesn't make him any less of a genius. He concludes just as Vegapunk's lab enters line of sight. My grandpa says it's probably full of dangerous experiments, but it's an emergency, and I have you to protect me. So he should be fine. Kitten smiles as they ignore the keep out signs and boarded up doorway. Let's see, Frankie hums as he removes the boards and enters the lab, not getting more than a step before alarms start blaring and security systems activate. Well, shit. Nami, hey, you said you'd take me to the Sabodi archipelago, yes? Nami asks, glaring at the old man from the other side of the cloud candy she was eating. Of course, my violent friend, I said I'd grant you anything I could, and that was your choice, he chuckles nervously. Well, do you know when I'll get there, because right now it feels like we've barely moved. No I don't. Weatheria travels by the wind, so its speed varies greatly day to day. Yesterday we moved maybe about 600 feet. Shit. Nami groans after punching the geezer, also sorry, reflex. I've noticed, he mutters, rubbing the bump on his head. But seriously, if you're turning a sky island into a mobile research platform, shouldn't you have some way to I don't know steer? Geez, if this was anything but in the sky, I'd have bailed and tried find my own way there. And that would be stupid, we're much too far from your target for you to make any headway, at least on Weatheria you'll get there eventually. Nami's brows pinch, annoyed that the old man was right. I'm aware, but getting to Sabodi is very important to me. My friends are all there, or they're supposed to be, and I'm never going to get back to them with this thing trundling along like it is. Well, we could go down below, I've been needing to stock up on supplies for a couple days now. The old man hums, as well as try acquire more funds for my research. Nami blinks, down below? On the ground, he smiles. You can do that? Seriously? As it turns out, yes they could as Nami boards an elevator with the wizard and take a sharp drop to the ground floor of Weatheria. As you might expect, my weather research is quite costly. Luckily it also can be used to make quite a profit for the land dwellers, or I'd have been sunk years ago. He explains with a chuckle and a shrug, then leads the confused navigator to a boat parked just on the edge of the central bubble. You lady, please enter the vessel so we can depart. Okay, Nami hums as she slips inside, the boat lurking almost immediately after parking her rear on the seat. Wah, it flies. But of course, how else could we get back to Weatheria after going on a supply run, silly girl? He laughs, as the boat slips through the bubble unharmed and begins to float down to the land below. Ah, there it is. Just the island I was looking for, he grins. Shit, and I thought Alabasta was bad, Nami mutters as she wipes her brow. The land as far as she could see was dry and desolate. The few people peering out of the homes in this village looked desperate, as did the group that came out to investigate their arrival. You mean it? You can save our island? A man Nami assumes was the mayor or equivalent village leader asks the wizard. Why not? Your problem is straightforward enough far as I can tell, he says with a slight shrug and a smile. Just a little rain and you'll be able to get back on your feet in not too long. Luckily I'm something of an expert on this kind of thing. I'll gladly summon a shower or two. You jest, the man shouts in shock and disbelief. Not at all completely true. Now, does 100 million barras sound appropriate? He asks with a misery smirk. Damn, I thought I was a gold dig, damn it chaos. But seriously that's a lot for a little rain. At least I asked for $1 billion for ending a civil war, Nami thinks while the locals argue amongst themselves and consider his offer. The leader sighs deeply, I'm sorry, but even for the rain, it's too much. The wizard hums and tilts his head, then turns to Nami. Did I highball it a little too much? He asks, and seemed genuine in his tone. You idiot. Do these people look rich to you? At least I tried to fleece a princess, she mutters the last part, but he got the gist, way too much. You may have a point, how about 1,000? Wow, so cheap. You're a really shitty businessman, no wonder you have to scrounge for funding, Nami groans. Though, I have to ask, can you really make it rain, because I know a place that could have really used your help the last couple years? Just watch and be amazed little girl. This is actually just as easy as I said it was. The wizard laughs, before pushing a button on the boat's control panel and after some rather worrying machinery noises a small army of bubbles pop out, all containing a little black cloud. Soap bubbles, how will that help? Nami asks confused. They're not soap bubbles child, and could you be a dear and make us some wind please? He asks, tossing the wind knots down to her. and things click into place in Nami's mind. Ah, so full power I presume? Correct, let it rip. Snap whoosh, the wind generated shot the little bubbles high into the air, where they popped and released their payload. Storm clouds, which clumped together forming a very large rain cloud directly over the village. Rain clouds, he actually did it. The mayor gasps, it's raining. Children come outside, feel the rain on your skin. Party. Nami chuckles, once more getting Alabasta flashbacks. The sheer joy on these people's faces for something as simple to her as rain. It warms her cold black heart. Nami. Damn it, chaos. She wasn't too out of it though not to notice when a bubble umbrella was put over her head. What did I tell you, hey hey he laughs, which set Nami off too. Seems crazy followed her even when away from the rest of the Straw Hats. I guess this is goodbye then. Nami tilts her head in confusion. I've already spoken with the mayor. He knows about your journey and would be happy to help. I'm not leaving, wah. You're not, but why? I thought it would be obvious. I want to learn this weather science of yours. It's pretty impressive if I say so myself. She winks, grinning. Since it'll take a while to get to Sabaody, maybe you could teach me along the way. Really? Oh, I'd love this. My first real apprentice. You won't be disappointed, Miss Nami. I'll make a true weather scientist out of you in no time. Valentina ushi saru u nei tori ushi uma tori ne tora inu tora mi ushi hitsuji mi hitsuji ne jene saru tori tatsu tori ushi uma hitsuji tora mi ne saru ui tatsu. That's enough, a gruff voice shouts as he grabs her hands. Valentina looks up to see the tired visage of Kisame the bullshark fishman, who in turn grimaces as he notices the girl is soaked to the bone. Hopefully it's 70% due to Han's sweat. But it was cause for concern either way. You push too hard, too fast you'll get yourself killed. Now come on. Sasori and Zetsu say the puppet is ready and broadcasting. You seemed pretty determined to see Fire Fist's execution. He hums as Valentina towels off. He's my captain's brother, need to show my respect somehow. Might as well be a witness if nothing else, she explains blandly, her mind on other things. Such as why she was nearly killing herself trying to get back to her former skill level and surpass it. Earlier in the week, I don't know why you're kneeling there, Val, I'm not mad at you. Minato chuckles as he stands from his chair. Meanwhile, Valentina knelt before his desk. Short blonde hair nearly combed and her hayate tied to her left forearm. You should be sensei, I abandoned the village and my duties as godmother, and if it wasn't for Kuma I wouldn't even be here right now. I'm a failure. Her head bows until she feels him squeeze her shoulder. It wasn't your fault, of course it fucking was. I got captured, Kakashi and Obito nearly died. Because I gave you a mission you should never have gone on, Minato says, his voice raising only slightly, but it cuts through her shame. The mission I gave you shouldn't have been undertaken by a lone Chunin. It was something that would have required a team of at least Chunin, maybe even Jonin, but we were spread too thin, and an A rank ended up in your hands. That traumatized you, made you leave the Corps, and I understand completely. I even know you found a new calling. Val blushes. Yeah, never thought I'd be a pirate. It works though, and I made a little family out there on the waves. Really need to get back to them eventually, she sighs. It's also why I need to get stronger, or even just back to before. I let myself go when I left the village. I need to get better if we are going to the new world. Minato nods. Very true. I know you left your Chunin jacket alongside your hayate on your bed when you left, and while you once more wear your protector, the vest is in your closet. Val nods, not seeing where this was going. Good, wouldn't want to have to punish you for impersonating a superior officer. You think you've gone soft, then earn back your rank. I know you'll do this, and even reach the others soon enough. Valentina scoffs. I still don't know how those idiots made Jonin. Obito's an Anbu. Motherfucker. Anyway. Believe me when I say I know you'll succeed, and I'll always see you as a daughter to me, no matter what you do outside these walls. Val sniffles. You can't say shit like that, sensei. You have a kid now, a son and daughter. Minato sighs, pulling her first to her feet and then into a hug. Hiruzen adopted the entire Sannin, as I'm sure your brother told you, so there's nothing wrong with me adopting my best squad. You're part of this family, and you're not getting away from me. Go out there and be the best damn pirate ninja there ever was, understand? I Minato sensei. Pops, present that, was going to take some getting UYSED too, but at least she was able to make things up to Naruto and Kurama with little difficulty. Now all that remains was the viewing. You sure they can cut the feed? Deidara asks curiously. Only if they find the crow, Sasori remarks, admitting to Usain a recon puppet for this operation. Enough. This is the end of Fire Fist, and potentially the start of a great war between the Marines and Whitebeard. I intend to watch and enjoy. Hidan grins as the screen focuses. Victor Burner Finger 3. Incoming. Giselle screams as the ground in front of their opponent turns into straight-up lava and starts flowing towards them. Really, he gave this dumbass fire powers, Victor groans as he reloads his revolver. Yep, Boss Man gave him the heat, which made sense at the time. Bambiette sighs, Lil Toto now. Munch munch munch, oh fuck that was bad. The mermaid groans. While Victor just stares as the girl's mouth had extended and then consumed all the lava Basbi had produced. The mohawked man was also distracted. Power so hopefully he didn't need those ribs, as Menina slams her enhanced fist into his side at high speed, sending him flying into the nearby wall. Is he done? Giselle asks Burner Finger 1. I'll take that as a no, Victor sighs, firing back at the source of the fire blasts. Breeze Breath Bomb. This isn't working, Candace, put those thunder thighs to good use. It's bring the thunder you stupid fish, Candace screams, before doing as asked, and lighting the fire bender up with a volley of lightning, and that's how you win, she boasts. Burner Finger 4. Motherfucker. Bambi curses as Basbi forms flaming katanas before leaping towards the stern ridders, only to be met with an obstacle. Kaboom! I think you found something you can't just burn through, Victor chuckles. Time to drop the bomb, he says, slamming his fist into Baz's gut. Boom fist, and that team, is a takedown, Bambi grins before eddying up the knocked out flame manipulator. Now we need to haul his ass to the big man for an Oswalin. Want to come? See some old friends, and we can get you where you need to go afterwards, the captain offers. I think I'd like that. Victor nods. Chopper, since our last peek, Chopper had managed to free himself from his restraints and avoided being made into reindeer hotpot, and was surviving the island as best he could, mostly gathering food and avoiding the wearing tribesmen and massive birds who seemed to be almost constantly at war with one another. He'd also made a friend, of sorts. Riri, calm down. I got you some nice dindins, Chopper half scolds as he approaches the huge baby bird yelling for food. As he sets down the food to prepare and share it out, the bird rises, revealing bandaged feet, or as best he could do on this island. How do you legs feel today? Did they get any better? He asks as he undoes the bandages. Oh my. They're all healed up, that's great news. The chick's cries seem to agree. I know, calm down, food is coming. He chuckles before setting it down in front of the bird, who starts gobbling it all up. You were really lucky. Who knows what could have happened if I'd been out gathering herbs or food when you fell out of your nest. I might not have had a chance to save you, Chopper hums, then shivers. Gods, you're going to have me run ragged if you keep eating this much food, but if it gets you healthy and strong enough to fly, that's okay. For now at least, he sighs, pulling out Rayleigh's Vivre card for a moment before putting it back. One thing though, when you're big enough to fly, I need you to help get me to the Sabodi archipelago. Seem fair? He asks, imagining how Luffy and the others would freak seeing one of the giant birds from this island, and giggling to himself. The reindeer and giant baby bird cuddled together that night for warmth, the downy feathers perfect sleepine material in Chopper's eyes. The problem came the next morning, when Chopper awoke alone. She's not here. Well, her legs are all healed up, so maybe she went for a walk or something, Chopper mutters to himself, until his Brian wakes up properly and decides that's not right, so goes looking for her. Luckily, giant chicks leave giant footprints, so she was almost comically easy to track. I hungry, we all hungry, dummy, that why we keep looking for escaped raccoon, and why we out this far from village. That reindeer, you the dummy, shut up, who cares what is, it meat and we make it into hot pot. Crap, those humans are out here, looking for me. If they find the bird, she's a goner. Chopper panics from his hiding place behind a tree after hearing the hunters pass through the clearing in front of him. This spurred him on to find the chick as soon as possible, and he was overjoyed when he did, and she was completely unharmed. It seemed she had just gone for a walk like his sleep-idled brain had assumed. You're okay. He cheers, hugging her as best he could. I don't think he's here, Bill, so we check another part of jungle, right Ted? Sounds good, okay. So if they're leaving we should quiet a little longer, Chopper whispers. They might find us if you make too much noise. Unfortunately, the chick's reaction to being told to stay quiet is to panic and start shrieking and chirping loudly, alerting the hunters and causing Chopper to haul ass in heavy point while more or less carrying the overstuffed birdo on his back. I see reindeer. I see bird too, multi-meat hotpot, the best kind. Shit shit shit. Chopper mutters in panic as explosions go off left, right and center, right until they reach a cliff. Oh no, we're cornered and done for, he yelps. Nowhere left to go, one of the hunters state, the group getting closer and closer to the two animals. Give up dinner. SHRIEEKKK, big birds coming to save Cheaper. We shoo away. They're here, Chopper smiles, setting down the Cheaper and reverting to Brainpoint. You really showed up to save us? He asks. One bird drops down right in front of them. She took a bit of a tumble but I patched her up good as new. Not that I need thanks from a big lug like you. Chopper hums and wiggles, until he notices the tense silence. Looking up he sees the big bird stare at him, then smack him aside with its beak and pick up the Cheaper, sending the poor reindeer rolling off the cliff, only saved by a timely application of guard point. Ungrateful bastard, Chopper grumbles, then looks back where he has more explosions rock the landscape, and they're back to fighting again, figures. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Oh, that must have been her mom. Well, at least she's been saved. Chopper smiles, then calls out, remember your promise. When you grow up and learn to fly, you're taking me to Sabaody to meet up with my friends. Thank you. He grins. For a second, wait. How long would that take? How long will I be stuck on this stupid island? He screams in desperation. Vivi, I have to say, this wasn't the best way to learn about this kind of thing. Walter sighs, rubbing Vivi's back as she has a panic attack breakdown. Hey, at least it wasn't an Asgul or a Manator. Sarah's argues, though not that hard. I highly doubt a Manator would be worse than a Lich, Miss Victoria. Walter deadpans. You don't know, just a you-man. I got the vampire senses and those beastmen stink for normal people. I couldn't smell anything for a month and nearly passed out just being 100 feet from them, the young vampire argues. Very true, but it wasn't either of those things, it was a Lich. A fucked up one using kids as spare vessels. At least we saved a few kids. Had to put the rest of them down though. Alucard notes, not really too bothered about killing humans any more than monsters, but knowing humans feel awkward when it's kids. True, we did interrupt the ritual so we saved that little girl. Wendy wasn't it? Sarah's nods, always happy when they actually manage to save someone, rather than simply cleaning up the mess they leave behind. Magic is real. Demons are real, Vivi whimpers, as she begins to sit up. What else is real? Well, just off the top of my head, vampires, demons, lich, zombies, ghouls and ghouls. God, he's kind of a. Fairies, Lunarians, dragons, and Cthulhu. Alucard lists with a shrug. Knew about zombies, turns out you can make them with the cage no mi. The others, fuck. Vivi groans, her face in her hands, and, this is what you do. Indeed, the Helsing organization was founded in the West Blue as a monster hunting group after the capture of the high vampire Dracula 500 years ago. Walter explains, it also became our duty to deal with these things that go bump in the night as close to discreetly as possible, so as to avoid mass panic and cocky brats going looking for trouble. They're actually 17% of out cases, or at least the cause of them, Sarah's mutters. That sounds accurate if I'm being honest. Vivi chuckles, hey Walter, how did you know which of the kids were, well, savable? I was able to target the ones who looked to be rotting and had glowing eyes, but most of them looked pretty normal, so how could you tell? Walter smiles slightly, then removes his glasses and passes them to her, simple Miss Vivi. A little runic magic, he says as Vivi examines the glasses, seeing a ring of what at first glance looked like tiny scratch marks, but on second look were symbols or glyphs of some sort, similar to though most likely not the ones on the poneglyphs Robin, Chaos and Artemis could read. They let me see the magical energy leaking from the control and transference runes the Lich uses so he can use them as backup vessels if his main body was to be killed. Had I not killed them all, he'd have just slipped away in a new body and done this all over again. Vivi sighs, knowing the older gentleman was right. So, who did we kill exactly? Someone the organization has been searching for the last couple centuries. Lich King Pan, Alucard answers, growling angrily. Pan is dead, because of us, and no more kids will be used to extend his life or be corrupted by his darkness. I can live with that, but I think I need more information. On what? Ceres asks. All of it. Alucard smirks, peering at Walter over his shades. Then I think it's time you speak to the boss. Helsing Integra. Alvida, 3 servings of Vanya ale, as ordered, thanks dear. I didn't know Meliodas was hiring. You must be something special, the pink-haired man notes, looking Alvida up and down. What's that supposed to mean? Alvida growls, only working because the midget offered her transport to Sabodi when they move on in 2 weeks. Gil doesn't mean anything by it, just that rumors tend to cling to most of the people on the owner's crew. The barkeep band has apparently been cursed with immortality. The bouncer Diane is a giant made small through dark magic. Gauther's something inhuman, though nobody can determine what. Miss Merlin is believed to be the lost child of a Yonko. The third man, a tall and stocky, muscular lad, chuckles. My money's on Kaido if that rumor turns out to be true. Explains the horns and the aura of don't fuck with me she has just from existing. I heard another rumor that their accountant is an exiled noble from an island under full government control, but the strangest one is that Meliodas is a Lunarian. Bullshit, I think you're drinking something stronger than ale if you believe that Griamore, the Lunarians died out 800 years ago. No way the captain is one of them. Gilthunder argues. Besides, the weirdest thing is that Meliodas and Ban have kids now, Tristan and Jericho. Hauser laughs. That's how you know Sir Ban's a local. Naming his kid after one of our warriors of legend, classic. Seems you're making interesting friends, smooth criminal. A voice purrs, though there was a scratchy, glitchy undertone to it. Alvida turns and blinks, unsure how to react to an anthropometric deer in a blood-red 3-piece suit. What do you want? To see an old friend, see if he's interested in an adventure with some pals, the deer coos. No thanks, Meliodas answers, surprising people who didn't notice him come down. Actually that's the response for Grima and or Henry. For you Alistair it's go fuck yourself. Must you be so rude my boy? You knew before you arrived. I'm not getting involved in another war. I just want to run my tavern and enjoy retirement, the blonde midget sighs. The deer mink tilts his head. Oh, but is it really retirement? I mean you're kind live for millennia. And I'm barely kicking 2 to 10. I know. Answers still go fuck yourself. No off you go Wendigo, Meliodas says with a wink. Alistair frowns but nods. I told her this wouldn't work. Ban, a whiskey shot for the road. Helios was setting up the rebreather so I'm going to need something to tune out the hacking and wheezing. Meliodas grimaces. Makes sense I guess, that stuff doesn't just come from this air. She has to produce it. Nasty though. Indeed, later. So, Alvida sighs as she spars with Diane. Learning from the pigtailed woman how to use a warhammer. I heard some interesting rumors while working the tables. They're all true, Diane laughs, batting her attack aside with Gideon. Well probably true if I ate giant. Merlin's magic made it so I can be human size for my beloved. Ban, he was made immortal by a former lover, the legendary knight Jericho. Merlin, she doesn't talk about it, but it's obvious who her family is. King and Elaine are Phi. Elizabeth is a Shandorian, and Meliodas, she stops. He is a Lunarian, isn't he? He was known as Amaterasu, because even as a Lunarian he was special, wielding dark and powerful black flames. He'd be hunted if anyone knew. Luckily he looks nothing like most Lunarians, with olive skin and silvery white hair, so he can stop rumors really spreading far, Diane explains. And the deer in a suit? Alvida asks. Alistair of the Demon Eye Mercenary Company, formerly the Demon Eye Pirates heralded by Apophis, now Grima. Both turned to see Merlin had joined them. He's a deer mink, and wanted to ask for help from some old allies, us. So you were all pirates, correct? Well not Elizabeth but the rest of us were. The 7 sinners. Now we travel the world selling booze and sorting out local issues. It's fun in a relaxing sort of way. Alvida nods. It actually kind of does. Would trade it all away to reunite with my crew, my wife and my husband, she admits. Of course you would, the Straw Hats, they are quite a surprising little bunch. But they certainly seem like a family unit. She nods. Believe you be. You're improving quickly. But try not to stress your injuries, she warns, re-entering the boar hat. Robin, I really hope this isn't a sign of the rest of East Blue, because this is kind of a shithole. Agent Koala grimaces. Missions like this were always a pain. Luckily infiltration wasn't the goal today, more cleanup based on the information sent by their agents within the structure. Seems we didn't have to do much NYA. The cat mink behind her chuckles, and he was right. Most of the guards had been dealt with by an outside force. Snapped necks, limbs torn from their sockets and bent unnaturally. Some even looked similar to when Fishman karate was used for pure offense, as if something inside them had just popped. All were guards, except one. She was prisoner 1242, and it was bad, broken spine. Limbs bent to the point they were practically pretzels, untold internal damage, and the worst part. Holy shit, she's still alive. Koala's eyes widen as the body heaves and coughs. She only did that because we were betrayed by her. The revolutionary turns to the source of the voice, a little girl. So out of place in a hellhole like this, or more so when everyone else around her is grown adults to old fogies. Koala had a feeling she knew who the she was. The one who took out all the guards, killed the captain, and didn't stop them coming in and boarding Tequila Wolf. Even let them be contacted in the first place. Hello little one. Do you know where she is? Koala asks politely. Yes, she's probably in the warden's old office, or near that area, Soren explains, offering her hand to the orange-haired woman but not entering the building, allowing Koala privacy she guesses. Glurk, of all the situations she'd expected, finding Nico Robin puking her guts out in the former warden's bathroom wasn't high on the list. It also made things really awkward for the woman, as she's not entirely sure how to introduce herself while the other person has their head in the toilet. Lucky for her, she had already been noticed. Not the most glamorous of first impressions, I'm afraid, Robin chuckles, sitting up and turning her head, giving the younger woman a side view. Hello, I don't think I heard a name, she hums. Koala, of the Revolutionary Army. Nico Robin, I presume. Are you ill or is the food here this bad? She states, and half jokes. I believe it's morning sickness actually, though even the warden's food was overall poor quality, and yes, I am Nico Robin. Robin replies, now just sitting on the floor. You seem oddly casual for someone who knows armed people are storming the facility. Not that we needed to be armed, thanks for the guards, and you're just sitting here in the bathroom. From what we've heard about you, you seemed the cautious, even somewhat paranoid type, also possibly insane, but that's more recent after hearing you joined up with the Straw Hats. She laughs, oh those are both accurate statements. The thing is I was never in any danger, from you. My devil fruit means I see all, and if you were a threat, to me or mine, you would suffer, be it pain, or even a sheer heart attack. The tone was subtle, but the threat was there, not helped by Robin's smile, TTING, into a much less human smirk, sending a shiver down Koala's spine. Is that what happened to the woman outside? The smile falls. Her eyes cold? I presume you met a little girl outside. Only one in the entire facility, Soren? I ended up here due to an incident. The only people who knew were that girl and the people in the same compound as her and the woman who treated my wounds. Of course, someone alerted the guards and they investigated. Soren alerted me so I could get free, but I didn't go far. I doubt your reports say this, but I have a child of my own, Artemis, same age as Soren best I can tell, and while I know the little girl out there isn't mine, I still wanted to wring the bastard's neck when he started hurting her, emotionally and physically. Very few of the guards died, but the ones who did were party to the abuse, or connected to the warden, Robin states flatly. Koala swallows thickly, really hoping things would calm down soon. What would you say if I told you we could get you off this island by the end of the day? Thank you. What do I need to do to redeem this offer? Robin replies with a more gentle smile, which Koala returns. Mission success? I think. Chaos? I really hate this place. Hancock grimaces as she steps off the ship. Meetings are bad enough, but a war. It's disgusting. Thoughts? She hums, turning to her companions but freezes when she sees Chaos, Marjoit's condition, near Catatonica with her eyes flitting with no recognizable pattern. Beloved, please wake up, she hisses, trying not to be drawn into the kaleidoscope that was his eyes rippling and contorting without his conscious thought. Seems the bitch is defective. Not much of a bodyguard is she? Doflamingo laughs as he spots the other warlord's arrival. String man, plans within plans. What a fragile web of lies you weave, Chaos says with an airy tone that sends shivers down the spines of those within earshot. Hancock even thinking she saw Doflamingo tense in either anger, or possibly fear, though it might have been the tone more so than the content and she understood none of it. Shawls might have, it would explain the grin. Wake up little one, we can't dilly-dally, she coos, then lightly slaps the Kuja's head. Right, sorry. Don't worry Empress, I won't be like this again. I'll employ the Momonga method to keep sane, she says with a rather dark smile. What does that mean? Hancock asks. It means don't worry, the knife in my ribs is my own. She grins, winking as the two look at her confused, until Hancock looks down and her eyes bulge as it was a literal statement. The hilt of a dagger was embedded between the girl's floating ribs, and given it wasn't attacked to her via the hilt, it wasn't hubby, it was actually one of Val's spare kunai. But Chaos wanted to borrow a few to practice knife throwing, which she was happy to help him work on. Take it out, she orders. I will. Once the world stops spinning, Marguerite replies. So many powerful people, this will be quite the adventure my love. Unknown location. In a few short hours the legacy of Goal will be permanently erased. A man wearing a tribal mask laughs. Don't get overconfident Maa, that's what lost us that damn fruit the last time. The man beside him, face mask on the desk and his bowler hat twirling in his hand retorts. What do you think Tsukuyomi? He asks turning to the lone female in the room, her expression unreadable behind the dragon mask. I believe things are about to get much more complicated than the fleet admiral expects it to, she says with a click of her Tiden Mushi activated as she spoke, displaying Marineford, for all of CP0 to witness, Marine Headquarters. As the three sat awaiting Ace's execution the sliding door opened, revealing a clearly high-ranked Marine, Chaos noting her to have laugh lines and stress grays in her otherwise dark brown hair and a triangular tattoo on her neck. Pirate Empress. They require you to come down to the docks. Your associates may accompany you providing they are willing to work against pirates and alongside the Marines much like yourself. She states with a half-smile. Hancock nods, of course, come along, Shala sighs but stands, while Marjoite moves almost into Hancock's shadow. We'll follow you, Miss Pines, Rear Admiral Pines Miss Boa. The woman answers and leads the way. Hancock didn't react and Shala was busy adjusting her choker. Where did she get that? But Chaos's eyes widened and her eyebrows knit. Could that actually be her? The Indomitable? The woman who captured Grand Manipulator, Cypher? She actually could respect the metaphorical balls on her though. Most Marines with pirate lovers would stab them in the back when asked to take them in. Mabel at least stabbed him in the eye after a proper fight. At least from what Garp said about her and what he could dig up. 3 hours Luffy, get your ass here quickly or there won't be anyone to save. Elsewhere, a noon meeting, can't even let us have lunch first. Guess it's going to be one of those days. Kizaru sighs as he follows the regular Marine to the meeting room. Section you probably would have slept through it otherwise section. Section I suppose section. The light man agrees, ignoring the shiver going down the lower-ranked young man's spine. Still a pain in the ass though, he mutters, but if Whitebeard is on the way, there are more important things than eating. Down below, this is really happening now, Ace thinks as the chains are adjusted and he's led. Well, led is the wrong word given the guards are behind him but oh well, up the steps to what he presumes to be the execution platform. All this spectacle, all this pomp, and Searstons, just to kill me. Fleet Admiral's office, I don't like this, we shouldn't have to go that far, it ain't right, Garp growls, having already slammed his fist through the front of Sengoku's desk. I expected you of all people to have reservations, but if you keep your personal feelings out of the equation, you'll see that this is the best chance we have to proceed. This isn't just any execution, revealing that fact is necessary to the future of our way of life. Garp turns on his heels and begins to walk away. I know it hurts, but this is something you're involved in and so the responsibility rests on your shoulders. And you better not forget it, Garp. Sengoku says to his friend's back. The Vice Admiral though keep moving, not even acknowledging the statement besides coming as close to slamming the door as you could with the kind used in Navy headquarters. The docks, execution main stage, steady yourself men, as bad as it may get. It will only last 3 hours then it shall be over. A giant Marine bellows, clearly underestimating just who they were fucking with as he and the other thousands of Marines ready themselves for the coming war. Section full evacuation, Den Den set up to broadcast everything. All their best fighters, about 50 or so warships. These people really are bricking it thinking Whitebeard is going to show up. Section? Chaos muses as the four reach the area the warlords would be preparing themselves from. The very front line of the battlefield. Section they're all idiots. Newgate won't even break a sweat. Plus this isn't just some pirate, it's a fucking Yonko. He's not coming alone. Section. Shala argues. While Hancock tries to tune both of them out, as well as ignore the shapes moving under Marguet's skin. A side effect they discovered when Nagini moves as imperfect reflection is just a shell chaos hid within. As the rank and file gather and scurry, the three admirals Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru take their places in the provided chairs at the base of the execution platform, and Ace still hadn't arrived yet. Marine vessel, Tub Current. There it is. I can see the gates of justice. Luffy shouts, grinning widely as he does. I can see that, but we still have a slight problem, getting it open, or somehow getting around the damn thing. Cypher muses, clicking his tongue. He's right, I'm afraid. If we don't get it open, not only are we not rescuing Ace, we're not getting out of this current, Jinbei adds with a frown. So, anyone got any bright ideas on how we accomplish that? Crocodile asks with a sigh. I've got half a dozen bad ideas, none of which would actually help us right now. So nope, Cypher replies with a tired shrug. Fan-fucking-tastic. Marineford finally, with the creak of the large wooden doors, and the clanging of chains. Ace finally stepped out into the sunlight again, walking to his demise. From his vantage point, Ace could see every piece of protection laid out to ensure he met his end at 3 o'clock, from the cannons on the piers, to the 100,000 Marines, to the entire giant Marine division flanking the platform. All he couldn't see was the admirals, due to them being in front of the platform, and he was being led from behind it. At Marineford and Sabaody, everyone held their breath as Fire Fist was led to the platform, their fate in his hands, whether any of them liked it or not. The world was balanced on a knife edge, and Ace's execution would hopefully set it down on the side of the Marines, but they had to actually kill him for that to occur. Resigned to his fate, Ace was silent as he knelt and his chains secured to the main platform, as well as the blades that would see take his life were crossed before him. One last attempt to elicit a reaction from him perhaps? Either way, he wouldn't give them the satisfaction of even a flinch, he would die here, with as little dignity as he could retain. Don't worry Garp, I'll do the talking, Sengoku assures him as the two walk towards the platform. Good for you, I'm staying out of the way down here. The man grunts, catching the equally uninterested eyes of the light man, both knowing they're prefer to be anywhere but here today. Step aside for a minute, Sengoku requests as he walks up behind Ace, the two guards quickly moving as returning their blades to a ready position. Pass me a snail. He adds, getting a Den Den handed to him in under a minute. Thank you. He nods, then stands parallel Ace and begins broadcasting. I have some information you all need to hear. This man is Portgas D. Ace, known by the moniker of Fire Fist. But the significance of his demise today is more significant than most would realize. He begins, and while he couldn't see Garp's pained grimace, Chaos knew his own face matched as he had a bad feeling he knew what the bastard was grandstanding over. Ace, I want you to tell them the name of your father. If it wasn't for the Seastone cuffs, Ace would be inflamed by now and probably using it on the fleet admiral. Unfortunately, all he could do was scowl and glare, before stating flatly and honestly, the name of my father is Whitebeard. Not true. Yes it is, Whitebeard is the only father I've ever had or will have, Ace declares passionately. We launched a painstaking and exhaustive search for you at the time of your birth. When rumors surfaced that your father had had a child, we took them very seriously. Thanks to Cipher Poll, a small amount of reliable information was presented to us. We checked all newborn and preborn children, interviewed many mothers, and yet we couldn't find you. Not surprising given the lengths your mother went to hide you, performing a miracle only possible through a mother's love. Because of this, she misled the Navy, no the world. You came from an island in the South Blue called Batarula, your mother's name being Portgas D. Rouge. She did something that should have been impossible, extending her pregnancy to 20 months, to ensure there wasn't a sliver of a chance that we'd suspect you of being his. Of course, The price for that miracle was that she passed away shortly after giving birth. And so, a year and 3 months after his death, a child was villain to sail these seas in his veins. That child was you. Surely you know the truth. A child should know his heritage after all. Garp bows his head in shame, while blood drips from Chaos's hands, claws piercing right through his palms and the reflection flickering in anger. Your father is the Gold D. Roger, king of the pirates, Sengoku finally announces, to stun silence from all, but 3 the ones who'd already known. Whole Cake Island. Well, that was unexpected, Parasparrow hums, then winces as the screaming starts. Fushk, Mama, Compote asks when the screaming stops and the broken glass stops falling. I was this close to getting Roger's bloodline joined with mine, and now the last chance is burning to ash. I mean, there's no chance Whitebeard will just let him die. We could always send him an offer. Lin rubs one of her chins. That might just work, mama. Muffin Mountain. I mean Onigashima, Yama. Why aren't you surprised about Fire Fist being Roger's kid? Ulti asks. A little ticked off, the older girl was watching unblinking while everyone else was freaking out. Oh, Ace told me when he was here in Wano. We bonded over, less than ideal parents, she mutters the last part. Though the Dino girl was close enough to hear an eye roll. Kaido and his daughter's family drama was well known amongst the beast pirates. So it made sense that of all things they could bond over, shitty fathers was the end result. Roger's boy and smitten with my youngest. Shame red hair got in the way, or this crap would have been dealt with already, Kaido thinks with a tired groan, draining his sake cup and letting his mind wander. One such idea was just crazy enough Yamato might agree to go with it. Turning to Jin, Rumi and Ludo, his chief strategist and doctor respectively, the grins on their faces told him they'd come to the same conclusion, but for now they'll just have to see if Whitebeard could actually save his boy. Marineford. If that's true, then it really is a miracle the brat survived. Moria chuckles. Everyone knows the stories. How Thai executed anyone even loosely connected to Roger. But I thought Ace's dad was Dragon? Kobe whispers. I mean, him and Luffy were brothers, right? They'd have to have been half at best given Ace's mom died in this story. But it seems it's not even that. Very strange. Helmeppo agrees. Look after my child. Keep him safe for me, please, Garp. Well, I screwed that one up 6 ways from Sunday, Roger. Garp thinks morosely, knowing there was nothing he could do at this point, but be there to see the man who had become like a true grandson to him, die for the sin of being born. 2 years ago, Sengoku continued, clearly not done monologuing. You took your mother's maiden name as your own, and with exquisite speed and skill you quickly gained notoriety throughout the world as the captain of the Spade Pirates. It was then that all the pieces came together, and it was clear to us that Roger's blood had been passed on. But Whitebeard clearly came to the same realization and got to you before we did. In order to secure your mantle as the next king, he warmly took in the son of his old rival as a member of his crew. That's all bullshit. I joined my father's crew because I wanted to help him to be king. I never wanted Roger's name or title, I just wanted to be me. Ace screams. Garp and Chaos flinch knowing the truth of that statement. Nobody believes that drivel, except for you, boy, Sengoku scoffs. Why do you think it took this long to catch you? You were under Whitebeard's protection. So we know if you were allowed to live, you'd leave this place and become the next king. The only choice we have to deal with this is to execute you, here and now. Even if it means we risk going to war with Whitebeard. You're a suicidal bastard, Hito? Chaos sneers, cracks forming along Margutite's body. Fleet Admiral. We have a situation. A random marine calls up to Sengoku. The Gate of Justice. It's opening without orders, and we can't get in touch with gate control. Sengoku's eyes bulge. What did you say? Elsewhere. I bet I can get it open with a good punch, Luffy muses as he begins swinging his arms around. Yes, maybe they'll open if we knock, Galdino mutters sarcastically. Are you insane? A punch won't open it, he screams, just as the gates begin to open unprompted. Huh, didn't even need to punch it, but thanks for the offer, kid, Cypher grins widely. So, chances of this being a trap? Bon asks as the gates creak open. Surprisingly minimal. They wouldn't have told us it was closed then leave it open to trap us, as it makes them look even more incompetent than leaving it open unannounced would, as it would seem they can't do one simple thing, Crocodile argues, getting nods of agreement from some of the smarter and level-headed of the escapees. Who cares why it's open? The important thing is that it is. Onwards Jinbei to rescuing Ace. Luffy cheers as the current runs choppy and they enter the gate. You know, with how close things are getting, we should probably worry that your dear old dad is going to show up. Eva muses while the seas were clear. I mean, there's little chance Dragon would let those government goons kill his boy, especially now after announcing it to the world. Luffy stares for a moment before chuckling. I think you got your wires crossed. Neither Ace, Chaos, Sabo or I shared any biological parents, though Dayton was our mom no matter what they say. Dragon may be my dad, but Ace's dad was gold. Roger, and I don't know who Chaos' parents were, just that his mom was a Kuja, which I guess is kind of cool, he says with a shrug. What? Crap, I wasn't supposed to talk about that. Kiffy Fifi. I love this kid, he's a riot. Are we sure he's Dragon's kid? He sure as hell acts like a Pofus kid should. Cypher laughs from his position on the floor. Marineford, it's so quiet. Hancock whispers. The hype dying down to nervous twitching since the gates were revealed to have been opened. Now everyone was waiting for Whitebeard to come storming in like an angry sea king. It's the calm before the storm, princess. Shala chuckles, and Seagull up there just called in a trunade. They're here, was yelled from the lookout towers, just before shapes began to appear from the fog, dozens of ships heading straight for them. It's an entire fleet of pirate ships. Keep an eye out for Whitebeard, he has to be somewhere in there. The war's about to begin, Hancock sighs, then looks in confusion to see Marguerite wasn't looking out, but had turned and was looking in. What's wrong? Section Nothing's wrong, things are about to get very interesting section, she says, giving a full D grin as she does. Section Newgate's smart, he knows a full frontal is suicide, so something else must be going on. Section Shala muses while also impressed he managed to get this many of his allies to show up with less than a week's notice. It's worse than we expected, there are over 40 ships, all manned by the strongest pirate crews the New World has to offer that are allied with Whitebeard, and still no sign of Whitebeard himself or his division commanders. If he's not at the front, then where is he? Sengoku thinks aloud, grimacing as he does. They actually came for me? Ace gasps, not expecting himself to be worth enough to risk the others. Do we open fire? No, not until we confirm Whitebeard is there with them. Pop right in the center of the harbor, a large bubble rose from the depths, and popped when it reached the surface, shortly followed by several more. He's here, Sengoku states, sneak attack. Whitebeard's no fool, even if subtlety isn't really the strong suit of any of the Yonko, Garp muses. Oh shut up, don't act like you're so smart, Suru scolds. There's a shadow in the middle of the bay, what is that? It's just as I feared, why didn't we plan for this? They coded the ships to bypass our defenses and ambush us from underwater? The fleet admiral curses as the Moby shoots out of the water, then comes to rest in the center of Marineford's bay, bold as brass. An NG sighed two more similarly designed whale ships. There was another, equally recognizable pirate ship sitting just behind it. No, 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 it's the Jormungandr, the ship of the Demon Eye pirates. Well shit, never thought I'd see that flag flying again. Of all the reasons to come out of retirement, guess Whitebeard really is calling in every favor owed to him for this. Kizaru hums, before every den in Marineford awakened, eyes blood red and grinning widely. Hello Marineford. Did you miss me? Sabodi? Oh god. That's mind hacks Alistair. A reporter shouts as the dens relay the message, while the visual ones turn their attention to the deer mink in a red suit, standing on the deck of the Jormungandr, grin identical to all the snails. Marineford, now, I know it's a shock seeing us here giving old Newgate a hand, but really this would be distasteful for most people with common sense. Killing a boy for the circumstances of his birth, you could have at least tried hiding it behind his position as a division commander for a Yonko, but no. You went all out bold as brass, and you fucked up. And it's not just me saying that, allow me to show you just who you're dealing with. Of course, we have all the current division commanders gathered in one place. Ace is one of theirs after all, as well as a Whitebeard pirate. Marco, Jozu, Vista, Flamenco, Rikuyo, Namor, Blenheim, Curiel, Kingdu, Haruta, Atmos, Speed Jiro, Fosa, and last but not least, Izo. We also have returning Whitebeard pirates, now heads of their own crews ready to help Pops save the little firecracker. Epodia, Whitey Bay, Andrea, Kinga, and Ialuan. Lastly, allies of the Yonko such as the Decalvin brothers, Spouta, Magai, Elmi, Ramba, Karma, Bazaar, Big Fan, by the way, love the teeth, Little Oars Jr., quite the feat that, Hangan, Blondie. Whitebeard chuckles as he moves across the deck of his ship towards the bow. He'd missed the demon eyes flare for the dramatic. Especially Alstair and Cypher, only stopped when he heard strong wing beats and the sound of something human-sized drop behind him. He's going to be at this for a while. You really pulled out all the stops for this new gate, the woman, white-haired to her shoulder blades and ruby-red eyes, says with a smirk. For one of my boys, I'd give anything. You know that better than most, Grima, he hums, getting a nod from his fellow captain. As a father and a captain, of course you would. Want a hand? Whitebeard scoffs. I can still walk by myself, woman. Besides, I can't look weak just before I try to fight the entire navy. Though feel free to hang back on the ship for now if you wish. He shrugs before stepping forward, Murakumogiri functioning almost like a fusion of a walking stick and a flag bearer, while Grima kept pace 3 steps behind him. And finally, coming out of retirement for one night only, the Demon Eyes elites, Dragon, Grima, Vampire, Henry, Death Dealer, Helios, Sniper, Apep, Lightning Dancer, Azulon, Whirlwind, Zelina, and last but not least, me, Mind Hacks, Alistair. Now I've hogged the mic for long enough. How about we let the big guy talk, don't cha think? The mink finishes, twirling his cane sword before pointing it in the direction of the Moby, just as Whitebeard steps onto the front. Oh, I've missed seeing entrances like this, Gurarara. Been quite some time since we last crossed paths, Sengoku, Whitebeard announces, his voice carrying even without a den. Whitebeard, Sengoku sneers, bollocks, can't believe we let them get this close. We have plenty of things to discuss today, chief among being you not killing my son. He then looks directly up to the execution platform and smiles. Hold tight, Ace, we'll be right up. Which managed to break every attempt at stoic acceptance of his death, as Ace begins to cry. Father! He screams as Whitebeard stabbed his naginata into the ship and flexes. Well, that would be all he did if not for his devil fruit. As he swings his arms out with a grunt of effort, reality itself seems to crack and splinter from the impact of his fists. This was shortly followed by the shockwaves causing a seaquake with Marinefords Bay right in the epicenter, causing massive upsurges on either side of the island. He's turned the oceans against us, Sengoku shouts. This is why I'd said no before. I really didn't want to go up against this monster, Hancock squeaks. Oh, there you are, Newgate, still as strong as ever. Shala grins widely, enjoying the freedom and the chance to see real action once more. So, this is Ace's captain. He was right about Luffy having competition for the crown. Given the Navy felt they needed this much, we wouldn't have even lasted a minute against him, Chaos thinks, impressed by the power exerted by Whitebeard, even when the man acts like he's not even trying all that hard, as well as the fact every one of his allies just watches contently, not even a hint of doubt on their faces or in their body language. Is the quake over? Is that Whitebeard's power? Pops, and everyone else, they're all here. I ignored you and took off on my own. Why didn't you just leave me to die? Everything that's happened is my own damn fault. Ace shouts, unable to process what he's seeing. Whitebeard sighs deeply. No, it was I who drove you to this, my son. Ace freezes, then starts flailing and tugging at his restraints. That's a lie and you know it. I went after Blackbeard despite you ordering me not to. I'm your captain and I told you to go. Ace was following my orders, isn't that right, Marco? Whitebeard says, tilting his head to look over at the pineapple-haired man. Yep, that's what I heard. Then you left. Sorry about all the trouble there. Teach broke the rules and you had to seek justice, as his commander that fell on you. The blonde states, everyone in the world knows what happens when you mess with one of us. You better be prepared to pay the price. That means if anyone even lays a finger on you, Ace, they had to deal with us. Don't worry, bro, we'll have you out of here in no time. Whitebeard family never leaves a man behind. Get ready for your new home in hell, Navy bastards. Yeah, we did kind of walk headfirst into this one, Akiji thinks aloud. That better not be regret in your voice, Akainu snarls. It was bound to happen eventually, even if he's only regretting that we made a public spectacle out of it, Kizaru chuckles. Guys, we have a problem, the water's receding from the bay. What, by where's it going? Ah, so that's Whitebeard's opening move, better get plan B secured somewhere safe. Smooth sailing's not going to be a thing for much longer, Alistair thinks. Then relays with Henry, who nods and slips below deck. Luffy and company, what the hell just happened? First everything was nice and plain sailing. Then the ship gets pushed back like we were trapped in a hurricane, and then it all just dies down, Galdino shouts. I will ATM it, even for the Grand Line that was strange, Eva nods while everyone gains their bearings. We were thrown back a fair distance. What are the odds we get there in time? Bentham worries aloud. Jinbei, can you make this thing go faster? We need to get there quickly. Luffy whines, internally fretting as every minute they're not at Marineford ticks closer to Ace's execution. Don't worry, Luffy, the fishman assures him, Ace is safe for now. How can you tell? You're hiding something from us, Jinbei, so out with it, Buggy shrieks as he climbs onto the main deck. He knows the old man's devil fruit, as well as the signs of its use, Cypher answers with a grin. If we can feel it even out here, then Whitebeard's already there and throwing hands. He then turns his head, the shadow hiding the bulging veins. Also, you might all want to hold on to something. Huh? Was the general consensus, right until they were caught with their pants down when the water came rushing back, lifting the ship as a tsunami rushes straight for Marineford. Speaking of Marineford, all was quiet. You could cut the tension with a knife, until the tremors started up again. And there it is, that littleness with, flexing on the Marines. It was the inciting incident to the massive tsunami heading straight for us. Garp announces as the wave appears on the horizon. Edward Newgate is the tremor man, because he ate the Gura Gura no Mi. Even with all our numbers and power, victory can't be assured, not against Whitebeard and his crew. Not when they're headed by a man with the power to destroy the world in his veins. Section clearly he doesn't know we've resurfaced, child. Let's see how long he'll remain ignorant. We know the demon I know we're here, but anyone else? Let's JUSSSSSSTC section. ACGG sighs deeply just before the waves reach Marineford. Well, guess I actually have to do something today. Was hoping for an early nap, he mutters before jumping out of his seat. Ice Age Grima huffs. Should have known the admirals would do more than just scream when they see an island swallowing tsunami. I presume there's more to this plan. Either it would have washed them away or given us a battleground. Either way we're still in the game, Whitebeard replies, eyes not leaving Sengoku's. Ice block. Partisan, one moment please. He shrugs before shattering both the spears and a now frozen Kuzan with a shockwave. Ah crap, Akiji thinks before he falls. Luckily retaining enough control over his body, he could freeze the sea just before he hits it, reforming on top of the now frozen bay. Case in point, the Moby is pinned, open fire with the cannon's men. And they did. All the artillery in the bay began to focus fire on the immobile pirate ships, and they didn't care one bit. Welp, time for phase 2 inches. Yeah, we got ground to fight on now. Let's show them what happens when you mess with the Whitebeard pirates. Aye gentlemen, 5th Division Commander Vista shouts with a laugh. Leaping from the ship followed the several others, before all 3 ships begin to empty of combatants. Think Mr. Hey will be getting a fruit basket if he survives? Alistair's voice purrs through the dens. I mean, he did make this a ground war after all, much easier than naval combat, or at least it is, for men like myself. He laughs, though gets no verbal responses even as his allies disembark the ship. They want ground combat, we'll give it to them. Counter-offense begin, Smoker shouts, leading the charge for the Marines. Now it's a war, Shalil laughs then turns and tilts her head in confusion. I know that look, you're about to do something stupid aren't you? It's too difficult to get to Ace from up here, going around is pointless when I can just move as the crow flies. Thanks to Icicle, Chaos says with a tongue click, silvery veins spreading over her limbs. Hancock turns, you're not seriously thinking about. Before she could finish Margaret had already leapt, Chaos's cloak erupting out of the dissolving reflection shell as he rolled and took off across the ice features hidden, but the grin could be felt by those who were familiar with him. And he did. Are we sure Luffy's the dumb one? Hancock sighs, internally praying her beloved hadn't gone overboard now the goal was in sight. Of course. They all had bigger things to worry about when Mihawk seemed to get bored of standing around and decided to see if he could end the war the easy way and just one-shot Whitebeard. With his target in sight he removed Yuru from his back, and swung with all his might. Clang! Oh, I like that power, Mr. Jozu, Seseizi. Chaos cackles as the slash was deflected by 3rd Division Commander, Diamond, Jozu. His Kira no Mi turning him into Diamond and allowing him to send the attack skyward. The lull in battle ended. The young pirate continues his assault, slashing any Marines who got in his way, while maneuvering around any Whitebeard pirates. Of course a turncoat maneuver like his didn't go unnoticed, especially given the warlords were front and center on the battlefield. Well. Seems he actually did show up. Thought Garp said he was the smart one, Sengoku thinks, breaking the stare down with Whitebeard to focus on the cloaked figure cutting through his men. Guess I'll be ending more than just Roger's bloodline tonight. He mutters, Ace being the only one close enough to hear him shivers as the man once more raises the den to his head. It seems the Mirror Master has come to us. You're still alive because I'd hoped you would turn out like your mother, a respectable individual, sharp as a blade and one day join our ranks in the Marines. But alas, you're tainted by your father's blood, overpowering hers and wreaking destruction wherever you pass. Being addressed directly, Chaos pauses, confused but also curious. Sengoku clearly had a point to make, otherwise there was no reason to call him out right here and now. Plus, the seagull hat wearing weirdo knew his father. May he'll get the answer Garp refused to give him. Meanwhile, several Marines also took notice, deciding Sengoku's statement meant, kill the brat. Meanwhile several things clicked into place in Hancock's mind and she really didn't like the picture it was painting. The color drained from her face and she gagged, even the thought making her feel violently ill, and she was getting no sympathy from her retainer. Noticed the fashion statements, huh? Don't go withdrawing consent now, princess. You were the one who begged for it. She laughs, eyes on the fleet admiral, wondering if he had the balls to go through with it. You were born in the New World, a small island known as Air, in secret. After all, given your mother was Vice Admiral Medusa, it couldn't be known she was with child to a pirate. I'd offer you the chance to reveal it, but I get the feeling much like this one here. You would only lie. Edward D. Chaos. Son of Whitebeard? Sengoku announces and the smile drops from Chaos' face, only hubby's cord stopping it from dropping from his limp fingers due to the shock. What? Not content with trying to execute one of my boys, you kept my flesh and blood hidden from me? Whitebeard bellows, at which point Sengoku has a tiny thought that he may have messed up somewhere along the line, so lashed out at the only other person involved in this mess. Garp, you said he knew, that Medusa told him about the child. Oh yeah, never actually thought to check, haha. Garp chuckles, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Not like I could just ring the guy up and go, hey Whitebeard, you know you got a kid, right? While we're keeping him in the East Blue, bye, or some shit like that, he says, the best defense he could come up with, and is kind of right. Meanwhile, Wano, didn't think Newgate had it in him. Always assumed he adopted all those brats cause he was sterile or something. Kaido hums. But damn, he's got quite the crazy kid there. Waro. Kanaha. Did you know about his mom? Yeah. His dad? Not a peep. Explains his strength though. Valentina hums. I want to fight him, he will be a mightly sacrifice for Jashin. Valentina slaps him, hold your horses, I'm this close to converting him. The goddess would prefer another priest than a sacrifice. Hidan sighs. You are correct. He will carry out Jashin's will perfectly. Back in Marineford. Die bastard. Whitebeard's bloodline ends with you, a captain shouts as he performs a leaping slash at the immobile teen. Shing click click, the tainted blood of a pirate, draining into the ice. He chuckles, as like a tree Chaos tilts back and falls, most of the way, huh? That looks, Hancock thinks, then bites her lip to hold in a laugh. Looking down so hard they look up, Shala grins. I like those shades, came a tired groan. Chaos' long arms almost trying to swim through the air as he pulls himself back to a standing position. Something made more difficult when he neck went on, and on, and on, culminating with a pissed-off purple-haired man with mouth full of jagged fangs. With a sickening crack his neck compressed back into his body, but his gaze never left the idiot, I've had a long and difficult week. Lots of shit to process. This. He points to the shallow cut across his face. From right lip to the inside of high on you, the prize for the final straw. There was no sound, but those with high enough observation haki could see a flicker of purple pulse from chaos. But those within a 10 feet radius of him felt it. Marines dropped to the ground unconscious, while any pirates within the radius felt a cold shiver run down their spines. All except one man frozen in fear, staring into deep violet eyes with silver vertical slitted pupils. Most would keep their eyes on his hands, especially given he doesn't exactly make him being the wielder of the Habi no Oni no Emi a secret, but in this instance it wouldn't have mattered. One step, and the man was choking on his own blood. Throat torn out before he even knew what hit him. Not that it would have mattered if he had, as a moment later his head was slammed into the ice as chaos stomped down on his head, crushing it like a ripe melon, then walked through the corpse, his eyes glaring up at Sengoku. The near silence following the pulse meant everyone finally noticed the light click with every step, drawing attention to the raptor claw-like digits his inner toes had become. This also, while not important at the time, led to a strange thought in hindsight. Chaos basically strolled through the icy Marineford barefoot without a care in the world. Medusa, you really created a monster. A conqueror and active at his age, not to mention those eyes. If we didn't know he was Newgate's, those snake eyes would lead any sane person to think he was Apophis' son, Sengoku thinks with a grimace, wondering if he'd just made things even worse for the Marines than they already were. And that folks is what you call a plot twist, or who's your daddy? And it seems it was a shock for both sides of the family, though at least Newgate can be a proud papa later. That boy of his is quite the showstopper. Conqueror's haki at his age, impressive. Alistair continues to narrate, grinning madly from the nose of the ship, while the rank and file pirates continue to carve their way through the marine defenses. Idiots, trying to take his head on, Sengoku mutters to himself, before raising the den. Artillery, focus fire on the approaching vessels, and the front of the approaching ground forces. Well, seems Whitebeard has good taste in direct subordinates, or maybe he's a better trainer than we give him credit for, Kizaru muses. It's all very interesting. Are you going to kiss ass, or actually do something? Akainu growls. Fine. The light man waves off, frowning as he doesn't like to fight family, however rarely it comes up, dispersing into light and trying his hand at doing what Mihawk failed to, end the fight by killing Whitebeard. Yasukani's sacred jewels turns out that's a bust too, as his barrage of light beams were blocked by none other than Phoenix Marco, his fires of regeneration allowing him to simply tank the hits and shield his captain. Pops is off limits, especially to thugs like you. You want an audience with the king? You gotta go through me. The blonde Zone declares, his flaming wings keeping him aloft. Oh, seems you Whitebeard pirates know how to play. I'm so scared. Kizaru grins widely. Section good thing we know how to play too section. He's on fire, he just took the Admiral's attack, and he's floating there. Ah yes, mythical zones, such interesting devil fruits, as well as the rarest of them all. Kizaru muses, impressed as he watches Marco's body heal and regenerate, the flames on everywhere but his wings going out as his body is restored. His wounds are healed, he took the attack and it didn't even hurt him. Oh it did, I still felt the attack, I just heal fast. Kizaru scoffs, don't lie to protect my pride. Marco doesn't respond, instead simply transforming form his partial to full zone form, revealing a flaming blue phoenix, with the Whitebeard insignia on its chest and animagus marks, aka discoloration around his eyes similar to a pair of glasses. Fun, and quite the pretty birdie. Let's kill it, Kizaru cackles, firing out laser blasts as the flaming bird flies straight at him, then shifts back into human form to slam a kick down on the Admiral. Oh, what a strong kick you got there, bird boy. Now who's lying flashlight? Marco snorts, before pushing back harder, sending Kizaru flying back as a light beam and exploding once he hit Marineford. Kizaru. Is he okay? Him appearing a moment later in a flash of light, completely unharmed, said it all, my mistake. Should have known it wouldn't be that easy to kill a Yonko, or you wouldn't all be here. He smirks, giving a respectful nod to Marco before turning around. Hey giant unit. Keep an eye on the skies from now on. They've got air support, even if it's just him it's a pain in the ass. He orders, the giant marines tense up, preparing for battle. Crap, here come the giants. Get them off balance, aim for their feet. Get out of my way. Jozu bellows before leaping into the air and slamming his diamond fist into the ground. Cracks radiating out through the ice from where he struck, somehow looping back around into a circle, the massive, broken hemisphere which he then proceeded to lift out of the ground. Though even he was straining from the mass of the iceberg he held before him. Try blocking this one, he declares before throwing it backwards towards the Marines and the execution platform. As expected, panic ensues from the lower-ranked Marines. Akainu, on the other hand, was not impressed and a little pissed off by the asteroid-sized chunk of ice flying toward him. HRRRR, cocky hotheads, abandoning their post like that. What if I'd done the same? There would be nobody here to do their jobs for them, he growls, standing up and moving to the edge of the platform, before in a burst of heat launches an enormous magma fist right at the iceberg. Great eruption. There was an initial moment of struggle on both sides, before the magma fist just pushes through, burning through the ice so fast it actually turned it straight to steam. At which point the eruption part of the attack became clear, as the mass explodes, raining molten rock from the sky on the advancing pirates. Geez man, talk about overkill. How do you even have ice on fire? Chaos grimaces, for the moment dodging as he wonders if there's any point breaking that out. Fuck it. Might as well try. He sighs as Habib bubbled and expands. If not for already standing on an ice sheet, he'd feel the sharp temperature drop as ice crystals formed over the jagged scales of the greatsword. Winged Seraphid. Charged slash. Son of a bitch. Chaos hisses as the blade blocks a magma ball. The ice blade flash freezing it back into rock, but the force still throwing him back several feet and leaving grooves in the ice. Yeah. Really need to work on these things. Also dodging would have probably been better, he sighs. Section, you do have a habit of overdoing it with my power, especially elemental. It's going to bite you in the ass. Except lightning. You seem to grasp that better than the other section, Habib scolds. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. He muses as Habib compresses back into something more manageable, in this case a hand scythe, as the thing seems to have an aversion to standard swords, which given her default, a variant of the khopesh, is technically an axe even if it's called a sword. He's not going to falter for, or really care, partly because he had more important shit to worry about. That's Admiral Akainu for you. That Magu Magu no Mi of his is a real showstopper, not that we're going to let him do that. Alistair cackles into his mic, ignoring the one ship that was decimated by the barrage, and focusing on the Moby, for one simple reason. These kids sure like to be flashy, don't they? Whitebeard chuckles, as he spears one of the magma balls on the end of his naginata, then casually blows on it, solidifying the mass into inert rock. Think I'll have you light the candles for my next birthday. Save Marco 5 minutes gurararara, he laughs. I'd rather provide the lighting for your funeral, Akainu chuckles, proving that while the man does technically have a sense of humor, how about it, old man? One flagship down, but we still have 3 in the demon eyes. Don't let up, artillery squad, a Marine bellows, fire. Unfortunately for the Marines, they were facing a man who could crack the air, a diamond man, a phoenix, hockey-hardened steel-tipped whips, a cane sword, mic stand, sniper bullets, blood lashes, and dragonfire. Nothing made it to the Moby or any of the remaining vessels. Don't just stand there like a bunch of pansies, get to the platform. Take out the commanders at all costs. Their subordinates will fall without them to back them up. Focusing only on heavy hitters means real threats often slip through the cracks. Henry smirks, as Crimson Talons spear a Marine in the shoulder, before draining him dry as a bone. Saiketsu, blood drain. It's been a long time since we got to cut loose. You're in a bad place to witness it. Helios muses with an unseen smile, due to the heavy respirator on her narrow, sickly face. Her twin cruel glaives cutting through anyone who gets too close as she bobs and weaves through the masses. These are pirates, my enemy. This is the real deal. This is war, Kobe thinks, but his body just can't hold up to the pressure. I can't. I'm barely standing. I can't fight this. It's pointless, Helmeppo sighs behind him. These guys would slaughter us without a second glance. I mean, you have to realize that, right? Whitebeard's a fucking Yonko. And they don't just let anyone into their crew or be considered his allies. These guys all have to be half as powerful and monstrous as him. There's nothing amateurs like us can do again. Seed to run, you got me. But there is no but, all we'd be doing is adding more blood to the battlefield. Or given I just saw a Commodore get drained like a smoothie, said blood would just be amping our enemies something fierce. Just hear me out for a minute please. You want to become an admiral, right? I'm not saying this to be cruel. Just trying to make you see there's no reason for us to die here. You got your whole life ahead of you, Kobe, big dreams, and ending up on the end of a pirate's sword isn't one of them. Helmeppo yells. Luckily not overheard in all the noise of the ongoing war zone. Thump thump thump, ah crap, what now? Chaos pauses, the sound twinging familiar fear responses, but given the smirks he sees on a few of the Whitebeard crew, the giant lumbering this way was on their side. He's finally arrived. Take out their artillery, cut a path for the other ships to get in on the action oars. The giant groans, then swung its sword, cleaving straight through the cannons like it was made of paper match. Brother Ace, he bellows, sending shivers down the Marine's spines. While the pirates almost felt invigorated, they had a demon giant on their side. That's the spirit. Show those guys we mean business, Little Oars Jr. He must be related to the continent puller, Suru theorizes. Whatever he is, he's bad news, at least twice the size of a normal giant, one of the men alongside her grimace. Kishishi. Such a beast. I never even knew Oars had a living descendant. Dibs on the corpse after the battle. Mariah shouts gleefully. You disgust me, Hancock sneers, while Shala debats gutting the Onion Man to start her Hellturn, or just leaping in. Don't you see, if I can get my hands on his corpse, the destruction of Oars caused by those Straw Hat bastards will be wiped away, by a much fresher and more intact zombie for me to command. The cage user grins. Chaos and Luffy, fought that? Hancock's eyes widen. Damn, kids don't do things by halves, Shala grins, removing a vial from her skirt and stabbing it into her neck. Little Oars, Ace gasps, Pops really did call in everyone. Ace is a nice guy, he's my friend. I won't let you hurt him, Little Oars declares, the statement punctured by another sword swing, cleaving through the blockade ships. He won't die. Giant unit, deploy. Even as a squad, the Marine Giants were much less of a presence than Oars Jr., though that might have been the fact most of them either swatted aside pirates directly in their path, or simply stepped over everyone in pursuit of their objective, Oars and Whitebeard. Time to live up to our duty, one giant Marine declares. He can't defeat us all, another shouts. He doesn't have to, Grima muses, stepping up to stand alongside Newgate. I'll admit, we didn't plan on having to face such a powerful beast, Sengoku says to Ace, who, not wanting to see his family hurt any more than they already were, was screaming for him to turn away or at least try to defend himself rather than just going headfirst into danger for his sake. Meanwhile, Oars was living up to his reputation by lifting a Marine battleship out of the ice and slamming it into the approaching giants, using both it and them as a battering ram to breach Marineford's main wall. Oars has opened a path into the base, everyone charge. Fall back, tighten defenses. Don't let them get to the plaza, one Marine orders. I want to run, but I don't know where to go, Helmeppo cries, just as a pirate leaps from the smoke, about to cut down him and Kobe when he's killed by Rear Admiral Yukimura. Kobe gasps, slayer of 1,000 men. We're at war, kid, we need actual soldiers, not whiny brats, the Rear Admiral sneers. How about you try kill me then? A voice purrs from the smoke. Yukimura lashing out with his katana. Kobe watching in confusion as Henry's arm explodes like a red balloon from the strike. All bravado. Interesting. He chuckles, unperturbed by the loss of a limb, making Helmeppo wonder, just what the hell devil fruit did this blonde psycho eat? What's that supposed to? Bang, the Marine stumbles, clutching his now bleeding gut from what Kobe guesses to be a shot from the crow's nest of one of the ships. Damn pirates. He shouts, making another swing only for it to be parried by Henry's side. Kobe watching until he has to dodge the steel tip of Azulong's whips. Don't leave him in suspense, Vice Captain. Tell him why he's already dead. She cackles, recalling the whip and coiling it around her shoulders. A Pep is such a wonderful support agent, don't you think? Observation to the max even if her armament needs work. Still, she can harden projectiles for added force, even things that shouldn't be solid, like blood. He grins at the look of confusion on two of their faces, and the realization of his opponent. My title is vampire for a reason. The Chi no Mi allows me to turn my body into blood, its own type by the way, as I no longer have my original one. I can do a lot of other things with it, but the most important one is recall my blood to me when it's within a certain distance, along with any blood it's contaminated, hence a Pep's blood bullets, my blood bullets. Goodbye, Rear Admiral who gives a fuck. The blonde gives a fanged grin and raises his bloodly stump. Recall blood erupts from every orifice, then moves as if a living entity towards the demon eye pirate, regenerating the arm and then adding to his muscle mass as well as a slight red tint to his skin. The desiccated corpse dropping to the ice and crumbling to dust. He then turns his crimson gaze to Helmeppo and Kobe. Run, he hisses as the two charge forward, leaving the two Marines with what was left of their superior. See what I mean, monsters, all of them, Helmeppo cries. Elsewhere, I've never had to crane my neck to look at anyone before. Me neither, feels weird, out of my way. Ace is my friend and he needs my help, Oars Jr. orders as he continues to thud his way through the ice floe. Don't try to stop me. I don't take orders from you, one giant shouts, honestly kind of childishly before charging head first into the fight. Their swords clash until Oars shatters the smaller giant's blade. His expression a mix of boredom and mild annoyance, cutting him down in a single blow once he no longer had a sword with block width. No, Vice Admiral Lecroy, weak, puny Marines. Get out of the way. Whitebeard sighs tiredly. That Oars, stubborn as he always was. Getting yourself killed doesn't make you brave, he shouts at the big yellow idiot. You can't stop me, Pops. I'm not going to stop until I'm done. Not until Ace is safe with us again. Oars shouts back, I wanna save my bro. I wanna do it now, so he doesn't hurt no more. I know the feeling, Whitebeard mutters to himself, then bellows, everyone listen up. Help the big guy. Let's get to that platform. Cover Oars. You got it, Pops. We'll help big bro Oars. Let's get Ace out of here. Not that he needed much help at the moment. He was almost casually tossing aside the giant Marines, and not even thinking about the regular ones who scrambled underfoot like ants to him. Oars is one hell of a distraction. Charge! One pirate shouts, firing up at the warlords, meaning unfortunately Hancock had to respond. Slave arrow, geez girl, when did you become op? That's like 20 guys with one attack. Shala laughs, the formula coursing through her blackened veins. Shit, they've turned to stone. Guess that makes her the pirate empress. One survivor thinks aloud. Hancock doesn't acknowledge the statement, instead turning him to stone using a kick, which cracked and crumbled. Perfume femur, she then bounced from person to person, turning body parts to crumbling stone regardless of who they were. You psycho, why are attacking the Marines? Simple really, Hancock grins after leaping onto Shalin's head. I agreed to assist in this pointless endeavor to fight Whitebeard. I never said anything about no collateral damage. Allies or enemies, all men, but one, are equally worthless in my eyes. Oh, now it's a party. Shala grins, her Reichs as it morphs into a pincer, while she retrieves the dagger from her cloak. Skaro, Tealinkali formation, she commands. Her familiar cackles mentally as she leaps from the platform, and a scorpion centaur-like creature lands, clicking mouthparts and pincers sprouting from the hips of its human half. Who wants to die tonight? Shasasha. Can it be? Yes, I think it is. Scorpion Shala herself. Oh, I never thought the day would come. Former division head of the Beast Pirates, let me be the first to welcome you back. Alistair laughs from his platform, loving the twists and turns already unfolding in this battle. Meanwhile with Oars Jr., the fact he was quite literally walking through all opposition was starting to piss off the giants, as they really didn't like being the ones that were effortlessly tossed aside. They were supposed to be the ones doing that, damn it. Kishishi, yes, that's it, come to daddy, Mariah coos, before being shoved aside by Kuma. Hey, what's the big idea? The cyborg remained silent, before lifting his arms and a sound comparable to an air raid siren started to be heard across Marineford. Oh shit, Mariah grimaces, moving away from the oncoming shockwaves. Doflamingo, Mahawk and Hancock look on curiously. Shala scuttling away much like the Shadow Man, only impaling any Marine that gets in her way in the process. Eventually the bubble becomes visible, much larger than the one he'd unleashed on Thriller Bark, which would make any Straw Hats who saw that visibly ill, such as Chaos losing that little color remained in his face. before once more compressing it down to something that would fit in his large hands. Prepare yourself for the Ursa's shock BOOM. Fuck, we got off lightly on thriller bark, given I'm not sure Kuma can miss with that fruit. Chaos thinks fearfully, after watching the larger shock go off inside Oars, meaning the demon giant was right in the epicenter of the explosion, shortly followed by the force throwing everyone in a reasonable distance from him going upwards and outwards. Stop! Ace screams once the pressure dies down. Oars, you need to stop, they won't let you reach me. Oars pants, dropping to his hands and knees, the most damage anyone had seen him take in a long time, and he seemed to be considering Ace's demand, until his eyes caught the Casa hat Ace had made him after a trip to Wano, just because he was concerned the giant was too hot being out in the sun all day, because Ace was trying to help his brother, even when said brother was a lot older and a 60 meters tall giant. His fists clench and he pulls his battered body off the ice, determined that even if he can't save Ace, he was going to make it easier for the others to get to him by getting as close as he possibly can. Artillery, focus fire on Oars, bang bang bang. Oars, you need to fall back. You're in no condition to fight, you're just too big a target as you are now. I can't reach him, Oars thinks sadly, knowing he was on the way out, he wasn't surviving this war, but I can at least make it easier on the others. But killing one of the warlord's determination and adrenaline fills him as he moves forward, slamming his fist down on Doflamingo, or at least that was in intent as the flamingo managed to dodge and fly away, somehow. Why'd you stop? Ace is right over there. The feather boa wearing blonde taunts, using his devil fruit to slice off Oar's leg, sending the giant falling like a felled tree. Now that was fun, he laughs. Bad luck, Oar's Shala grimaces. You probably could have killed Moria with that attack if you'd aimed for the fat bastard. But he wasn't out just yet. If he could no longer walk, then Oars would crawl if he had to. Smashing through the barricade, he was the first Whitebeard alley to enter the plaza, his only thoughts now being, just a little further, just a little more, Ace is right there. That flamingo bastard, he knew I'd claimed the body. You don't get to mutilate another man's marionette. Moria pitches a fit, before deciding to actually do something. That something. Be impale Oars through the chest with a shadow blade. Doppelman, spiky shadow lizard, Oars. I made it, Ace. I'm here to rescue you. Those being his last words. His hand, the equivalent of inches for the giant away from his goal, was truly heartbreaking. Kishishi, that's how you do it. That's some damn good murder. Mariah laughs. Proud he got his new zombie. Now he just needed a shadow to puppet it with. Oars no, his crew shout in despair, while Ace continues to cry. He wasn't worth all this death. Oars could have survived if he'd just stayed away. The only good thing to come from the assault was a corpse that huge made a lot of collateral damage when it hit the ground. Kishishi, I'll have to reattach that foot of his, but that's a small price to pay for another giant zombie. Kishishi. Mariah continues to cackle, clearly not able to read the room. Nothing could have stopped him. Pity he came so close only to fall at the last hurdle, and Demora of all fucking people, Grima scowls. Oh Oars, Newgate thinks, his face a thunderous scowl. Don't drop your guard, Whitebeard. A helmeted giant with an axe bellows as he leaps at the Yonko, swinging his weapon with intent to cleave him in half, only for Whitebeard to swing his arm and stop it dead with a quake strike, the entire weapon shattering with a clench of his fist. I didn't, he growls before grabbing the giant by the head and slamming it onto the deck before unleashing his power. A quake bubble enveloping his head, shattering the helmet and at the very least knocking out, but more likely killing the giant marine, then tossing his limp body off his ship like a massive sack of garbage. For justice, the lone marine giantess shouts as she drops her sword down on her target, only for it to be stopped barehearted. That really what you want your last words to be? Grima scoffs, keeping the giant sword locked in place with her left hand. Fine by me. It's quite literally your funeral, she says with a click of her tongue as she reached for her own blade, drawing it from its sheath with her right hand and unleashing the almost miasma of a dark aura in the process. No way, she has the Yato, but Vice Admiral, Toshigi gasps, only to be interrupted by Lucina. She does, but like Falchi and the Yato are twin blades. Mother wields the Alpha, Grima the Omega, though it seems the corruption caused by her use of it for evil deeds has caused it to become the Grim Yato instead. Luckily that means she can't access its full power, such as the divine flames of retribution. The older Bluenet explains. Then all eyes widen as the blade erupts in black-purple flames. Fellblaze slash with a single swing. The giant was split vertically, the halves consumed by the cursed flames in minutes, leaving nothing but ash. Shit, the legends were true, Smoker grunts. About Grima's devil fruit? Lucina asks, getting nods from both marines. Yes, she, ironically, ate the Drago no mi. Model Grima, also known as the Fell Dragon. A dark beast capable of destroying entire islands according to the mythology. She was one of the Demon Eye's big three, alongside Apophis himself and Cypher. Shit, and she's still alive. She's about as easy to kill as Kaido, but feel free to try Toshigi. Smoker sighs. Focus fire on the lower-ranked pirates. Leave monster-class threats like Grima and Whitebeard to the admirals. Yes, sir. My son, Whitebeard scowls, his mood darkening the longer he looks at Or's corpse. These bastards killed his boy, and plan to kill another by day's end, something he won't allow to happen. Ors has given his life for this mission. Don't let his death be in vain. Climb his body, and charge. He bellows, the pirates all feeling the rush from his words as the leaps forward. Ors will be avenged just as much as Ace will be saved. This is beautiful, Doflamingo chuckles to himself as he watched the carnage unfold around him. Doflamingo. The man turns his gaze to whoever was dumb enough to call him out. You're going to pay for what you did to Ors, and that debt. The man shouts but pauses when Daffy continues to chuckle. What are you laughing at, you freak? The bigger question is, why aren't you laughing? We're standing on the fulcrum of history. The future and past will be written here, Daffy declares, playfully dodging the pirates' attacks, before with a simple gesture causing him to lock up rather painfully. Everything okay, Water Buffalo, Atlas? You seem to have gone a little stiff, Daffy taunts, the blade only inches from his face. What did you do? I can't control my body, Atlas chokes. Stay away. He shouts to his men, but they charge forward, and are cut down by their captain himself. He's got control of my body. You all need to stay back, Doflamingo, you bastard. The flamingo just laughs. Pirates are evil. The Navy is just. But that's only true because history tells him so. Children who have never known peace have different values to children who've never known war. The one who wins is the one who gets to rewrite the meaning of words like right and wrong. They will decide the future, and how the past will be written. Will justice prevail? Well, of course it will. What justice is, will be decided by the victor. We need more openings for the men. Someone put some more holes in that wall. I got this. The tone came with a smirk, as the captain ordered her ship to charge headfirst into the wall. Though with said ship being an ice cutter, it broke through without a scratch. I've cut through glaciers tougher than that wall. Whitey Bay scoffs. Let's go. Everyone charge the scaffolding. They're broken into the bay, sir, from two different sections. A marine relays to Sengoku. There's nothing stopping Whitebeard's allies flooding the bay with their forces. What should we do, sir? Don't worry about it, Sengoku responds, surprising the man. We're ready. Time to put the plan into action, he says, as he once again raises his den. About damn time. Suru sighs on the other end, put out a call to all ships and soldiers. Whitebeard looks from Sengoku's passive expression to Alistair's clenched jaw and twitching ears. So you do have a plan. You always were resourceful, Buddha Sengoku. Unable to keep away any longer, Garp makes the slow climb up the steps of the scaffolding, finally stopping to the direct right of his eldest grandson. Blood or not, Ace was his boy. Fuck what anyone else has to say about it. Old man? Ace gasps, shocked that Garp would actually be here. Why are you here, Garp? Not having second thoughts, are we? Sengoku asks, his face a mask of calm. No, they chose to be pirates. They brought all this on themselves, the Vice Admiral states flatly. In that case, shut up, Garp snaps, interrupting the Fleet Admiral. I don't want to talk. I just want to sit here. He sighs and drops to the ground, sitting beside Ace and looking just as old as he was for the first time in a long while, just sitting there letting him mind wander to back when Ace, Luffy and Chaos were just dumb kids he could make into Marines. I'm not old man, I'm grandpa. Do I have to beat my love into you with another punch? You never know when a battle will happen, so eat while you can, and eat a lot. Every Navy soldier should live by these rules. Grandpa, what do you know about devil fruits? I'm gonna be a pirate just like Ace. Don't hit Luffy, he's just an idiot like you, yay old coot. Even if Luffy joins the Navy, he won't take orders and he'll eat every ship he's on out of rations in under a week. Probably be less of a nuisance as a pirate than gahahaha? Honestly Gramps, it's probably safer for me to work out on the open ocean and keep Luffy alive, than work in some government lab. Least you'll hear if I get killed sooner Sessazy. Smartass, you're all gonna be brilliant Marines, paragons of justice. Pirates for all. I have no sympathy in me for criminals, but family, that's something else entirely. Garp finally speaks, and even though he didn't look, he could tell he had Ace's attention. Now, what am I supposed to do? Ace, you stupid brat. Why couldn't you have done what I asked just once? The man starts to cry. Can't you see? I just wanted you to live. All of my grandsons? He sniffles, while Ace is nearly biting through his lip with the emotions stirring inside. Old man, he whispers, feeling sympathy for the position he and his brothers had put him in. If you're feeling doubt over what must be done, I'm afraid I can't even take pity on you, Garp. Sengoku sneers. If I had doubts, I'd have done something already, Garp responds flatly, and both of the men beside him knew that was true. Garp wasn't a subtle man. He would have just punched his way through the blockade to free Ace with as much ferocity as the Whitebeard pirates if he was truly against this act. Guys, something's falling from the sky. It's really one thing after another today. Do the Whitebeards have air support? No, it's definitely falling, not flying. You sure know how to an entrance, Lou. Chaos smirks, feeling the familiar devil fruit energy plummeting towards them, though his eyebrows rise when he feels a few other memorable signatures. You've really been busy, Sessazy. You just had to overdo it, didn't you? This is because of that damn death wink? Oh, so this is my fault? Oh, I've missed this. Impel Down wasn't nearly this fun, though Jormungandr is still best XD. Who cares whose fault it is? It's all frozen down there. We're all gonna die. Oh wait, I'm rubber, I'll be fine, laughing face. Luffy, Garp and Ace shout in shock, while most people are just silently processing what was coming towards them. Ace, I've come to save you, Luffy screams as his group gets closer and closer to the ground. Reinforcements have arrived. The battleship hits it with an almighty crash, throwing clouds of debris and ice as it settles, obscuring the view for most, but also giving those watching from afar one hell of a show. Holy crap, how are we still alive? We hit water, but how? Hey guys, that ship landed right where Jozu ripped that massive slab of ice out of the ground earlier. Weird that. Think it's a surprise attack? A Whitebeard pirate asks. Nah, these men don't look like Marines, nor do they even look like this was planned, the previous speaker argues. Can't tell you how happy I am you pulled through for us like that. Either hitting the ice, or landing in the water would have been killer for all of us. Eva chuckles from his spot on the deck. Negate impact is honestly one of the more fun things I've done with my fruit that is also non-destructive, Cypher chuckles, watching the others recover from the fall. It was weird, like my body was ready to spring back up, only for there to be no first shock. Luffy hums, then clicks back into focus. Right, gotta save Ace. Worry about new mystery powers later. He shouts, running to the edge of the deck. Shit, should have realized how crowded an actual war zone would be. Ace, Chaos, where are you? Straw Boy. Locating Ace is actually the easy part. He's over there on the platform. They'd want him in plain view for all to see as the WG and Rogers bloodline after all, Eva states, causing Luffy to turn on his heel, barrel through some of the Marines who had attempted to board the broken battleship, and scramble to the other side of the ship. As for Mirror Boy, haven't the foggiest. In a battle of titans like this he doesn't exactly stand out. The new Queen sighs. You looking for Whitebeard's boy? Alistair asks through the den, shocking those within earshot. Whitebeard's got a kid. Like a real kid? That lanky bastard's Whitebeard's son? Well, shit, Golden Week just became a Yonko's granddaughter. Kifififi. Oh, it seems you didn't get the memo. Sengoku confirmed it not long after revealing Ace as Roger's only child too. What a day it's been. Newgate's pissed they kept his son from him. Luckily Greem is keeping him from just rampaging through everything like a drunken dragon duck. Grima has always been the one holding a god tier being still long enough to engage their brain. Nice to see Apophis dying didn't change that. The snail froze, then shut down, causing everyone to turn to Cypher, who shrugs. Moby, Grima, Newgate, you'll never guess who Straw Hat brought to the battlefield. Alistair relays through a baby den. If it's Ivankov we know, the man's purple afro and massive head are quite distinct and noticeable. Whitebeard hums. I think I saw a blue smudge, that could have been Jinbei, is that it? Grima asks with a shrug. No, well yes he brought those too, but also he brought Cypher. Well shit, now it's a party, kufufufufu, Grima laughs, glad to hear one of their original crewmates was out and about again. Also, it turns out Newgate has a granddaughter through Chaos, which is pretty cool, impressive too. What, back on the marine ship, Achi, I'm here. Oh god no, Chaos was bad enough, but Luffy. Damn it you rubber-brained idiot, Luffy. Luffy grins widely, finally found you. Now to get to the rescuing part. He thinks aloud as more of his companions gather around him. Shit, is that Crocodile? A marine asks as the hook-handed man sneers from behind Luffy. Not just him, all those guys up there, including Straw Hat, are big names and big trouble, another gasps. It's a regular who's who on both sides. Eva laughs as he scans the battlefield. Hey Ace, sit tight, cause we're gonna get you out of here, Luffy declares, getting cheers of agreement or simply enthusiasm from the escapees of Impelled Down as they prepare to disembark and fight like hell. Garp. Your family's messing things up again. Sengoku bellows, 3 for 3. This really is going to be a long day. Luffy no, Garp cries, for once agreeing with Ace that his grandson should be basically anywhere but here right now. Straw Hat Luffy's arrived and he's brought along some pretty fierce company. Former warlords Crocodile and Jinbei, the revolutionary Ivankov, Grand Manipulator Cypher, and a whole host of big-name thugs and pirates. He must have emptied the cells of Impelled Down for his army. Straw Hat's causing a ruckus again. I should probably have expected this, Mihawk muses, remembering the stories Shanks had told him about Anchor, as well as a passing knowledge of what the boy and his crew have been getting up to since leaving Barati. Straw Hat. Mariah bellows, you don't get to ruin my plans again, you hear me? Took your time little one, the battle's already underway, but better late than never, Shala chuckles. Scuttling across the ice in her fusion form, Scaro's claws pinning down marines as she carves them up with Medusa's dagger. Holy crap, Helmeppo get over here, Kobe shouts, oh please tell me it's not another big surprise. Straw Hat, how did he get here? No idea, but that means, he managed to break out of Impelled Down. How strong is this guy? It just defies all logic and reason. Idiot siblings, can't do anything about them can you? Chaos winks as he sidesteps Lucina's sword swing. The crunch from his kick a moment earlier meaning she was forced to use her weaker arm to fight him. I will eviscerate you, then deal with Straw Hat, Lucina scowls, nicking the reflect serpent just below his left ribs. But given Falchion's seastone edge she might as well have been using a branding iron with how it felt on Chaos' end, then having to block his return strike with his double blade's glaive batting it away and leaping back as the second blade swung around. Of all things, you had the gall to ally yourself with Straw Hat Luffy, Sengoku sneers then shouts to Jinbei. After all we've done for you, this is how you repay us. Yes it is. Consider this my resignation. I am here as an ally of Whitebeard and Straw Hat in their joint efforts to rescue Fire Fist Ace, Jinbei declares. Quite strange, all these groups joining up against us, Garp hums, getting Sengoku and Ace's attention, prisoners, a revolutionary commander, 2 former warlords, a demon eye commander, those gaudy-looking fellows over there. I highly doubt they're all here for the same reason, they're just too different for that to make any sense. Almost as if to prove Garp correct, the moment he caught sight of Whitebeard, Crocodile was off the ship aiming to sink his hook into the old man's skull. Long time no see, old man, still the same hotshot rookie, Nim. Whitebeard grunts, though before he or Grima could do anything, Crocodile's hook is redirected by a kick from an already in gear second Luffy. Crocodile scowls as he leaps back, noticing a moment later that Luffy was dripping wet. Seems the boy's not as dumb as he often appears. He remembered our last encounters. That complicates things. You know there's only one reason I agreed to come here, kid. You want to save your brother so badly, then stay out of my way. I'm killing Whitebeard and there's not a thing you can do to stop me. So the old guy's Whitebeard, thanks for confirming the suspicion. Now, stay away from him. He's Ace's captain, so I'm not going to let you hurt him. Seems it does run in the family, Marco chuckles, having been close enough to hear Luffy's statements. Don't let him get close to Pops, several Whitebeard pirates shout as they block the Sandman from the Yonko, who turns to actually look at the no longer steaming rubber boy. Hey kid, that straw hat. It looks just like the one red-haired Shanks used to wear. Luffy blinks. How do you know Shanks? But, yeah, this is his hat. He left it to me when we last met, he replies. You came here to rescue your big brother, yup. Do you even have the slightest idea who our forces are up against? Nope, but Chaos might. I'll ask him if I run into him between now and saving Ace. Oh, I like this one already, Newgate. Can we keep him? Grima laughs, Straw Hag, to keep things exciting for decades to come. Provided he survives this battle, of course. There's that too, you're my boy's captain, correct? Luffy pauses. Wait, you're Chaos Dad? I'm still processing the news, but yes. Awesome. See, that gives me more reason to help. I don't just ignore my family. You're the dad to two of my brothers. So I have to help now, she. Luffy grins widely until Whitebeard gets annoyed and slams Murakumogiri onto the deck. You stupid punk, a squirt like you will be simply annihilated out there, the Tremor Man states bluntly, letting it hang for a moment. Luffy's head droops almost like he's just realized how deep he's gotten himself in. Shut up, or not, you don't know. You don't even know me, Luffy shouts right back angrily, jaws dropping as they watch this rookie pirate backtalk to the strongest man alive. I know what you're up to. You want to be the king, huh? Well, first you gotta go through me. Got it? He declares in an echoing shout, shocking everyone within earshot. Luffy, Chaos groans, facepalming as even those with more Luffy experience, Smoker, Tashigi, Lucina, jolted to a halt as they heard the boy's declaration. After a couple of minutes of silence and death glaring at each other, as well as a couple of rotations of his weapon to see if he could get the boy to back down or at least flinch, Whitebeard slams it down again, and laughs, cheeky little punk gurararara. Don't come crying to me if you get some boo-boos, kid. Yeah right, at least I'm not old and creaking like you. I'm gonna be the one to rescue Ace, Luffy shouts, getting into his gear second stance. He's competing with Whitebeard, gororororo, oh I love it, such revelry of damnation. Better keep on your toes, Newgate, of the next generation, we'll pit you to the post, Grima laughs, mostly because she could see the glint in his eyes. He wanted to see how strong Ace and Chaos' little brother was firsthand, not just hear stories or read about him in the papers. This kid's really got a few screws loose. Who the hell breaks out of the most secure prison, then runs straight to Navy headquarters? Helmeppo thinks aloud. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen someone do. How is that boy still alive? It's just how Luffy is. You may think it's dumb, but it's not. Kobe defends. He's here for his brother, nothing else matters. Luffy pauses and turns to Whitebeard. Hey old man. I heard something on the Navy ship that might concern you. They're moving Ace's execution up. Probably because you guys actually showed up and managed to get this close. Whitebeard nods. Seems reasonable. Throwing out the schedule and moving up Ace's execution time is the logical move. Hey Alistair, how come we didn't already know this? She asks into the baby den, her voice a sickly sweet. Fucking white snails. I can't wiretap with them blocking the signal and I need to get my hand on a Navy snail to bypass it. The deer mink answers with an irritated groan. White den mushi were honestly the bane of his existence, even if their abilities did help him from time to time. The only thing is they're setting something up first, probably something big to delay or even just distract you, giving them time to kill Ace. Luffy adds. They weren't specific, meaning it was probably already known to who was being told, and this was just the order to go to plan fucked, or something like that. Luffy adds, I think you want to rescue Ace as bad as I do, otherwise I'd have just gone off without telling you. Whitebeard sighs, then, I guess it's lucky I ran into you, thanks for the intel, kid. No problem, Luffy nods, both now standing stoically, looking over the battlefield to where Ace still knelt, before leaping off the deck of the Moby into the battlefield. That dumbass, well at least we know it's still Straw Hat after all that weird shit a minute ago. Buggy sighs. then gets shoved aside by Bentham leaping into the fray after his friend. Though he was just the first as the mass exodus occurs, Straw Hat's little army was unleashed upon Marineford. Gum Gum Bazooka. Get out of my way. Kid's got some balls, and he's clearly Ace's brother. Jozu laughs. 3rd Division, follow Straw Hat, support and push forward, now. 13th Division, advance on the barrier. Wars made headway, so capitalize on it. Kaboom! Shit. Why'd it have to be that one? Did you really think it would be that easy? Kizaru chuckles, his shades hiding a kaleidoscope of energy shimmering in his eyes. Pretty confident for a bunch of nobodies. Hey, you're that bastard from Sabodi, Luffy shouts, not breaking stride as he charges headfirst for the Yellow Admiral. Yes, and you're the punk the Celestial Dragons wanted taken care of, even if it bends one of their own rules, but when has that stopped them? Kizaru muses, raising his leg and charging a beam, which probably would have taken out Luffy, had the boy not been shot out of the blast radius by one of Eva's death winks. You still alive, Straw Boy? Yeah, thanks Eva. See ya? Luffy grins and continues running. See ya? Don't you realize I'm only here to save your stupid rubber keister? Eva rants, only to get blindsided by Kuma firing mouth lasers at him. Ah crap, seriously Kuma, after all these years as friends, now you fire lasers at me. Where did you even get those? Luffy continues his charge until he has to dodge 2 flying chakram blades, as well as some pink-haired guy trying to punch him, clearly not getting the memo that rubber is immune to blunt force damage, but oh well. You thought things were plain sailing, Straw Hat, Pinky chuckles. Shame you ran into us, we're cutting this reunion short, Django says, catching his returning chakram like boomerangs. Luffy pauses, blinks, and tilts his head. Do I know you weirdos? Are you kidding me? I'm full body. I've been waiting since all the way back in Baratie to get my revenge on you little shit. Full body scowls and clenches his fist. Oh, you're that Marine who Sanji kicked the crap out of, Luffy says, clicking his fingers, causing full body to tense up in anger. Please tell me you remember this chakram, Straw Boy. Yup, you're the hypnotist guy who tried to help shitty Butler attack Usopp in Kaya's village. Luffy nods. What are you doing all the way out here? Django smirks. I joined the Marines to hone my skills and I've finally mastered the art of hypnotism. Meaning he remembers to close his eyes now? It's twice as effective wielding 2 chakrams. He states, swinging 2 of the blades rings like clock pendulums. Yeah, that seems kind of obvious in hindsight, Luffy mutters, worried about what the hypno guy was going to do now. When I say 1, 2, Django, you'll fall into a deep sleep. Django states more than anything else as he swings the chakrams, just as an explosion distracts the Straw Boy. 1, 2, Django, Z's it worked. Just not on Luffy, but on Django and Full Body, to the embarrassment and annoyance of Captain Hina. Fucking idiots, but they're loyal and at least they tried rather than just shit themselves with all these high-rank enemies around us. But either way it all ends here for you, Straw Hat. Hina sighs as she takes a drag of her cigarette. Wait, I know you. You're the cage lady from Alabasta who took out Bon. Geez, I don't have time for these callbacks, I need to rescue Ace. Luffy groans. Well, too bad, nothing escapes my kimono sleeve cage. Hina shouts, shoulder-high cage bars shooting out of her sleeves and encircling Luffy. Any who try get through me will be ensnared by the bars of my black cage. Yeah, I really don't have time for this, Luffy groans as he bends the knee. Meanwhile, Hina starts to close the gap. Gear second only for her to miss and Luffy shoots over her head faster than she could blink. Meaning all she caught were her own subordinates. Too fast, couldn't follow. Hina failed. She sighs dejectedly, giving Luffy time to put a fair bit of distance between them. You know, I'm getting real tired of you standing in my way, as well as that damn sea stone. Chaos groans, swinging his arm back and dinged different as Lucina wasn't budging from normal attacks. Hubby swells and expands, forming a cannibal befitting Chaos height, then swings erratically, assisted by the almost bonelessness Hubby eaters gain from their devil fruit transformations, landing several body blows and pushing the Marine back a fair distance. Hubby Bagua waiting room. Seems Sengoku's announcement paid off. With a move like that, people might start to wonder if he has another one loose in the sea. Maha muses. One child of the beast free roaming is enough. Though him being Whitebeard's son isn't much better, Maha scowls under his mask. It matters not, Fred says, shutting the two up. The boy is strong, but won't live long enough to reach the potential of his parents. He may surprise you, Tsutoyomi chuckles. Snakes are known to be tricky to pin down, and this one has plenty of reasons to keep living. Marineford, either your tits protected you, or my aim is just shit. He muses with a click of his tongue as Lucina, while pissed, just rushes straight for him. No more games. Sol Luna Ether. The Marine unleashes a flurry of slashes, the wounds steaming as Cow's reflect armor attempts to knit itself and him back together. It seems the anger we feel has become mutual, though I'm unsure why. The brunette wonders aloud. I've done nothing to make you hate me any more than you already should. What's changed? Chaos wheezes and coughs a little blood. It's nothing personal, princess. I just feel overwhelming disgust when I look you in the eye, like I want to tear it out. He scowls, hubby already reverting into its Kopesh form. Icicle Crash. Both leap back as javelin-sized chunks of ice rain down, forming a dividing wall between them, turning their heads in the direction it came from. They found none other than Whitey Bay floating down to their level. Get moving, sweetie. I'll handle this one, you focus on Ace. The captain orders, clapping her hands together, and with a blue flash forms a weapon made of glacial blue ice, specifically a Frost Naginata. Care to dance, girl? Whitey taunts, swinging the polearm with the speed and grace that shows an in-depth knowledge of the weapon and combat style. I'll deal with Mirror Master later then, Lucina sneers, while the young pirate sighs and takes the opening, though not before a little parting gift. Rankyaku. Wanjetsu, Crescent. Gotta get to Ace, or Luffy, then Ace. Either way, need to move faster, Chaos thinks as he runs. Then with a yelp and a near stumble spins and avoids a wind blade across the chest. Traitor. Oh, for fuck's sake, is there a sign on my back or something? Chaos groans, blocking Mabel's sword with hubby. The rear admiral clearly pissed off. I do appreciate you coming from the front, not the back though, much more respectful. He taunts, knowing her story, at least a little, but wanting to drive a knife in any way. He can't beat her at her best, so anything he can do to put her off her game is a bonus. You don't deserve a true battle. Mabel hisses, leaping back and with a few horizontal swings that looked vaguely familiar to the researcher. Her hand turned an oily black and energy flowed up her blade, sparks flying from the tip before she rushes forward. Trigram Hellblaze Gogyo Fuin. Both fighters were stunned when Cypher drops in, catching the blade and disrupting the hockey in it, rendering it inert. You guys keep interrupting my fights, I'm going to get concerned. Thanks though, Chaos says with a half smile. We're allowed to have secondary goals. You being alive by the end of this is one of them, according to Alistair. Straight from the big guy himself. Cypher replies with a smirk of his own. Now, Mabel darling, how about letting the kid leave and finish what we started 20 years ago? No tricks, no dagger in the eye, just a real, honest brawl. Iron glass. He offers, ensign the statement by shattering her sword with his bare hands and throwing away his cane sword. You may want to run away, no kid. This is going to get messy. He winks before clapping his hands together and a golden pyramid eclipses both fighters. Cage of Demise. I'm asking about that devil fruit when this is over because even my brain is screaming. Chaos thinks aloud, before running again, stopped once more by a guy in a turban and his lower face hidden by a cloth. You seem familiar to me. As you do to me. Seems you managed to survive a Nice lobby, Mirror Master. Shu sneers, though it was only implied due to the cover. Chaos snaps his fingers. Right, that guy. He nods, and kicks him in the head. Yeah, not taking a chance with you, Rusty. Especially not with hubby on the line. Cool fruit though, I'll be sure to collect it if you die. But I have bigger things to worry about, so see ya. For fuck's sake, you again. Luffy shouts, seeing Mariah right in front of him and pulling zombies out of the ground to capture him. Now's a bad time, onion bastard. So pack it in. He leaps over a few zombies but gets smacked back by some of the stronger patchworks, though at least the ones who had guns were basically giving him ammo to send back at them. At least distracting them for a moment to try get around them. Bring him to me alive. I need his shadow for my new wars, Mariah bellows, clearly only one thing on his mind, making a new giant zombie. Luffy, damn you idiot, Ace tears up, before beginning to shout, Luffy stay back, causing a momentary lull in the battle. What the hell do you think you're doing? You only became a pirate because I wanted you. You went out to sea because you were following me. But I've got my own damn life without you. I've already got enough of my own friends. Ace, you self-sacrificing idiot, you get it. I want you to stay the hell away from me. You really think you can save me? A scrawny wimp of a crybaby like you, huh? That'd be laughable if it wasn't so pathetic. Go home, Luffy. I didn't ask for you to come save me. Please, Luffy, just go. I can't let you die here with me. You're worth so much more. Ace, Luffy finally responds, you're my brother, I can't lose another one. We can't lose you, Ace. Did he say they're brothers? So he's also Roger's son? No, both Ace's parents were dead long before Straw Hat was born. I don't give a damn what you want, I'm here to save you, because that was my decision. You stubborn bastard. Now my zombies. Capture the rubber idiot Kishishishi. Mariah orders while Straw Hat was distracted. Tick 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 tick. What's that? A sign you should stand back. Straw Hat's got the right idea running that way. Azulong laughs as she pulls a zombie out of the boy's way with her whips. I think the filter's clogged, love. Gonna change it or unload all that gunk. Ha, ha. Helios wheezes, a pale, dainty hand rises to her covered face. And a scaled claw crushed the rebreather, revealing a shifting face more closely resembling a viperfish than anything else. Respira, a thick cloud is expelled from the mouth, and given the screams, Luffy was very glad to be outside of its range. What the hell is that? Mariah shrieks, that is the miasma of the Drago no Mi. Valhazak. It's a virulent concoction that eats through flesh in minutes. Speaking of, gonna show the sellout what he's won. Azulong laughs. I think he's going to be mad. Hazazazaz, Zelina, assist, Helios hisses, a redhead zipping over in a whirlwind sprint. Oh, I do find this a fun one, breath of Tartarus. No, stop, what are you doing? Not my zombie, Mariah cries as the cloud was absorbed into a green-tinged twister, and sent straight at Or's corpse. The body begins to rot, decay right before their very eyes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, grr, zombies, gut the bitch, Mariah screams, only for the nearest ones to be bowled over by a wave, the seawater causing them to eject their shadows and fall like broken puppets. These zombies are made using devil fruit powers, meaning they share their weakness for seawater. Jinbei explains, catching up to Luffy. I'll handle zombie boy, you save Ace. Thanks, Jinbei. Luffy grins and rushes forward, only for his path to be blocked by Onant Marines. Crap. Don't dismiss the boy out of hand. He's a true threat in the making. He was raised alongside Fire Fist and Mirror Master as stepbrothers, and if that's not bad enough, he's the biological son of the Revolutionary Dragon. Sengoku announces, spilling the beans off all three of Garp's boys today. Well shit, but at least what happened in Logatown finally makes sense, Smoker mutters. Roger, Whitebeard, and Dragon's kids all in one place. Better kill them all now before they get even close to their father's level infamy. CP0, see what I mean? Things just keep piling up, and it's not even two. Kifififi, Tsukuyomi cackles, even as a tear runs down the inside of her mask. Marineford Garp sighs tiredly. Doesn't matter in the long run. Especially not when he's already a notorious pirate in his own right. You three are damn fools. You know that, Ace. This could have all been prevented if you just listened to me and become Marines. Gear 3rd. Gum Gum Giant Rifle. Hey, Ace. Say whatever asshole things you want. We're still here to save you. Luffy yells as he takes down the giant. Because you being alive to hate us is a price we're fine paying, if it means you're still alive. Chaos adds, having finally caught up to the rubber dumbass. The kid speaks for all of us, Ace. We're your family too, we're not going to just let you die. Gurarara. Marco, make sure the rubber boy doesn't die, he's a good kid with a bright future. You got it, Pops. Marco nods, and I think you're right, he's already making waves in this sea. Kid toppled a giant with one punch, no wonder he thought he could talk to Whitebeard like that. And can take on the entire Marine contingent. That boy doesn't do things by halves. Straw Hat is making this quite a fun event, for those of here and those still watching at Hope. Alistair relays with a laugh. Well, I think you might have gotten their attention, Luffy. You have a plan for this next part? Chaos asks, seeing that they were all surrounded. Go forward, rescue Ace, Luffy states, being as blunt and straightforward as usual. Yeah, kind of saw that one coming. Do not let Straw Haze Group advance. Under any circumstances, Sengoku orders, hold them off and put those rookies in the ground, you hear me? You heard him, men, make it hurt, one Marine yells, starting the charge. Bazooka unit fire at Whitebeard. Now, another orders, but the Yonko smirks before sending a quake through his weapon, detonating their explosives early and sending the Marines flying. I can do this all day, but I'm on a schedule, so move it. Luffy growls as he rebounds another mace to the gut, then ducks as the advancing swordsmen were tangled up in razor wire, then shredded to mulch. Trap tricks. Game over. These guys really have no idea who they're messing with. Shame really. Chaos sighs, tumbling to avoid a club-wielding Marine's attack. Gum Gum Balloon. And now the artillery's down. Man, this kid works fast. Why do none of them see, I'm not worth this, that I should just be left here to die like I'm supposed to? Ace weeps, before something snaps, and he sits up, face blank and lifeless. Enough Garp had to turn rather than just use his hockey to keep track of his grandsons. What is it, Ace? He asks, confused. I'm ready. Ready to accept whatever I have coming to me. I'll accept help from anyone, but also, any punishment given. Either one, whichever comes first. My life is now in fate's hands, and I've finally stopped fighting it. Ace sighs tiredly, just wanting this day to end, even if it kills him. Hey you, clown nose. Would you call me you punk? Buggy yells before his brain has time to register just who said it. Tilting his head up, his eyes met Whitebeard's, staring down at him. I take it back, he screams in panic. I thought I recognized you. You worked for Roger back when you were just a brat. Whitebeard hums, honestly unimpressed by how Buggy turned out given where he came from. Been a while, but it doesn't look like much has changed from where I'm standing. Grima nods. I mean, Shanks was in the same place as Buggy here back in the day, and look at him now, a Yonko in his own right. Sure, he's weaker than you, Newgate, but these punks, he might as well be Kaido. She grins before returning focus to her den. Continue providing support to Straw Boy. He's our best chance at reaching Ace at the moment. Whether physically or from a moral standpoint, I don't quite know yet. On it, boss, a Pep responds, reloading her sniper rifle. You've got an entire battalion of prisoners there with you. You better not be planning on challenging me right here and now, are you? Whitebeard asks, ignoring Grima for the moment, not wanting to micromanage another captain's men. Yes, he is. The prisoners announce, Ops, sorry for stealing your thunder there, Cap. Well, crap, guess I'm dying today. Yeah, I'm here to take you down. I suppose a fight would be interesting, but what happens if you beat me, kid? There sure are a lot of Marines. More than you could handle alone. Hell, they're more than I can handle alone nowadays. Whitebeard laments. Now, I'm not one to back down from a challenge, but it would make more sense to form an alliance now, and beat the shit out of each other at a later date. Sound good? Actually, that makes sense. Men were fighting alongside the Whitebeard pirates. Take out those Navy bitches and bring me Fire Fist, alive. Buggy orders. Yeah, the clown's lost his mind. Galdino facepalms, muttering, I'm surrounded by morons, under his breath. Wow, that was easy. Marco chuckles. Buggy's simple-minded, always has been from what I can remember, but his little army could have been a distraction or worse, an issue for later. Better to limit the number of sides we're facing. It increases our chances of victory significantly. Whitebeard agrees. Now back to the war. He mutters as he pulls out a den. Get me Squar, immediately. You got it, Pops. Crap, Captain Squar was here a few moments ago, but he's not right now. I'll get him to you as quick as I can. He picked a bad time for a piss break, Marco sighs. Never mind him then. Get me the DeCalvin brothers on the line. Hey Pops, what do you need from us? I want you to follow my lead. Take command of all pirate divisions around you. Understood, Pops. We won't disappoint you. Focus on sinking the approaching Navy ships. Understood. What? But why? Trust me on this. There's something not quite right going on, and those ships give me a bad feeling. Plus we still need to be able to leave once we complete our objective, Whitebeard explains. Okay. You can count on us, Pops. We're spread word to the other captains. We won't let you down. I know. Whitebeard nods before putting down the snail. Sir, a Marine yells, running up to Sengoku. The New World pirates have turned back and are firing on our ships. Garp scoffs. Seems the old man called your bluff. Must have sensed something off about the orders. Sengoku shrugs. So I tried a cheap trick and he didn't fall for it. In hindsight I may have been a little too obvious and heavy-handed with that one. Never mind, just because he sees it coming, doesn't mean he can actually stop it happening. Death wink, oh cool, you're still alive. Hope these guys aren't giving you too much trouble. I'm a little out of practice, but I'll be fine mirror boy, Eva chuckles. Eva, Chaos, Jinbei, we need to get these dumbasses out of the way and make a break for it straight to Ace. Luffy orders, getting nods from the other three. Fishman Karate. 1000 brick fist death wink gum gum bazooka. Sene Jashu everything in a straight line of the four was just tossed aside or up into the air, giving the pirates a clear path to advance. Kishishi, you don't honestly think you can take me on Straw Hat? Mariah cackles. I don't know we already kicked your ass less than a month ago, Chaos mutters. Don't worry about it Luffy. I'll handle him. My fishman karate can handle his zombies as well as the bastard himself. Focus on getting to Ace, Jinbei volunteers. Stepping between Luffy and Mariah. Don't pay this V. K. Thanks, watch out for his scissors and his doppelguy, Luffy shouts as they do just rush on by. Mariah sighs. I can't believe I'm just letting that shadow run along, but I suppose with oars a rotting mess there's nowhere to put it. But enough of that. You can't seriously be arrogant enough to think you can beat me on dry land Jinbei. This will be a cakewalk, and once you're dealt with, my zombies won't have anything to worry about, Mariah laughs. Ignoring the corpse dragon looking merc tearing people apart and rotting them from the inside out about 100 meters away from him. Shadows Asgard, I bet you didn't know this Jinbei. But my powers grow exponentially with every shadow I absorb. The Shadow Man boasts as he drains all nearby marines of their shadows to bulk himself up, though it was nowhere near as much as when he was on Thriller Bark. So you got bigger, big deal. It means little, fighting me with stolen power, it's not strength, it's a sign of just how weak you really are. The Fishman scoffs, preparing to battle the giant. I'll show you who's weak, you won't be saying that when I turn you into sushi. Mariah screams, splitting his scissor blade into two separate weapons. Allah kill la kill. He then starts swinging, but Jinbei just dodges each attack. You're pretty fast for a hulking brute, Mariah notes. You might want to look in a mirror. The only thing hulking around here is you, Jinbei scoffs, ducking under an angry swing then taking the opening when he saw it. Fishman Karate. Sharkskin palm thrust shark brick fist. The double impact as well as the internal damage Fishman Karate is known for managed to get Mariah to eject the shadows, reverting to his normal size and power level. You gave up those shadows pretty easily, maybe a little training would have done you good. Now, let's end this farce and let me pass. I have more important things to deal with than playing around with you. Jinbei growls then walks away, leaving his opponent panting and wheezing on the ground. Ah crap, it had to be you Smokey, Luffy groans as he gets up after taking a smack to the jaw from the Logia's Jeet. And of course, you have a sea stone tipped weapon, on top of a Logia devil fruit. Hacks I tell you, hacks. I've finally found you Straw Hat, Smoker growls around his cigars. I'm not letting you get away from me this time. Yeah, not this time, Gear second Gum Gum Jet Gatling. Unfortunately Luffy forgot something important, he still can't hit Smoke. White launcher, and now he can fly. Fuick, Straw Hat, Tashigi yells as she charges straight for the steaming rubber boy. Clang only to cross blades with the elder brother, while Luffy leaps into the air to try to catch the Smoke Man. Hey, Tashigi, right? Zoro's not here at the moment so I'll be your opponent for the next 3 minutes. Whitey interrupted my fight with Lucina, so you'll have to do I guess, Chaos says with his at this point signature grin, though now much wider thanks to his snake fruit. Unfortunately, air or land, Luffy still can't actually do damage to Smoker, unlike the man himself who because of his weapon was able to strike Luffy out of the sky and pin him to the ice with a crash, the sea stone pressed against his throat stopping him from retaliating. You've gotten stronger than Alabasta, I'll give you that kid, but unfortunately for you, that's still not strong enough to beat him, Smoker announces, standing over the wriggling rubber boy. I finally understand what happened in Logatown, why Dragon saved you. But Daddy's not here to protect you now boy, nobody's coming to save you. Get your filthy mitts off the boy Smoker. Smoker has a moment to register the order before taking a kick to the face, though to the shock of everyone not from the New World, Hancock managed to actually hit him. What the fuck? How did she do that? The Commodore ate a logia. Better question, why did the pirate empress just save Straw Hat? She's not like you, is she? Toshigi asks, her and Chaos's fight on pause due to Hancock's interruption. Akuja? Yes. Reflections? No, this is some new bullshit? Chaos admits, she seems to have things covered over there. Care to continue? I should be annoyed you're treating this like a spar, but it's actually kind of cool to fight against a sword as high rank as yours and not be instantly one-shotted like if I challenged Mihawk. Toshigi admits, her inner sword otaku bleeding through. Fair, Shigur. V's the Kodachi Dato? You're on, you scaly bastard. The Marine smirks as she lunges straight for the taller one's heart, the electroblade blocking it. Just barely, but he didn't seem to mind. It was a momentary break from the stress of the war. Besides, Toshigi wasn't half bad, definitely near Zoro's levels far as single-bladed combat went. Multi-sword, though, remained to be seen. Smoker scowls as he stands up. Hancock, what the hell do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you're resigning. Shut the fuck up. The screaming fury in my heart has rendered me deaf to the words of lesser men like yourself. You don't get to threaten my family and live. You have my word as an empress, Hancock snarls, as, by virtue of being her beloved's little brother, that makes Luffy her de facto little brother too. Technically, so was Ace, but only because she was older than Fire Fist. My rage is incalculable. I'll tear you to pieces and feed you to the Sea Kings. Great, just what I need today. A crazy chick on my ass. And worse, a crazy Kuja broad who knows hockey. Bollocks. Smoker sighs deeply. This was going to be unpleasant. Luffy coughs and wheezes as he gets the use of his throat muscles back. TT thanks Hancock for the save there, he pants. Hancock pauses and turns her head. No problem, sweetie, she says with a wink. Now, Big Sis has some ass to kick. Amazon Lily. Woo, get him, Big Sis. Show that Marine you can't pick on our friends. Thank you for saving Uncle Luffy, laughing face Marineford. Kuma, this isn't like you. How can you throw away our years of friendship like this? Eva shouts as he dodges another mouth laser from the still silent Kuma. Foo 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 foo. Oh, isn't this just tragic? Eva turns. Doflamingo, what do you want? Nothing really, just to watch you fall. It's sad to see though, as it's obvious you two have some kind of history, but unfortunately, the man you see, isn't the man you know. What the hell does that mean? It mean, the tyrant Kuma, is dead, has been for several years now. Daffy chuckles, while Eva's jaw drops. No, that's not possible. How can Kuma be dead? Rubber King and Mirror Master. War Arc Chapter 4, Robot Army deployed. Did she say brother? She's also Roger's kid? She's at least older than Fire First, so it's possible that way. She could be dragons though, and quite literally be Straw Hat's big sis. All we know is she's not Whitebeard's, thank fuck, else she'd have defected a lot sooner. Garp. I don't know anything. The Vice Admiral whines, and for the first time in days Ace suppresses a smile. It felt good to be in the know sometimes. Oh, crap, I almost forgot. Hancock facepalmed. Luffy, I got a present for you. The key to Ace's handcuffs. She grins, pulling the key from her cleavage and placing it in Luffy's not clenched fist. Thanks, Hancock. Luffy grins, pulling her into a bone-creaking hug, then running away at full speed. Oh, that silly boy. Good luck, Straw Hat, perfume femur. You didn't think I'd just let you keep a weapon that could harm me, did you? Hancock chuckles, the jeep breaking near the middle due to the section she'd kicked turning to stone, before arching her back to the point she was staring at the heavens. Fur-coated fiend, you shall not pass on my watch. Damn, the Empress is really looking down on him. She's looking down so hard, she's looking up. Amazing. Out of my damn way, woman. Do you have any idea what happens to people who betray the Navy? Smoker growls. I'll ask Jinbei later. For now, I'm content on just kicking your smoky ass. Hancock sneers before peering over her breasts at the commander. Besides, I can do whatever I like. Why? Because I am beautiful, she announces, getting love-struck nods from the peanut gallery. Damn, Hancock is such a badass. Chaos really has his hands full with her. Luffy chuckles, then yelps as a bayonet shoots past his cheek, embedding itself in the ice. Missed. Guess fortune favors you, pirate. Who are you? Luffy asks as he turns to the voice, seeing an older-looking blonde man with glasses, exposed shoulders but full sleeves. A gruff expression similar to Smoker, and like Kuma, a Bible. Though this one was attached to him by a silver chain almost like a necklace or pendant. The reason for the exposed shoulders was made apparent when khaki-colored vines erupted from his flesh and shot out. Luffy dodging, but the vines simply retrieved the bayonets and retreated. Will be such a shame when you lose your head, a stupid pirate who'll soon be dead. You wore your sin like it was some kind of prize, too many lies. Too many lies. The man says in an almost song-like melody. But enough of that, you won't be getting any closer to Fire Fist, and with your death, the legacy of the devil known as Dragon dies too. Bang bang bang, hands off the rubber boy, he's ours. Well, seems getting your ass saved by women is becoming a habit, straw boy, the Marine laughs. Actually, I'm a man Marine asshole, sorry, Vice Admiral Anderson, aka Father Arsehole. Izo scoffs, aiming his guns at the now chuckling man. Oh, so you're one of them, Not that I have any reason to care, like I always say, you pirates all die the same, Anderson laughs, pulling 2 more bayonets from his coat, and runs at the division commander. Hockey flowing through the blades enabling them to tank a few more bullets from Izo's guns as he gets closer. Clang zap, Chaos smirks, seems Zoro's rival was rather good, and so was the sword itself. As the fact she was still able to hold on despite their clashes meant the hilt was fairly well insulated, or her energy leaned to electricity like his did. But given she didn't try to brace her sword with her bare hand as he did, it was probably the latter. Never expected the Hubby no Oni no Mi to be able to produce elemental attacks. Well, besides the pressure wave all good swords can produce, the Marine muses as she swings and clips the edge of Chaos' waistcoat. It's full of surprises, isn't she? He grins wider. You have no idea, though really only electricity works with me, at least for now. Ice is definitely a no-go based on earlier. Helpful tip, don't try to stop a magma ball with an ice blade, even if you do have an affinity for it. Tashigi rolls her eyes. I'll try to avoid pissing off my superiors then. Then sighs. So, think you can actually do it? Save Ace? How Shigi-hun, we're gonna win, or die trying, or at least Luffy will. Nothing anyone says will make him back down until it does in fact kill him. But really, when have the Straw Hats done anything that was sane? Or backed down from a challenge? He winks and Tashigi couldn't actually argue. The Straw Hat Mo was basically, do crazy shit. Somehow succeed. Also, if she wasn't aware the team's default seemed to be a grinning psychopath, she'd think the casual conversation and swordplay was him flirting with her, which would have gotten him a straight groin shot from Shiguri's hilt. Now if you'll excuse me, I have somewhere important to be, sorry in advance. He winks, then reveals a twist in this tale. Wait doku. Plegia with a gasp. Tashigi felt a solid strike to her spine just below her ribs. The pain rippled through her nerves and then nothing. But in the worst way. Shigure slipped from its wielder's limp fingers before the Marine dropped like a puppet with her strings cut. Only Chaos catching her stopped her face planting on the ice. The Reflect Hubby user then lays her on the ground and while probably not necessary turns her onto her back, and sheaths her sword, keeping his free hand on her stomach just in case he miscalculated. Bastard, you were toying with me weren't you? Tashigi scowls. Is it because I'm a Marine or a woman? Neither, it's because you're a swordsman, unlike me and I wanted to be fair. But I don't have time to give you the fight you truly desire, so I had to cut things short with a paralysis toxin strike. It's new, in that I only just got it to work especially through my tail, so I don't actually know how long you'll be like this, Ops. He sighs deeply, can't leave you here in the middle of a battlefield, and can't take you with me. He clicks his tongue, then spots something that he decides will work perfectly. Helmeppo. Balls he saw us, the blonde squeaks, hiding behind Kobe, shaking like a leaf. Get your ass over here right this minute. Then pick up Miss Tashigi and keep her safe until she can feel her extremities again. Again sorry, the poison blocks all nerve signals directed to voluntary muscles below the neck, which is honestly why you're still breathing on your own. He chuckles awkwardly, while he puts hubby away. Work in progress indeed, Tashigi huffs. He here yet, all I can see are admittedly nice clouds. One moment. Butchin, if I have to come over there, Kobe will be having to drag both yours and Tasaji's asses across the battlefield today. Though yours will be because I broke all 4 of your limbs. Seems that's what it took. Fear of approaching the Straw Hat first mate was overridden by fear of said first mate approaching him. As with Chaos' help he got the spectacled swordswoman onto his back, the woman glaring at both of them at the indignity of her circumstances. Well, this was fun. Hope we can do this again another time, preferably one where we're not on the clock. Chaos winks, patting her back while slipping a roll of paper into her back pocket. Call if you ever want to chat. You seem like someone that would actually be able to follow some of my ideas. See ya, Butchin. Don't drop her. She will kick your ass, once she can feel hers if you do. Elsewhere, Rear Admiral, Grand Manipulator Cypher trapped her in one of his death traps. Mabel tenses as some of the Marines inches closer to the pyramid. Get back. Bancho Tenon, she grimaces but forces herself to keep her eyes on the blonde's own golden cat-like eye, even as he pulls a Marine to him, the man being incinerated the moment he touched the surface. This is my cage of demise, dearie. Nothing in, nothing out until I say so. Now are you done messing around? I killed prisoners with sea stone cuffs on my wrists and ankles. What do you have that they don't with your punchaki enhanced? Cypher taunts. A cape? The blonde is confused before Mabel uses her marine jacket to blind him, then reaching for the dagger in her boot attempts to stab him, only for him to catch her wrist without even turning his head. What? How? I know your observation was always weak. It was, but that's where I cheat, all thanks to you, my love. He smirks under the coat, knowing his eye patch was snapped on the buttons. Gravity inversion. Mabel feels her feet leave the ice. Only Cypher's grip on her wrists stopped her from joining her coat and knife as they rose to the top of the pyramid, and were incinerated. But what she did see was his left eye. Milky white with bulging veins radiating from it, a glowing yellow triangle encircling the orb. This was a technique I rarely used before going to impel down, as manipulating my organs is a very uncomfortable process. However, forming something where there was once nothing, child's play. Cypher cackles as the glow fades and he eye evaporates, leaving the black void once more. Why do this? Why just brawl when you're a god inside these things? Or I suppose a devil? Mabel asks as her feet once more touch the ground. Cypher tilts his head and gives a softer smile, as her heart clenches, seeing so much of Mason in the man before her, before the demonic smile once more manifests itself. Because that's what you want, Mabel. You want to fight the monster, so you can justify the betrayal. Well, I'm not going to give you that. You want forgiveness. Repent like everyone else. He cackles as Hockey coats his arms, landing a sucker punch right to the diaphragm. Back with the others, you lied, Doflamingo. Kuma can't be dead. For one thing, if he is, then who the fuck is the big lug wearing his face? Ivankov yells angrily. Keep moving, gotta save Ace. Oh crap, Luffy thinks, freezing up just before running into Eva's back. Shit, Eva run, it's the bubble guy. Yep, that's the real Kuma alright. Chaos scowls, having caught up to Luffy. I know that Straw Boy, and I get the feeling what Doffy's talking about connects to that real Kuma statement, Mirror Boy. Eva sighs, keeping his eyes on his former friend and ally. Foo. I bet this is a lovely trip down memory lane for you, Ivankov, but I'm afraid I must cut it short. The Kuma you knew is no longer with us. This is the new model, he announces gleefully. New model? Luffy repeats. I think he means those pacifista things we fought on Saboti? Chaos guesses. Or, the fact Kuma's got more gears and tech inside him than Frankie does. Little of column A, little of column B. Dr. Vegapunk finally finished his modifications to Kuma a few days ago. No, he's the ruthless weapon of death he should have been from the start. He turned him into Cypher. He didn't do a good job then, still looks like Kuma to me. Luffy hums, tilting his head in confusion. I have next to no idea what you're talking about, other than the names Vegapunk and Cypher, so what the fuck is going on here? Eva shouts, really lost, confused, and annoyed. Kuma volunteered to be a guinea pig for a study to build the ultimate human weapon, run by the government of course. After Umbrella failed to provide them any cheeky smiley face, first his hands, then his legs. Though his mind remained intact, they upgraded his body, piece by piece, until he began unrecognizable to the man he was before. That's bullshit. Kuma hated the WG. He'd have never been party to this kind of experimentation in power plays. Hey Kuma. I know you're in there, buddy. Snap out of it, it's me Eva. Stop yelling, Doflamingo sighs, already bored. In fact, he turned on his heel and began to walk away. Not even trying to fight the pirates. It's starting to get on my nerves. I don't know what his deal with the government was. He was fine a few days ago. It's kind of funny, they're 1 minute and then they're gone. In Kuma's case, he doesn't even remember he was ever human, so he might as well be dead. Now, he's just the latest, greatest, most deadly of the government's bioweapons, PX-0. He chuckles as Kuma charges a mouth laser then fires. All three duck as the attack shoots over their heads and strikes the ice, detonating. Kuma, you bastard, stop firing lasers at me, Eva yells. I remember, guess in a way he was right. If this isn't Kuma, then we will never meet again, Luffy hums. What's gotten into you, Kuma? Surely you recognize me, Eva scowls, then yelps as the panda man vanishes. Oh my, that's a spooky trick. Yeah, not what you expect when you're told he has the paw fruit, is it? Chaos chuckles, turning his head to where Kuma had blinked to, the middle of a group of candies, and was about to remove his glove. Shit. You guys, run for it, he's gonna blast you, Luffy bellows, but he was too late. Paw cannon, the bubble shoots through the group, taking out everything directly in front of him. That's enough, run along kids. The queen needs to deal with an old friend. Eva sneers then charges, hey Kuma, you're forgotten me, but what about my face spectrum? This move ring a bell. How about this one? The ring of faces speak in stereo. Galaxy Wink, the barrage managed to send the ultimate pacifista flying, but whether or not it actually damaged him was still undetermined. Hee-haw. How dare you harm my crew of candy boys? I don't take unfashionable acts such as that lightly, even from former friends, Eva shouts before charging straight from the once more standing Kuma. Vengeance kick. I've met a lot of people in my life, but nobody has forgotten my face. Proof. See the previous chapter. Whitebeard even points out Eva kind of stands out from the crowd. You can forget your damn life all you want, but if you have the gall to forget how dangerous Emporio Ivankov is, then I'm going to have to beat it into you until it sticks, Eva screams. The boss is pissed, was the collective thought of all candies. Hey Luffy, is Buggy on our side? Because he's kind of on our ass right about now. Chaos asks as Luffy and the candies run towards the scaffolding, leaving Eva to his grudge match. Big Nose. Yeah, he's with us until he tries to stab us in the back, which is hopefully after we save Ace. Bond's legit and probably so's Wax Guy though, they're on our side for this mission. The Straw Hat Captain explains. So the Swan's still kicking, good to HEA, oh crap. The reflect human grimaces as a new enemy steps out of the smoke. Dracule, Hawkeye, Mahawk. Apologies Shanks. He mutters to himself, but I will not hold back against him. He continues, revealing Yuru was already off his back, and in his hand. Wait, that's Hawkeye from Barati. Luffy yelps. I wonder, what is written for this boy? Will my blade wipe him from the ledger, or will he be spared the pain of this black blade's cut? The swordsman muses, preparing to swing. Balls, I don't have time to fight someone that strong. I hope this works. Gear's second Death Wink, Galaxy Wink. It seems Kuma's laser blasts were more sensitive than most would expect, as rather than simply solid objects, the pressure of Eva's combat winks were making them go off like fireworks in midair, rendering them useless against the Okama Queen. Nothing but weaklings. Did Straw Hat bring anyone besides worms to face me? Mahawk sighs, scanning the battlefield for the steaming rubber boy. Gear's second S speed boost granting him a slight advantage, but he wasn't called Hawkeye for nothing. Kai-O-Hao Zangeki, the strike moved in a wave through the ice, managing to avoid hitting anyone or anything else, before reaching its target and smacking Luffy out of the air. You're still in range, he mutters as Luffy skids and crashes straight into the stone wall of the partition. Well, shit. You're not playing around today, Mahawk. Guess being the best in the world gets boring, Chaos says with a chuckle, though if Luffy was there he'd see from the twitch of his lips, that the researcher had twisted a grimace into a smirk. Only Ace's brother could survive a hit like that, and not be torn in half, Jinbei notes. Having dealt with the Shadow Man and continued onward to join up with Luffy and Code, Jinbei, Mahawk says curiously, wondering what he will do next. That was the last time you even touch Luffy, I swear it, the fishman growls, even if it costs me my life. The swordsman gasps, Why are you doing this? 1. I'd like for Ace to not get murdered. Understandable, and I'd like a peaceful sea for a change. Unlikely, but it's nice to have dreams. It may be too late to avoid the war we find ourselves in now, but there's still hope. Namely, in that daring kid over there. Mihawk snorts. Hope you say, we'll see what hand fate has dealt him. Now step out of my way. Not on your life, Jibe scowls, as the artillery fires down upon him. Fishman karate. Arabesque brick fist swing boom. Sharkskin palm thrust shark brick fist. In the end, Jinbei couldn't stand up to the strongest sword and was sent through the ice into the bay. That guy's a monster. Luffy grimaces as Chaos helps pull his limbs free of the wall. He took out Jinbei without even trying. Kakuto Arahoshi flashbang. Missed us by an inch, Luffy squeaks as the two dodge the sword drop. Yeah, should have known he'd have techniques to keep those eyes of his safe. Sacrificing a killing blow to reflect the light away certainly counts, Chaos sighs, watching the swordsman warily. Gum Gum Jet, Luffy pauses, remembering a very important detail. He's weak to sharp force, such as a super strong sword slash. Seems you're smarter than you look, boy, Mihawk compliments, but it won't save you forever. Clang Mihawk's eyebrow rises as Chaos and Hubby stand between Yuru and Straw Hat. You don't expect to beat me, boy, you're no swordsman. True, but from everything that's happened so far, Hubby doesn't break. The purpleette grins widely at the statement. True, Apophis was very proud of his creation. Shame you're not strong enough to use all that power yourself. She may not break, but you won't stand in my way, Hawkeye declares as he rears back another slash, clashing with Hubby. But the force behind the blow sends blade and wielder skipping across the ice. Crap, not my brightest moment, come on dumbass, get back up, Chaos groans as he pulls himself to his knees, breathing deeply, then like most has a momentary panic attack when one of Mihawk's attacks, which luckily missed Luffy, slices through the frozen tsunamis flanking Marineford, sending it all falling onto the battlefield, tearing through a good chunk of it. Okay, a sword really shouldn't be able to do that, a statement agreed upon by both sides of the pirate-marine divide, probably one of the few things they could agree on. Nearer the front, fuck, probably should have known it wouldn't that easy, Crocodile scowls, having been quite literally tossed off the Moby. At least neither Whitebeard or Grima had followed through with the threat, content to allow the lower-ranked goons to fight him. But that doesn't mean I'll bend to the likes of you. Sables, you really think you can hurt Pops? Never mind, kill him? Jozu sneers, the Diamond Man powering through the sandstorm Crocodile was producing, before stopping dead mid-lunge. Well, it is nice to see you again, isn't it, Sir Crocodile? Doflamingo, Crocodile sneers. What do you want? Oh, that's quite simple, I wanted to propose an alliance, really stick it to the heads of both sides. Doflamingo smirks, from his vantage point on Jozu's back. The Sandman blinks. You seriously want us to team up? What kind of shit are you smoking? What's so crazy about that? The reign of fossils like Whitebeard is coming to an end, he's the last of the old guard. We're on the brink of a new era and it belongs to us, Doflamingo explains, trying to sell it to the former warlord. An era where all that matters is the power you wield. I've got your attention, don't I? Sounds like a good time to be alive. Sure, you've lost your title, but we're still both pirates, and you're a warlord at heart. Just tried to bump off the wrong royals, foo. Crocodile scowls. Stop looking at me like you're my equal, you're not. If anything, you should be begging to work for me, he sighs deeply. And here I thought prison would have humbled you, but that ego's still as big and bold as ever. Impelled down didn't even dent it. The Sandman smirks, you're goddamn right, now piss off Joker. Sables the attack sent Jozu rocketing away, while Doflamingo just flipped and bounced in the air, floating calmly. And here I thought you could be reasoned with, but clearly you can't. Back with Smokey and Hancock, so, you gonna move, or do I have to shove you aside to get back to the battlefield? The Smokeman asks, getting annoyed. You can try, but I'll stop you laying even a finger on my little brother or my beloved, Hancock states with a cold edge as she stops, looking down, and moves to a more reasonable spinal position. Beloved? But of course, nobody else could possibly match him for my heart? The Kuja princess gushes, then goes off into another daydream. I'm not sure if this woman wants to fight me, or just irritate me to death, Smoker thinks with a suppressed groan. Then out the corner of his eye spots Luffy being chased across the battlefield by Mihawk. Then getting yanked sideways by Chaos to avoid being bifurcated. There you are, you bastards. Were you even listening to a single word I said? The only way past me is in a coffin? Hancock shrieks. Perfume femur, Fuick. This just isn't my day, stop. Now, Mihawk orders as he continually swings Yuru at the brothers, carving deep trenches into the ice. You'll never make it to your brother in time. Not with you in our way we won't, Chaos grumbles, pulling a handful of knives from his coat and firing them at the warlord, who casually swings his sword and not only deflects them, but shatters the blades, leaving only the handles intact. Valentina needs to improve faster. Why do you think I had them? You stupid children will die today, Mihawk declares, grabbing the hilt of his sword with both hands, preparing a finishing slash. Just as this was happening, several fights converged, as Crocodile Sand Twister, containing Buggy and his minions, ran right into the path of Luffy, Chaos and Mihawk's battle. Gum Gum Jet substitute Luffy may not be considered the brightest of his generation, but he knew to put a man who can't be harmed by blades, between himself and the greatest swordsman in the world. You asshole, unfortunately, using someone immune to sharp force damage as a meat shield, means they're still alive to complain about it afterward. What was the big idea? Luckily Luffy had a counter-argument, Gum Gum Human Shield. Throwing Buggy at Mihawk so Eve after being sliced up like sashimi, Buggy reformed in less than 10 seconds, now really pissed off. Stop doing that, your sword doesn't work on me, the clown yells, firing a muggy ball from his shoe, only for Mihawk to bat it back at him and it blow up in his face. Bollocks. Boom, thanks Buggy. Luffy shouts, as a distract was a distraction, he wasn't going to complain. I'll see you in the afterlife, whenever I get there. Watch out Waxman, Hawkeye isn't playing around, Chaos adds running after the rubber idiot. You're not finished dealing with me just yet, Mihawk scowls before swinging his sword at the brothers, carving furrows in the ice and sending the two flying. Luckily before he can do anything else, their asses were saved by an older, more experienced pirate. We meet at last. Your reputation precedes you, Flower Sword, Vista, Mihawk notes as the well-mustached man managed to block Yuru with his dual blades. Vista grins. It's a pleasure to meet you Hawkeye Mihawk. It's nice to hear you know of me. I'm rather touched, the 5th Division commander says, honestly quite eager to fight a man of Mihawk's caliber. You can drop the false modesty, Mihawk deadpans, cutting right through the bullshit, and starting the fight proper. Both swordsmen slashing and dodging in what would be a killing field for anyone else. Well, I'm glad the snake fruit did something to my spine, 'cause I think it would be broken by now. Chaos groans as he and Luffy pulls themselves. Mihawk's distracted. Seems you really need to be a Yonko elite to face that man. Yeah. Thanks, mustache guy. Luffy shouts then rushes forward like Mihawk was still chasing him, the click of talons telling him that at least Chaos was still on his heels. So that's what makes the boy so special. Not physical strength of a secret move, but the innate ability to rally those around him. He's the symbol of this war, at least for Whitebeard's side, risking everything to save his brother, Mihawk thinks as he clashes with Vista, Straw Hat plaguing his thoughts, as well as the things Shanks had told him about the kid. A little to the left. I can't believe you did it Buggy. You blundered your way to a visual Den Den Mushi after all. Bentham chuckles while Galdino facepalms. Meanwhile Buggy croons as his minions set up for his master plan. Scaffolding, Fleet Admiral, everything has been arranged. The bay is prepared? Sengoku confirms, yes sir, everyone's ready? Good, he smirks as the execution blades are brought out, crossing in front of Ace, just as they did his father before him. Cut the feeds. Kill every video broadcasting out of this place. As representatives of the Navy and the world government, we're fighting to preserve the righteous cause of absolute justice, and we must prevail, even if that means stepping over the line. But it's too much for this naive world to understand, let alone see. There's no reason to subject innocent civilians to the horrors about to unfold before us. Shit, they're tossing out the schedule. Pops must have scared them that badly. They think he can rescue Ace if given the full time same as we do. Damn it. Why couldn't we be wrong? Luffy whines. Ace. All the people will need to hear after this war is that we were victorious. The details will be irrelevant. Kaboom! They're attacking our ships, we're being flanked. What's that over by the bay head? Lights, beep beep beep. BOOM. So, they finally arrived, Grimace smirks. The WG's big secret project, well, one of many. Yes, their human weapons project. I was wondering when they'd unveil them. Chances of a total media blackout right after, Whitebeard wonders aloud. -100%. Alistair laughs from Grima's baby den den. They can try, but I'm not letting them kill my show that easy kiffy. It's the big bear guy, but a lot of them, Luffy grimaces. Pacifista, like the ones we fought on Sabaody. Guess they're ready for live combat trials. Chaos groans. One was bad enough back then, this is an entire army of those cyborg, murder bots. I'm so confused, Eva cries. Gaze switching from Kuma to the Pacifista squadron every few seconds. Can you even rot those metal heads? Azulong pouts, while the dragon behind her growls angrily. They all look like the warlord, that's impossible, it must be some kind of trick or an illusion of some kind. Okay, today has officially gotten weird, one pirate mutters what everyone was thinking. Sabaody, it's like an army of warlords. Wait, weren't they here like a week ago dealing with those pirates? Yeah, but there were only a handful of them far as I could tell, hard to know for sure when they never seemed to appear in bigger than groups of 2 inches. Marineford, I heard Vegapunk's been working on some hush-hush human weapon program for the government, and letting the Marines use the prototypes as backup for their forces. Makes sense, but why are they all Kuma? Do you want to fight an army of Kumas? Fair enough, hey uncle, what happened? The pirates are all over the place, weren't they supposed to all be in the bay so we could blow them the fuck up already? Head with an axe. Sorry, Sentomaru complains into a den. So, this was Sengoku's plan, Whitebeard hums, get us all rushing into one place, box us in and turn the bay into a kill box. Impressive, but a little heavy-handed. Probably would have worked on Lin or Kaido, Grima chuckles. Indeed, though they'd have just charged headfirst for the platform already, steamrolling anyone who got in their way. Newgate agrees, and counters. We can still attack from the front and the rear even if they're not contained within the bay. Stick to the plan, and take down the allied forces first, Sengoku's voice echoes through their baby den courtesy of Alistair. So we're the targets of these human weapons. This should be interesting, one of the New World captains chuckles. Eliminate any pirate who's straying from the enclosure to advance. And that's your orders, Sentomaru, Kizaru purrs lazily. Okay, and if any of our ships get caught in the crossfire? Try to keep it to a minimum, but otherwise fuck 'em, the admiral shrugs. Alright then. Let's get to work. The first blow actually came from the pirate side, during which they learned just how hard fighting these metalheads was going to be, both because a pacifista took a head-on blow from a mace, but it shattered the mace and then proceeded to incinerate the owner with a mouth laser. Well, fuck, pacifista army. Fire, Sentomaru bellows from the depths of his sumo belly. The pacifistas were the definition of Terminators, murder bots, obliterating anyone and anything that stood in their path as they advanced towards the mouth of the bay. Some even leaping onto ships to clear them out before continuing, none even getting so much as a scratch on them in the process. Bastards are even willing to let their own men die in the process, Whitebeard sneers. It is the way of the Marine, acceptable losses to capture or kill the Yonko Whitebeard, and end the bloodline of Roger. A pep responds as she reloads her rifle. We're all here for a similar though lesser belief, in that we will accept dying by the enemy's hands to rescue Ace, while they are okay dying by the hands of their allies if it means their side wins. Still several kinds of messed up, the old man sighs before giving his next order to his forces. Don't lose faith, continue to advance. Charge the plaza with all your might. All forces get off the ice and defend the front line, do whatever it takes to ensure those pirates don't even step foot on the plaza, Sengoku commands. You heard the boss, fall back, strategic retreat. Clang clang shane. I must say, it's an honor and unexpected pleasure to cross blades with the world's strongest swordsman, especially on a day like today. Vista grins as the two step back to survey their opponent. Ain't I a lucky guy? Your skills are nothing to scoff at either. We were bound to cross paths eventually, Mahawk retorts. Now show me all you've got. I'd be more than happy to. Rose Rondo Shoei or not Mihawk seemed a little worried, his eyes widening to the point of bulging before slashing through the attack with one of his own, which Vista managed to not only block but send spiraling into the air harmlessly. "What flowers would you like on your grave?" Vista taunts, as expected, getting no actual response from Mihawk. Sabaody, "Those things can't be human. Whatever they are, they're clearly not made of flesh and bone." Bees, "Hey." One of the viewers complains, "What happened to the screens?" "Apologies everyone," came the voice of Alistair directly from the visual Den Mushi. "We experienced temporary malfunctions on account of some knucklehead pushing the off button. I have since corrected that. Please enjoy wholesale slaughter once again." He laughs as the screens once more continued broadcasting the Battle of Marineford, in as close to HD as you can get in this universe, especially when dirty tricks were about to be aired. Back to Marineford. As soon as every video feed has been cut, activate the encircling walls, Sengoku orders in the gap between feed glitches, and once that's set, we will immediately execute Fire Fist Ace, and round up all our remaining enemies. The man bellows, while Ace's heart dropped into his guts. Lower down, they're about to execute Ace. "We need to get up there," Luffy shouts, running right until what for a second looked to be one of Kuma's blasts stop in front of him. Instead, it was Admiral Kizaru. Sorry back man begins to taunt while reforming from light. Return to sender only to get tackled by Chaos in full reflect armor. The light man getting blasted back due to still being in logia form at the time. "Hey uncle, got any new tricks?" the reflect human asks with a smirk as he returns to normal. "Not really, just a nuke worth of light beams at all times," Kizaru shrugs. "Not damaged by the attack, just quite literally knocked back. Which we already know I can redirect, even if it hurts. So how about we skip ahead to something a little stronger? A trick I call Logia's don't dodge." "Luffy run. I'll handle this," Chaos shouts, crossing his arms over his chest much like Robin when she uses her devil fruit before it was coated in a mix of different materials. Some silver like his normal reflect armor, some looked more like glass or crystal, all with cracks or veins glowing with an ominous purple light, making a patchwork to call it nothing better of materials. "You heard him Luffy, get a move on," Jinbei shouts as the Whitebeard commanders manage to catch up to the two Straw Hats, meaning at least they have backup if this doesn't work. Akuma Kagami. Pika Kira Celestial Artillery, holy fucking shit. Quick question, how the fuck did the kid just nuke the board in front of us? Asks Fosa, having actually dropped his cigar in shock. And what just happened? Channeling light through his reflect armor and refining it through the diamonds now jutting out at random intervals all over his arms, meant he fired off a laser barrage that would be comparable to the little brother of Kizaru's sacred jewels attack he'd launched at Whitebeard near the start of the fight, just from ground level, and purple. The end result of it was that a large portion of the protective barrier wall was rubble, and everyone who was standing on or in front of it no longer existed. "Okay. Recoils a bitch even with the arms crow," Chaos grumbles before taking a kick to the side of the head and shooting about 50 feet sideways. Section nice try kid, imitation is the more sincere form of flattery after all section, Kizaru hisses. Shame that attack can't hurt me, not without hockey at least. Scuttle scuttle scuttle. Then it would be a shame for someone with access to armament hockey to just randomly arrive. Shala purrs, still in her fusion form, Scaro clicking away angrily from where her hip bones joined to his body. "Hey cuz. Long time no see cheeky smiley face," the Kuja laughs. Right arm, pincer clicking, while she spun her dagger in her left hand. "I'm afraid we're going to need to cut this fight short," Mihawk sighs. It was actually starting to enjoy himself. "As much as I'd love to keep fighting, yeah. We kind of both have more important things to deal with. Maybe next time." Vista nods and both leap away, the battle counting as a draw to both men. "It seems even when trying to end you, fate saves you." Straw Hat, Smoker scowls, but cuts his pursuit off and leaves the bay in a plume of smoke. "Things are about to get a lot worse, aren't they?" Hancock scowls, eyes trained on the bay head, and the pacifista, Luffy, Chaos. "I believe you can do this." "Why hasn't the feed been cut already?" Sengoku shouts. "We had, well except for one, and while that one is still being searched for, we've actually lost control of the cameras." "What? We interrupt your scheduled war drama to bring you a student art project?" "Just kidding, But they went to a lot of trouble to steal a den, so I'll allow it. Alistair's voice came over the other videos, who all switched to display Buggy's piece, until they cut to commercial when the clown got a nosebleed. What the hell is going on here? We can't continue the plan with the world watching us. Well, you see, the prisoners managed to acquire one of the visual den mushi. As for the others, I have no idea. Doesn't matter, you know Alistair would have brought his own even if we cut the official feed's garp size. Any other time he's chuckle as the vein pulses in Sengoku's neck. Kill those idiots and cut that feed now. Sengoku bellows, the artillery firing down right where Buggy and his minions were filming, causing them to scatter and all screens to go black. Much better. Now, execute the plan. Hey Pops, Whitebeard snaps out of his contemplation. Squar, good to see you're alive. Was getting worried when it seemed like you dropped off the face of the planet, he sighs. Just barely, sorry for disappearing on you boss. It's fine, how are things going down by the Bay Head? I'm sorry to say, your allies have been beaten pretty thoroughly. Those pacifistas are real monsters. I only managed to get out alive due to sheer dumb luck, Squar explains. Sengoku is one hell of a sly bastard, pulling out every dirty trick he can think of, Whitebeard notes, still looking out onto the battlefield. Judging by your shift in tactics, you caught on to what the Navy had planned for us, Squar asks. I've known Sengoku and what he's capable of, for a very long time. At this point nothing he does could ever truly surprise me. I see, Squar responds flatly. Little does he know it works in our favor to attack us from the rear. I'll be joining the fight. The only choice we have is to keep pushing forward, Whitebeard says, slamming his Bacento against the ship's head. I couldn't agree more, Squar nods, stepping into Whitebeard's shadow, coming up to the man's hip. You have 43 allied captains willing to die for you. We're in your debt, for now and for always, he continues, unsheathing his sword, an almost comically long katana. We consider it a privilege to risk our lives for you and your crew. Whitebeard looks down at the strange man with the spider tattoo on his forehead and sighs deeply, and I'm grateful for every one of them. But this fight is. Yes, I know, Squar interrupts. This fight is to save a member of your family. The great pirate Whitebeard is a man who'd do anything for his family, he continues with narrowed eyes. And your loyalty inspires loyalty. That's why everyone followed you to this hell. Whitebeard nods and begins to step onto the battlefield. I do wish things were different, but at the end of the day, I'm not a part of your family. Pops. Clang crack. Don't even think about it, Grima sneers, Squirt's blade on the verge of shattering when put against the might of the Omega Yato. Not that he had much chance to push back, when the woman in front of him, Nihilok, Dragon, Grima herself had him pinned by blood-red eyes, the pupils extending into spiraling galaxies. Grima, Whitebeard grunts, while I appreciate the assist, I don't tell you how to run your crew, or manage your allies, so kindly, stay out of mine. I also don't let them try to stab him in the chest, tends to invite mutiny and insubordination. The merc fires back. I won't kill the bastard if that makes you feel better, you old coot, but you'll need to discipline this shithead yourself. Otherwise you'd be setting bad example for your kids. She chuckles bitterly, his position facing away from Whitebeard and the battlefield, meaning she didn't see the origin of the laser that came within an inch of taking out Squirt's head. Bawar kaboom, but both Squar and Whitebeard did, and the old man's heart fluttered, while the younger captain began to panic. The laser had been fired by Serpens D Chaos, fingers glowing from using the Pika's laser beams. His familiar Nagini rippling out of his skin and wrapping herself around his shoulders like a living scarf. His eyes filled with anger and malice. Medusa, the Yonko thinks. You made one hell of a kid. Good thing he takes after you a lot more than Marubber King and Mirror Master. Like fish in a barrel, trapped within the encircling wall. There was a moment of silence as nobody on either side actually knew how to respond to what just happened. Mostly the pirates, given Whitebeard was what you would call the most reasonable of the Yonko, so nobody ever actually has the gall to betray. Never mind attempt to stab the man in the back like Squar did. Eventually, the old man shakes the cobwebs from his brain and sighs. He needs to get back to work or the Navy will take some more cheap shots. So Squar, after you're done shitting yourself, want to explain why you thought it was a good idea to try to kill me right here and now for all the world to see and with one of my oldest allies at my side? He asks. Also, Grima, stand down, He won't make another attempt, my boy made sure of it. The merc grunts but complies, sheathing the Yato and moving to his side once again. I still think you should just kill him. Save us the trouble of watching our backs. Well then feel free to try, we're all screwed anyway thanks to him. Squar sneers, getting a raised eyebrow from Grima and the now arrived Marco who'd started flying over the moment their swords clashed. The fuck are you talking about? I know you've lost your mind trying to kill Pops like that but come on. The zone yells getting in the man's face only to be shoved aside. This whole battle is a fake, just ask him yourself. Squar shouts back mostly ignoring the looks of confusion from Grima, Marco, and anyone else in audible range. I know about your treacherous deal with the Navy. You have their assurance that Ace and none of your pirates will even get scratched. He accuses, clearly missing the part where Oars fucking died a little while ago. Guess he didn't count cheeky smiley face, they'll just go after your allies. Wait, is that true? Are the Navy just targeting us? Well shit, guess we need smarter allies, fucking idiots. You really are a gullible fool Spider, Grima chuckles lowly. Hey everyone. Listen up. Whitebeard's been playing this all for fools. All this time you kept it a secret. That Fire Fist was the child of Roger, Squar states, panting lowly. When you first found me, I was alone in this world, a complete wreck. You knew why I was all alone that day, my precious crew who I'd fought countless battles with were just killed by gold. Roger. You know this, and you know that I despise Roger, more than anything. Yet you still kept these secrets from me. And what would you have done if I told you, killed him for the crime of existing? You'd be no better than the Marines, Whitebeard retorts, interrupting Squirt's tirade, mostly to see if he could get the man to think. When your plan was to make him the next king, then that would have been the better option, Squar bellows. Screw the Whitebeards, every man for himself, everyone down to the plaza. Divine Blaze, Grima, we just talked about this, Whitebeard scowls, annoying Squar further by not paying attention to him. Just reminding them there are only two positions in a war, allies or enemies. We stand with you always, old friend. If these so-called New World pirates want to turn and flee, they're welcome to die by my hands. Stops them backstabbing you after we win for a lighter sentence from the Navy. Besides, I didn't hit anyone, this time, but my next blast won't miss. I won't risk my crew for your pride, Newgate. These fairweather friends are your allies, not mine. You know I don't suffer fools. Nor do I allow traitors and cowards the time to even regret fucking with me. Are you even listening, Newgate? You've been playing this for fools from the start. I didn't have a damn clue. I bet you were laughing your ass off when I became friends with Ace. I was amused that Apophis was right about not judging someone by their family, but besides that, I was happy everyone was getting along. Whitebeard shrugs, getting tired of Squirt's bitching, hoping he could get to the point already, especially given anyone who knew Ace also knew he didn't want his father's title. He wanted his captain to be the king. He was happy to just be 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist, Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates. But then your favorite son got caught, and you showed your true colors. All the Whitebeard Pirates are here in the bay, while his allied pirates are outside with those metal monsters. 43 captains stood beside you, and you've just handed us all to the Navy. Just to protect Roger's son. We allied pirates will be obliterated, while Ace and your men will be completely safe. That was your underhanded plot with Sengoku, wasn't it? Answer me, you conniving bastard. I suppose you have a credible source for your information, Squar, some Navy turncoat you'd been given information from for years, or even a new convert. No, you got it from someone who wanted this to happen. You're a letter bomb, Squar, sent by someone pretty high in the food chain. Someone you were dumb enough to believe even though they just let you leave without even trying to capture or kill you. Despite the so-called plan being to do exactly that to all allied ships. Grima laughs. This man was fucking dumb as a post. Proving Whitebeard really did bring anyone and everyone he considered an ally for this mission. Shut up, of course, you'd say that you're in here with him. Look outside, you stupid cow. The brunt of the Navy's bombardment is focused on us outside, while there's barely token resistance in here with the main forces. Those things attack us from the sides, and the ice boxes us in. There's no way for us to escape in any direction. Probably because Sengoku wanted you all to come in here, Marco mutters but was ignored. The traitor finally ran out of steam, dropping his sword and standing before the Yonko. It's frankly a miracle I got that far, even if the dragon stopped me. Now, finish me. and ensure your plan comes to fruition," he shouts, goading the man, who steps forward. "Hey Grima, was I meant to cut the feed for this conversation?" "Oh bollocks, everyone heard that? And saw, your Mangekyo was obscured though. Small mercies and all that." Front row seats to Whitebeard's betrayal and supposed coup with the Navy. Don't know why he let Squar blabber on this whole time about a load of bullshit fed to him by Firecrotch. Grima groans, pinching the bridge of her nose. He's always been soft on his allies, now it finally bit him in the ass. "I didn't want to believe it, you always claimed we were all like sons and daughters to you, but I guess every family has a favorite child, and Fire Fist is your golden boy, isn't he? You're a fucking idiot, Squar. Why trust some marine obviously feeding your false information rather than Pops?" Marco shouts, grabbing the captain by his shirt. "Don't play dumb, Marco, you're in on the deal too. You're 1st Division commander, basically Whitebeard's second in command. Of course something this huge would be discussed in front of you. Maybe even asked his opinion on," Squar retorts, accuses, pissing off the Phoenix something ugly. "It ain't Ace's fault his old man killed Squirt's crew. Punk wasn't even a thought back then, though I will admit keeping his heritage a secret from you is completely my fault. I didn't want to make the kid uncomfortable about a topic he clearly hated discussing. No love lost between that father-son relationship." Whitebeard sighs, waving away Grima and Marco to their shock. "The Navy made a good play revealing it to the world. Doesn't make you any less of a bastard, Sengoku, even if you are as crafty and sly as ever," he mutters. Sengoku scoffs. "It's time to end this, Aokiji, finish this," he orders. The admiral makes quick work of Buggy and his goons, freezing all of them including the snail, and shutting down the last active transmission out of Marineford, officially. Konoha, "Oh, Marines are getting shady if they're shutting off the cameras." Deidara laughs, "I hope for more explosions. Those pacifistas are awesome. Hey Orochi, can you make us a pacifista? Maybe you and Sasori can team up and make one, please?" "If raw, I'm sure we can reverse engineer it," Nagato retorts, curious about the human weapons himself, as well as potentially reactive Project 6 paths. Zetsu sighs. "We were lucky the crow was out of the way of the ice and my plants were unaffected by Whitebeard's tremors, or we'd have to rely on mind hacks for info. Luckily, we have everything in real time, and things are just getting more interesting with every minute." Location unknown. Fred interlocks his fingers, resting his chin on his knuckles. "So, Sengoku is going all out with this war. He must if he's pulling out something he doesn't want the public to see. Him hiding the footage will look shady. Very few things he could do would actually warrant a complaint from the public, given he's facing down the strongest man in the world," Tsukuyomi argues. Maa nods, "Indeed. Let's see just what he felt was big enough and more importantly bad enough to need to hide from the world, given he was still rolling when he pulled out the pacifistas." Marineford, "I have full control, boss. Should I reawaken the snails?" "No, we need to see what Sengoku's trying to hide. Only activate when it's too late for him to stop or backtrack. We want him caught red-handed in his own trap." Grima orders, content to wait this out, for now, but would just pull a Kaido and carpet bomb the plaza if Sengoku made her wait for nothing. Actually, if any snail in the bay is pointed directly at Newgate, activate it but keep the feed from reaching the Marines. People are going to want to know how this shit show ends. "Understood, boss. Now, activate the walls," Sengoku orders. While this was going, the Whitebeard drama continued to unfold. "Squar, I hope you understand the magnitude of what you just attempted. If not for Grima, you'd have thrust a sword into your father's chest, trying to murder him in cold blood." The man growls, fear finally overwhelming the rage as Squar finally realized just how badly he just fucked up, not helped by the fact Whitebeard looked like he was about to take a page out of Garp's parenting book and fist the problem away. "You've lost your way, my poor, stupid son." He swings forward and pulls the traitorous pirate into a one-armed hug. "Wano, Waro, still a soft-hearted fool. If you weren't so strong I'd say you bring this crap upon yourself. Whole cake chateau. Always the perfect father, Newgate. Even when your brats misbehave you don't punish them, right? Oh, how different that would have been if we'd been in the opposite roles. Mama, Squar would be dead and the Queen Mama Shanta already blowing through that wall. Marineford, I still love you, my boy, even if you are a damn fool." Whitebeard croaks, while Squar shakes, unable to process this reaction. Cut the crap, old man, you sold us out for that boy. Who took your loyal, steadfast heart from your father Squar, and delivered it into the hands of our enemies? Tell me his name. The Yonko's voice rises slightly at the end, his tone closer to parental disapproval than the burning rage it should though. Akainu, Squar admits, he said if I killed you, he'd save your New World allies. Then you should have figured out already that you've been played for a fool. I'd almost have let it slide if it was Borsalino, man's unpredictable at the best of times, but Sakasuke, he wouldn't have let you go, except to do what you just attempted to, kill your father, destabilize the attack, and ensure Ace died tonight. He's a mad dog, he would have killed everyone once your assassination attempt was completed, because all pirates are S to him. As expected for a follower of absolute justice, Whitebeard sighs deeply. I know you hate Roger. I even understand it, but that doesn't mean you get to simply transfer that hate to an innocent child. Did Ace himself ever do anything to warrant his death in your eyes, besides being born of your hated enemy? You've been through a lot together, some good, some bad, but you've weathered it all. You even admitted that you saw Ace as a friend and brother. I never felt the need to tell people who Ace's father was, because I never cared who he or anyone else was related to. We all found each other on the sea by chance. What we were and where we came from before that moment means nothing anymore. So just treat him kindly, as he's treated you. I don't love Ace any more than any other of my sons, on that I promise on my soul. Every single one of you is part of my family. I screwed up so badly, Pops. The pirate whimpers, tears blurring his vision, and shame snuffing out the rage. How could he think Pops would do something like that to them, after all they've been through? Yes, you did. You stupid boy, Whitebeard sighs as he stands back to full height. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to remind these Marines that fucking with my family comes with a heavy price. Plus, to even insinuate I'd sell out my sons, is laughable if it wasn't borderline blasphemy. He scowls, before sending another quake out to shatter the ice walls, and give the allies a way out from the advancing pacifistas. They can leave now. He destroyed the ice wall. He's still as sharp as ever, Sengoku notes, wondering if Whitebeard will actually step into play now he'd basically called a retreat for his allies. A true pirate chooses the path for themselves. Whitebeard shouts, a rallying cry that sets the allies straight. He was giving them an out, but they didn't want to. They couldn't let the Navy win, not after slandering their old buddy so blatantly like that. We should have known it was bullshit. We've fought, bled, and drank with the Whitebeard pirates. We've known Newgate for years, some of us decades. Let's make those Navy bastards pay for making us look like fools. Those of you who'll still follow me, put your lives on the line. He bellows as he leaps from the ship onto the ice. Let's attack. Get ready, men, he's coming. The strongest man in the world, Sengoku shouts, mostly to remind his men just what they're facing now. Whitebeard moved from being a spectator to an active combatant. Whitebeard has been summoned in ATK mode as if there's any other state for men like him. Kififi. Oh, now it's going to get fun, Grima purrs, wanting to see what happens when Whitebeard finally cuts loose and unloads his anger on the Navy, a thought shared by his fellow Yonko, CP0, and the public at large. Akainu scowls. Robin, get your fat ass up and deal with your sister. She got in the way of Squar killing Whitebeard. We were so close to at least crippling the bastard. Yayayo, you don't actually believe some nobody like Squar could actually topple a Yonko, do you, Sakasuke? You're going senile if you think that. Nihilok. Robin laughs, adjusting her marine jacket and shirt, the cream ensemble only hiding her potbelly due to having already given up on containing her impressive bust. Grima really pissed you off that much, huh? Guess I do have to teach her the older twin isn't always the smarter one. She sighs, drawing the Alpha Yato in a golden shimmer. Whitebeard's first move as a proper member of this war was to remind them artillery wasn't going to do much to him, as with a simple quake punch he sent the cannonballs right back to their owners, destroying the entire cannon array in the process. This is it, the power of Whitebeard, of Pops. Yeah, even without knowing his bloodline, that's a Kuja smile alright. Kizaru chuckles, getting Luffy and Chaos attention. It's in the blood, boy, the hunger for battle, for a good fight. You're about to witness Whitebeard going all out, so stay out of his way and you might just live to see the sunset. The lightman chuckles, his face then twisting into a demented smirk. Or you can just die. No. He shatters into light just before Shala could stab him. having separated from her familiar to increase her flexibility and range of attack. You really want to go down now? But of course, let the kids have their fun, it's just you and me, Borsellino. Scaro, give the Whitebeards a hand. Kill any marine that tries to touch those boys. Not yet, cousin. Maybe when I have time. Fore shimmering out of range. Bastard. Rumble 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 crack. Lucina grits her teeth. What was up with this bitch? Every time she struck parallel falchion cut clearly through her ice glaives. But Whitey just smirks and they reform, somehow connected to the blue fist emanating from her fingertips. It wasn't a devil fruit. She'd managed to cut across her shoulder and there was no more pain or damage than if it were any other sword wound. But these powers, she just can't explain it. Icicle crash. You seem to be having trouble, my dear. Done playing with the big boys? Whitey teases, forming frosted needles around her fingers before sending them straight at the marine, who is expected blocked with her sword, -1 which managed to stab her in the wrist. I don't need to beat you, Ice Witch, just keep you from Fire Fist. Speaking of, I best be going. There's no more need to stall you. I can hear the final pieces slot into place. She smirks as she launches a windblade at the pirate captain, making a tactical retreat when the icy blue-haired woman rolls to dodge. Hey, Jinbei, Eva muses, having joined the charge during the Whitebeard drama debacle. Isn't it a little strange how they all abandoned their posts and retreated to the plaza while we weren't looking? It does seem odd, but given Pops has joined the battle, it is wise for them to flee, especially when their dirty little tricks failed them, the fishman retorts, confidence filling his body. The wall, it's not rising. It was the linchpin to our plan, and it's failing. One marine grimaces as the pirates close in. Then I'll just have to keep them busy while we get it settled, one of the still-living giant marines shouts as he leaps into the fray. That's as far as any of you are gonna get. You'll never reach the plaza, he declares, slashing downward at the pirates with his sword, carving through the ice as much as enemy combatants. Everyone run, Vice Admiral John Giant is attacking. Is that really his name? Seems kind of redundant. I'd have gone with self-explaining, but that too. The man with the silly name swings his blade uncaringly, less interested in actually dealing with the low ranks and more focused on getting through, reaching Whitebeard before with a two-handed blow, swung straight down, only for Whitebeard to blow it with his Bacento, with barely a grunt or grimace. You're blocking my view, so move, Whitebeard scowls, pushing back and unbalancing the giant. Then in the time it took for Mirakurogiri to hit the ground, he grabbed the air with his devil fruit and yanked hard, straight down. What the fuck just happened? Everyone stay clear of Pops. It's like an earthquake times 1000. No wonder he kept back. This could have splattered his allies if they were too close. Chaos, explain the new bullshit fruit. Luffy shouts as he's grabbed by Nagini to stop him from falling. Not now, Luffy, I'll explain the Guro when I actually understand what the fuck is going on myself. Chaos groans nails and talons digging into the ice as all around them the world seems to be tearing itself apart and destabilizing, sections of ice, building and even ocean tilting this way and that. Everyone was shitting themselves beside a few headcases, like Daffy who admires Whitebeard's style. After all, if you're going to fuck everything up, you might as well make it look cool and or trippy, and Cypher, whose DF bubble was almost its own dimension, so was more or less an outside observer to the chaos unfolding. Newgate's pissed, he wouldn't have done this with allies around otherwise, the blonde hums, being surprisingly rational at the moment, even causing Mabel to pause. Is it over? Did your crazy old man stop trying to kill his own guys yet? Luffy asks as the shaking dies down and Nagini releases her hold. His crew were ready, they're used to this stuff. Jinbei responds before chaos, having managed to reunite with the brothers. I can't quite imagine getting used to this level of BS, but I'm a straw hat, so I'm probably already used to things I probably shouldn't be and just no longer think of it as weird. Same principle, Pops does this enough times and you learn to recognize the signs and know where to stand to not get friendly fired. Jinbei nods. Plus, the amount of collateral damage he's doing to Marineford means if nothing else, they can't really stop us climbing the rubble to get to Ace, he chuckles. Chaos whistles. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything on this level, especially not with one attack. He hums, ignoring the coughed section bullshit section from Nagini, though he did nod when it was followed by section celestial artillery section. Meanwhile, John Giant was somehow still alive, winded but standing, more or less. I've never seen that level of power before, but in the name of the absolute justice I swore to uphold. He growls, grabbing his sword to make another pass. I'd rather die than let you pass through here. That can be arranged. Whitebeard sighs before leaping to about heart high of the giant, and not even trying to punch the guy, just the air. But the shockwaves of his devil fruit still slammed into John, and without slowing down continued to tear up ice and battlefield from him to the nearest wall, through that and all the way to the scaffold. Unfortunately, that was where it petered out for some reason, that reason being the three admirals and most likely a combined wave of hockey stopping the shockwave dead. This wouldn't be happening if the walls were ready. You ice is in the way, that makes it your fault. True, but you could have just melted the ice, even just along the edges where the walls come out, couldn't you? Well, at least this battle won't be too easy. I love. Azulong cackles as she fits a gas mask to her face. The safest option when dealing with Helios zone form. Even if her hockey-infused miasma prevented the worst effects from affecting her allies, or at least her crew. What I wouldn't give for an easy fight, Henry sighs, draining another marine to a desiccated corpse via his blood scythe. Still, we're not exactly throwing everything at them just yet, so this will do I suppose. Come on men. Jozu yells, while the admirals are reeling from Pop's attack. He's given us an opening, let's not waste it. Attack, he orders, all pirates around him following the command and running straight for the new hole in the walls. Creak, crack, rumble rumble rumble. Well, shit, Cypher chuckles as he watches the walls rise around them. I believe this is where you make your leave, my love. Try not to die. He winks. As that was all he could do, but it was clear it would have been one anyway, then clicks his fingers. What was heard nearby the pyramid was as if the Tower of Babel had been made of glass when it crumbled, the shape now a hazy ghost of its former self, less a death trap and more a marker of Cypher's current domain. Why? Mabel hisses, her hand clutching her broken nose, a retaliation for the bruised kidney she gave him a few minutes prior. Because I'm not always a monster, I just hate most people on this planet. You're one of the lucky ones, who I actually managed to love, Cypher replies, deciding to go for one last stab before he let her go. Take care of that kid of ours. Make him better than I was, if not better than you. Surprised? Detect life. He kisses her cheek as she stares at him frozen in shock, then sends her flying. Gravity cannon out into the sea, but given there were several marine battleships out there still she had a pretty good chance of being rescued, rather than dying when she hit the land at whatever speed that attack just shot her out at. Okay. Now that's some bullshit right there, a Whitebeard pirate groans, getting agreement from anyone near enough to hear him. Grima frowns as she drops from the Mobi. This can't be it, why would Sengoku want to hide this? There has to be more than just a big wall, she mutters, it didn't make sense, well, until the cannons in the portholes near the top of each wall poked out, and were aimed down at the pirates. It's a kill box, those fuckers. Ing the giant wasn't our best plan. Even if it did fuck up Moria's day. Alistair muses through the dens. Helios' fish eyes meant she wasn't physically capable of rolling them, but he had a feeling she would if she could. No matter, reactivating all den mushi in Marineford as per orders. Meteor volcano. Oh you fuckheads. This is why they cut the feeds, Zelina calls as she reforms beside Grima. They don't want the world to see them drop a volcano on our heads with no way to escape. She scowls as a Kaiku shoots a barrage of magma fists into the sky like fireworks. Now they had to wait for them to drop, with nowhere else to run. There is one way, Apep states, third from center. It's pockmarked like it was any other fortification. It's taken a beating and might actually fall, unlike the others. The division commanders gasp, seeing she was right. Pops, have I told you I love that kid of yours already? Vista laughs, realizing what made that section different. It had been when Kao's celestial artillery had been fired at, and being as scattershot as Kizaru's sacred jewel attack, which it appeared to have been based on. It hit under the ice as well, far enough to hit wherever the encircling wall was stored. They have nowhere to run, now we'll melt that ice, and drown them all, Sengoku declares as the magma fists began to rain from the sky on the trapped pirates. Well fuck me, this couldn't actually get worse. If the magma fists don't kill us the melting ice will at least kill all the devil fruit users. Chaos grimaces. before picking up a borderline catatonic Luffy and following the lead of the higher-ups, running towards the damaged wall, while trying to not be killed by falling fists, made even harder as the cannons in the walls also began firing, trying to herd them back into the now boiling ocean water, along with the pacifistas firing from the one unactivated section at the mouth of the bay, firing in on the trapped pirates. There's got to be some way to take down these walls, something, anything. BOONG, Newgate, you need to work on your aim. The damaged one is almost on the opposite side of the ring, Alistair complains. That's because I wasn't aiming for that one. I wanted to know how much damage the wall could take from my punch when fully intact, to see if I even needed to focus on the broken one. It would fall, eventually, but it would just be easier to finish what the kid started. The Yonko grunts then starts walking toward the damaged section. Grr, now to hit him where it hurts, Akainu sneers, focusing fire on the Moby. The vessel catching ablaze after a few direct hits. Watch your legacy go up in flames, old man. The Moby, it's going down. Those bastards, that was the only home we knew. You can't do that. The Moby has carried the Whitebeard pirates for decades. I'm sorry, old friend, I did what I could, boss, save Ace, for all of us. Chaos and Luffy freeze as memories of the Mary flash before their eyes. Though at least they'd set her ablaze to honor her and give her a proper goodbye. This was pure destruction and hate. No wonder Whitebeard had a 1,000-yard stare as he watched his flagship sink into the bay. I'd call it a tactical decision, but they left a fuckload of battleships outside the bay we can steal to leave, so it's just Sakasuke being a petty bitch. Grima sighs. Then turns to the redhead behind her. I think I need to ride the winds if I want any chance of assisting through this crap. Care to give me the boost? She asks with a wink, activating her devil fruit as she does. Of course, boss, Zelina grins, a small green tornado in her hand and sending it forward. Wings that seemed to devour the light, catching the breeze and lifting her captain into the air. Then as her smile twists into a scowl, her lower half transforms into the wind and she shoots straight up, deciding to play her part in dealing with the magma rain. The plan is working perfectly, so we'll proceed. Phase 2 is the immediate execution of Portgas d'Ace, Sengoku relays to the entirety of Marineford, sending terror up and down the spines of every pirate, and unexplainable dread shuddering through several Marines, probably not helped by Sengoku. Shit, why couldn't she have just died in the magma rain? The fleet admiral squirms as ahead of him, face twisted into a demonic scowl. With 6 void black wings and angry red tattoos, brands snaking up and down her limbs, hovered Grima in her hybrid form. Akainu, shoot that bitch down already. Divine Radiance, I already have someone on it. Her time is measured in minutes now, Akainu states smugly as a golden energy beam clips one of the Merc's wings, stopping her ascent, but angering her enough to start dispensing balls of cursed fire on the Marines, as well as the wall. Hellblaze Barrage, I think all Fire Crotch did was piss her off, but good news everyone, we have a target, and take down that wall. Alistair cackles as the Whitebeard pirates charge. This is a bad idea, with everyone focused on the one spot, even if by some miracle they do break through. The Marines know exactly where to aim all the cannons on the wall. Eva panics. Then panics even more so when he sees Luffy near the front of the charge, Chaos and Bon Clay not that far behind him. Come on babe, I know you're bigger and heavier in this form, but I thought dragons were swift. Azulong whines from Helio's back, hands gripping, and boots locked against the protruding bones along her spine to keep from falling off the dragon demon. Sanguine slashers, I'm starting to think Whitebeard should have just hit the thing, rather than show off and bust another wall. We might even be already through by now. Henry sighs, his blood blades digging into the wall through the holes already made, bypassing a good portion of the armor. The smart decision as opposed to ramming it with a necrotic dragon. I do love the enthusiasm, as well as the fact she's now spewing enough acid to melt concrete. But maybe running headfirst into a wall wasn't your best plan, dearie. I'm starting to think we need a new navigator. I suppose we should at least be glad Zelina's busy dealing with the flaming fists from the sky, so she's being spared the lecture about self-inflicted head trauma for another few hours. Newgate, mourn later, fight now. Helios growls, her voice deep, low and similar to gravel crunching under boots while in her zone form. But it got the job done as a scowling, pissed off Yonko turns his head in their direction. I shouldn't be surprised that after the 7th attempt they didn't get the hint that basically swatting at us with cannon fire is going to do very little. Chaos groans. This time catching Luffy when the cannon fire sends the boy flying. There's not even a way out yet, we're literally fish in a barrel, and they still can't seem to land direct hits on us. Are you seriously complaining about us not dying already? Bond screams, deciding there and then that Straw Hat was the sane brother, or at least the less suicidal one. Nobody in their right mind breaks into impelled down after all. No, just pointing out that the Marines never learn, this being the most obvious example, besides not taking the advice most pirates are aware of. Don't piss off the Yonko. They're dancing all over that one today. Chaos hums as hubby shifts into something resembling a fan. Crescent blade, crescent wave, been a while since you brought that out. Ranged combat hasn't been needed often before now. Boom, yeah, still can't aim for shit. BWAAAAAMMM. And, there it is folks, the wall buckles, but in the end a quake punch shockwave from the strongest man finally brings it down, giving the allies an actual exit strategy, and a way to reach Ace. Attention all Whitebeard pirates and allies, we have a way to the plaza, so take it. Azulong screams and cackles, uncoiling her whips as she rides her dragon into battle. Focus fire on the broken wall, we've got those pirates in the bottleneck. Akainu orders as the cannons are turned and Ever Marine aims their guns on the end barrier. Let the execution commence, Sengoku states, too casually for a normal person. Shit, we don't have time for this. Well, what do you suggest? There's nothing much we can do besides taking the path through that hole Pops just made, Jinbei argues, as something clicks in Luffy's mind. The ice, Jinbei, I need a favor. Luffy quickly turns to the fishman, with a determined shine in his eyes. I don't like the sound of this chaos, sighs tiredly, hubby morphing into a dagger as he runs it along his forearm. But, whatever gets us closer to Ace. Ocean current shoulder throw. A massive waterspout forms as the fishman heaves the water of the bay, shooting over the wall and managing to finish right in front of the admirals in a rush of water. The end result of which was Luffy. Ace screams. Sengoku grits his teeth. Garp. Those damn brats are getting in the way again. Damn it. Why couldn't you stupid kid just have held back like people with self-preservation instincts? Garp groans. Well, I'll be damned, you actually managed to get here, Aokiji chuckles. Too stubborn for their own good, Kizaru smirks, eyes shimmering under his shades. But the fires of youth are strong in these brats. Just means they'll die all the quicker, Akainu grunts. Though I'll give you this, you did well to get this far, son of dragon. Holy shit, Straw Hat, he shot himself over the wall. Ace's brothers are nuts. Think they'll join up? That's it kid, show them the strength in your heart, Whitebeard chuckles. Oh, I love these kids, they know how to show off. Cypher laughs as he runs towards the opening. Reunions were such fun. I admire the determination it took to get here, but that's all you're getting. It's a miracle you even made it this far. You're too green to make even another step. You're goddamn suicidal to take on the big three of the Marines on your own, Straw Hat. Who said he's alone? Luffy smirks widely as he removes his hat, letting it fall to the ground just before all hell breaks loose, on both sides of the wall. Mirror Gate. Serpent dive. Shouts of panic were heard on both sides, inside the bay because a known devil fruit user just jumped into the water, and in the plaza because a naga just erupted out of Luffy's hat, coiling protectively around the panting rubber boy. Lack pirates reassembled. Seseizi, welcome back Ace, we've come to re-recruit you. Cheeky smiley face. Chaos hisses, serpentine eyes meeting the fleet admiral unblinkingly, filled with anger, and more importantly, determination. You're not taking our brother from us, you hear me? Luffy shouts, before setting his straw hat back on his head and preparing to fight Rubber King and Mirror Master. The war hits the plaza. Luffy stares down the admirals, then does the smartest thing in the last 5 minutes. Gear second, trying to skirt around us, typical of a pirate. Guess he has some brains in that soft head of his after all. The kid clearly didn't learn from the last time, Kizaru chuckles, about to shift, when he was forced to block instead. Sene Jashu Ama no Murakumo. Once again, using your devil fruit to counteract your lack of haki. It's impressive, if it wasn't also just so predictable. Kizaru laughs as Chaos pulls back, his reflect armored talons having been countered by his haki-infused light sword, though his eyebrows rose when the pirate's next move was to miss entirely. So he could heave his massive Naga body over his torso, shifting back to human in the process and landing a kick to the admiral's torso, pushing him a few inches, maybe a foot. That's more like it, kid. Same with figuring out your fruit can copy zones too. He corrects as Chaos stands up. You're just playing around, aren't you? He asks, as Hubby spins in his right hand. I can move at the speed of light, boy, of course I am. You're not strong enough to bother fighting at even close to my best. Kizaru smirks, his eyes shimmering like a kaleidoscope. Okay, just need to get to Ace and, Luffy thinks before getting tails slapped into a nearby building. You three really couldn't keep two pirates away, seriously? Robin sighs, currently standing at the base of the platform in her hybrid form. If you wanted to switch that badly you could have just said so, she says before having to roll away from an explosion of black fire. Damn it, so close, Luffy wheezes as he pulls himself from the wreckage. It's time to end this. Ready, now, Sengoku commands the Marines to raise their blades, then send them down right for Ace's neck. No, you bastard, Ace, swish. What? Sengoku bellows as both of the men are taken out before they could complete the act. Seems I underestimated how long the meteor volcano would delay you, Zelina, but you. I thought Straw Hat had given me a card to play, given your known hatred of Whitebeard, and yet you still decided to help him to rescue Ace, Crocodile. He snarls as both were standing in the center of the plaza. Zelina's skin a deep green matching the tornado that was currently replacing her lower limbs, while Crocodile looks bored and disinterested like they hadn't just killed two people with a wind and sand blade respectively. I'm confused, Luffy whines. I'm grateful, but this is quite the surprise, Marco hums, having landed on the wall to observe the action. Just a while ago Crocodile was trying to kill Whitebeard, so why is he helping us? Jinbei wonders aloud. I can kill that old fool whenever the mood takes me, but this, I'm not letting you crooked bastards get a win. If I'm not killing Whitebeard today, I'm going to make sure I'm part of the reason you lost, Crocodile answers, sneering up at the fleet admiral. Xing Clang, well, I got one of them I suppose. Doflamingo chuckles as he watches Crocodile's head roll around behind him, while his second string was currently held by a hockey-coated fist, letting it snap before she tries to pull him to her. Or not, he hums as the head crumbles to sand and reforms with the same bored expression. You know you hurt my feelings, Crocodile. First you reject my offer, then team up with Whitebeard, spitting in my face while I offer the hand of friendship. Shut up, Flamingo, I'm not teaming up with anyone, I've already explained myself and you don't have any bearing on the decision, Crocodile grunts, turning to catch Doflamingo's kick with his hook, before both are blown into the assembly by Zelina. Okay, they're all distracted by Crocodile and the Flamingo guy. Now's my chance, Luffy thinks as he pulls himself to his feet. You die now, Straw Hat. A Marine screams, ruining any hope of the element of surprise as he charges at the rubber boy with a sword, which Luffy jumps over, kicking the man in the head as he launches himself towards Ace once more. Not another step, Straw Hat, another Marine shouts, though at least Luffy was running toward him so stealth was unneeded. Out of my way, Luffy shouts back, launching a punch which the man dodges, then bounces off the air and drops where Luffy was a second ago. Soru Geppo Tekai, but he missed, as this was far from the first time Luffy had fought Rokushiki users, and he'd fought much better ones at that. Not seeing the point in drawing out the fight, he decided to just punch him out. Gum Gum pistoled Tekai. It seemed to stop him, for half a second before the Marine passed out. After fighting Bluno, never mind Lucci, this loser was nothing once the surprise that he could use those techniques wore off. What did slow him down though, was getting stabbed with an icicle spear, which Aokiji then roughly yanked free of his upper arm. I still owe your grandfather a favor, but you're really asking for it at this point, Straw Hat. You risk your life, now you got to pay the price. He rails back to stab Luffy again, when he's blindsided by a green twister, which besides pushing him away from Luffy, ensured he got a supersonic phoenix to the gut, just below the ribs. Wow, thanks for the save, Luffy says, wincing as he pulls himself to his feet. No problem. Keep running, kid. We'll keep the Iceman off your tail. Zelina winks before following Marco in keeping Aokiji occupied. Fleet Admiral, one Marine on the wall calls up, the Whitebeard pirates appear to be swimming toward us. They don't have a lot of options given we broke the ice and took out their ships. Quick men, fire upon them while we still have the chance. Vice Admiral Strawberry orders, every cannon tilting to aim for the broken wall the pirates were swimming toward. Boom boom boom, but the Whitebeard pirates just keep swimming. What? But they should have turned around or been killed by now, one Marine exclaims, before being enveloped in toxic smog. You said it yourself, Azulong purrs behind her gas mask, as Helios claws her way up the wall to the Marines. They're low on options, and most of us have nothing to lose at this point, so there's no reason to turn back. Victory or death, that is the game state you've put us in, Gororororo. She cackles, the metal tips of her whips tearing into skulls like melons. Of course, just as she says that, panic sets up on the Marine side and hope blooms within the pirates as something rumbles deep below the waves, and begins to ascend. Sir, we've got another coated pirate ship in the bay, and it's coming straight toward us. It must have been hidden under the bay this whole time. Damn that bastard Whitebeard, of course he had a backup plan, Sengoku sneers as the pirates were either caught in the wake of the ship's ascension or are paddling toward it like their lives depend on it. We caught them off guard. That's good, Whitebeard smirks for a moment. I never said they'd sunk all of our ships. Sir, it's a paddle boat of some kind and it's heading for the gap as we speak. No, Whitebeard, Sengoku bellows. Sink that thing. Drop it like the Moby. A Marine orders, forgetting one thing. Bang bang bang, they missed one ship in the barrage, and both it and the new ship were capable of firing back on them. The ship's too fast, they won't hit it, Garp sighs as the paddle boat impacts the land and grinds across the plaza, straight for them. We made it, guys, Ace is right there, we're almost done. Can he sail or what? I don't know if you can see this, but the gap in the walls is just a little bit larger than a battleship is wide, and Whitebeard's backup ship just slip in like he was built to dock there. Absolutely amazing, Alistair relays while firing the cannons as he didn't need his hands to talk. That's enough, Ace screams, tired of everyone dying because of him. He just won't quit, Sengoku sneers. Seems the old fools turned the tides. Those walls were meant to keep them in the bay, but it seems now it's trapped us with them. Suru sighs. This was just one disaster after just a little longer, Ace. We're almost there, Whitebeard says, before stepping off the edge of the ship and landing right in the middle of the plaza. Whitebeard has entered the plaza. Marines scream as they aim their weapons at the man, like any of them could take him. My sons, please stay back, Whitebeard orders before swinging Morokumogiri over his head and channeling a quake bubble into the blade. He then swung with all his might, the force of the attack sending anyone in front of him below Vice Admiral in strength flying. Once the tremor had ceased, his division commanders all dropped alongside him, ready to brawl. Listen here, pirates. Bring Ace to safety, and destroy the navy. He bellows, the Whitebeard pirates once more advancing, nothing but men standing between them and Ace. Clear a path. Shit, he's readying another attack. Are you so sure about that? Aokiji sighs, leaping into action. Iceball, he did it. Whitebeard's a popsicle, a Marine cheers. No, he's not, Kizaru chuckles, just before the technique shatters. He broke out, those vibrations of his can't be frozen. Damn it, Aokiji curses before leaping at the Yonko. Guess he'll have to do this the hard way. Ice, Shing, Admiral Kuzan. He's been skewered. Is Aokiji dead? No, doing fine actually. Thank you very much, Aokiji replies, hands gripping the Basento while the blade was sticking out of a frost-covered hole in his chest. Ice crawling down the weapon towards Whitebeard. Ice block. Partisan, this Aga in Whitebeard thinks with a sigh. Not that it mattered as Aokiji was tackled and his ice form shattered by a diamond form Jozu ramming straight into him. Though given he's a logia, Aokiji simply reformed like an angry snowman. Go Pops, I'll fight. Good luck, son. Whitebeard nods and advances, knowing Jozu should be fine in the meantime. With all the heavy hitters in the plaza, it's probably forgivable that they lost sight of our protagonists, at least for the moment, meaning they were free to rush towards the scaffolding, until a familiar Vice Admiral stood in Luffy's way, swinging at and managing to cut the boy as well as send him rolling over himself. Straw Hat Luffy, I Vice Admiral Momonga will cut you down. It ends here, he announces definitively, turning to slay the boy. Vice Admiral, that's the same rank as Gramps, Luffy mutters, shit. Geppo Soru Momonga leaps into the air, using Soru to increase his height before performing a drop slash which Luffy was unable to block. Second, Shigen. This was not going Luffy's way as another Vice Admiral joins the fray, the full-handed Shigen sending him flying a few feet backward. Reckless, the kid's too green, Dalmatian sneers. True, Momonga agrees. But, there's one thing noted in every report on Straw Hat. The boy never gives up, he adds as Luffy struggles to his feet. Biwum Clang, I think the universe is trying to tell you something, Chaos chuckles. His voice echoed and tinny due to the full armored form. Kizaru sighs, yes, that I should have just killed you already instead of playing around, he says, noting the numerous cracks in the reflections, as well as the hole in his head. Taking a lot of battle damage, kid. Sure you want to keep going? I survived God impaling me through the face. I think I can handle whatever you throw at me, even if it'll hurt like hell, he says with a grin. Soru Geppo, damn, kids need to stop rushing on ahead. Shala yells as she swings down with the dagger, managing to cut Kizaru's sleeve before he scattered into light to dodge. Round 2, I presume? He smirks. You know I can make swords, right? Gonna need something bigger than a little knife to fight me. Shala surprisingly grins. Oh, I already do, she says, then grasps the hilt in both hands, haki bubbling off her and flowing into the weapon. Tendrils of blackness erupting from the hilt and wrapping around the blade, extending it as well as revealing symbols previously unseen. Medusa's sword. Very impressive, Kizaru chuckles. Can you read it? No, Shala admits, but I do agree with what's written on it. Section, and we both know, Medusa believed the same section. Amazon Lily, what does it say? Sandersonia asks, the throne room getting picture from Marineford due to Alistair activating the Den-Dens. It looks like Pony GLPH, so that means only about 3 people can answer that. Marigold sighs. One of which is right here. Nyan reminds them, pointing to Artemis, who was staring at the silver-edged, black blade. Be it raising heaven or raising hell, I would do it all, for my family, Artemis recites. Sounds like a poem. Probably. Sounds like, I would do anything for my family, but cooler. No wonder she agrees with it. Sonia chuckles. Also sounds like Straw Hat. It does. Uncle Luffy's and Papa are out there to save their big brother Ace, and they see the whole crew as family. Artemis agrees. So they've already done crazy things to help them out. Like Anise Lobby? Sonia chuckles, getting a nod from the artist. Here's hoping it turns out like that, instead of O'Hara. Marineford, you know, I think we should take this elsewhere. We're kind of in Newgate's way, don't you think? Shala hums as she spins the blade. Seems Chaos' nervous tick was inherited. You know I can't do that, Shala, Kizaru sighs, though his lips were curled in a half-smile. Section, I could always chase you if you'd prefer. Section, she teases, giving the man an out. Biwamomomomom, not that way though, she grimaces as everyone nearby turns as they feel the shockwaves, seeing Vice Admiral Nylock Robin crossing blades with Captain Grima. Both women in their hybrid forms. Robin resembling a stocky deer dragon thing, while Grima still had her midnight black wains, dark scales along her hands and neck as well as glowing red tattoos running up and down her limbs. The big issue was their blades. Robin's shimmering with a golden glow, while Grima's had an almost haze to it as it drank in the light. Alpha, the flying sister growls. Omega, the younger twin hisses. Midnight, midday. Oh bollocks, for once Whitebeard and Sengoku had identical thoughts, having seen their respective fighters attack and knowing just how powerful it was, meaning 2 clashing against one another would not be pleasant to experience. Devastator. Radiance. There was a blinding flash before the shockwave hit, the Whitebeard pirates faring slightly better than the average marine simply due to being used to the quakes that Pops would throw around when he was actually fighting, though there were some things you just have to buckle down and hope to tank. Hence why the Whitebeard pirates learn fast to not be standing in front of Whitebeard during a fight. I think the dust cloud from that attack will give us plenty cover to move this fight, don't you think, Cuss? Kizaru taunts. If you're fast enough to make me mauve. He stops and tilts his head, avoiding a slash across his cheek. Were you seriously not using it until now? Haki, I mean? Shala scowls. Only against Marco, and a little armament against the kid just because I wasn't sure what he could do. Other than that, nothing until you came knocking. Wasn't worth the effort, the lightman admits. Glad to hear I am. The scorpion grins, then leaps at him. cutting through the first sword he creates before being blocked by one with what seemed to be a black core. Should have known to add hockey after that question. That sword is probably almost entirely composed of it. Kizaru scolds himself before pushing back. Pretty much, I can only feed it armament, so it's not as good as when Medusa used it. But close enough, Shala admits before engaging in a proper sword fight. Well, that's one crisis averted, Chaos mutters, lifting Luffy onto his back. You gonna wake up anytime soon, Lou? Just need a minute. The rubber boy pants, stubbornly trying to force his eyes open after that last attack. Yeah, that's what they all say. Out of the way, son. I don't want to hurt you or Straw Hat. Chaos turns to see Whitebeard stomping toward them, seemingly the only person unaffected by Grima and Robin's clash. You got it, Pen, it's clear. Chaos nods with an awkward, nervous smile, then spots Henry and grins, just what he needed, a distraction. There he is. See, Jinbei, I told you Straw Boy would be in trouble. And there's another one, great cheeky smiley face, a giant disembodied head. How did it get like that? It's Eva, he just does that sometimes, don't think I've seen it that big before. Luffy, there you are, Jinbei shouts from beside Ivankov and his ship-sized head. I believe you have something. I was responci, bah. Eva screams as he falls off the wall on top of a fair few pirates and marines. Get off us, you're wasting time, Jinbei scolds. Sorry, sad face, Eva groans. We should probably go over there, Chaos chuckles, rolling his eyes as he relaxes his armor. Jinbei, Eva, Luffy wheezes, then blinks and starts squirming as his brain reboots and he remembers where he was. Chaos, we need to go the other way, we're so close. And you nearly killed yourself, again, getting there, Straw Boy, a voice coos, causing him to pause. Bon, hello. The dancer laughs, thought I was dead, didn't you? Nope, I can sense that fruit from a mile away at this point. Chaos deadpans, making the man wilt. Ruin the moment, will yaw? Anyway, you can't help Ace if you're too broken to move. Let the big boys lead the charge for a little, then rush back to the front lines after treatment, Bon Curry suggests, trying to make his friend see reason, or at least calm down enough for someone to try and patch him up. You know he's right, Luffy, Chaos. We're outmatched. I don't mind running up to Ace, but we can't actually win straight fights with anyone still standing in this place. The researcher, first mate, lays out as best he could. He's a loudmouth kid who goes looking for trouble, dumb and clumsy, reckless too. Whitebeard grunts as the medics rush over to help Luffy and check up on Chaos while he was standing there. But, it seems we both have a soft spot for hotheads and fools like them, kid. He smirks and readies his Bacento. If you're ready to die, stand forth and prepare to meet your maker, he shouts, before manifesting another quake bubble over the blade. Not again, everybody run, clang, only for it to be blocked by a magma kick from Akainu. You're always going around causing destruction, the magma man sneers. Says the man who dropped a meteor shower on my boys. Whitebeard smirks before both launch punches infused with their devil fruit powers, meaning Akainu threw a giant magma fist, while Whitebeard's punch once more tried to break a hole in reality, the energy flowing off them in a tug of war, the shockwaves causing devastation all around them. Meanwhile, as if to ensure nobody forgot about them, the New World captains finally rejoined the fight, with Sentomaru and the pacifistas on their asses, ready to cause as much collateral damage as they could. Slave arrows, crap, we've got a warlord gunning for us, Bentham screams before Hancock drops down in front of them without caving his skull in. Huh? Beloved, you're still alive. Hancock cheers before throwing herself at Chaos. The teen gives a half smile as he catches the busty Kuja missile and holds her close. I thought it took longer than that for Stockholm to set in. You only had the one screw, Luffy wheezes, causing Hancock to turn bright red and Chaos to laugh. Thanks, Lou, I needed that, he chuckles, sighing as the medics left him be to focus on the more injured rubber boy. You really shouldn't be here, he sighs, don't risk your status for us. I'm not, Hancock huffs, kissing his cheek, with the Whitebeard pirates so close to their endgame. All eyes are on big names like Marco and Whitebeard himself, meaning someone much less important on the Marines' hit list can move around in the chaos undetected, more or less. Please try to be safe. You may think differently, But we both know Ace would be crushed if you or Luffy died trying to save him. I know, but he's right there, how do you know? Luffy grumbles, looking at Hancock with a barely open eye. Simple, I'm a big sister, now you're big sister thanks to my mate here. We get very protective when our younger sibling are put in danger. Ah, makes sense. The rubber boy grunts before continuing to let the medics check him over. Indeed, now if you'll excuse me, I need to see a Bloodman Abatu making a donation. Chaos mutters, flagging down a familiar blonde with a wave and a smirk. Don't worry Ace, I'm almost there, Marco thinks as he flits through the battlefield, taking flight once he had a clean line of sight to Ace. He's flying, yes we can see that, he's a bird zone, now shoot him down, Sengoku orders. But it wasn't going to be that simple, as Marco's phoenix form was basically made of the blue flames that healed him in his other forms, making him a borderline logia at the moment. Yeah Marco, you can do it, grab Ace and run. This will be interesting, Kizaru hums. Indeed, let's see if Sengoku can still fight. Shala frowns, having less faith in the 1st Division commander than the other pirates. I mean he's done fuck all so far, might as well do something before we all leave again. Keyword in that last paragraph, borderline, as Garp punched the bird right out of the sky just before he reached the platform. What's the big idea? I didn't give you the order to fight. Sengoku shouts, being an ungrateful bastard, as if Garp didn't just stop Marco from stealing his prisoner. You want to get to the scaffold, you're going to have to go through me, Garp declares, sitting in one of the chairs the admirals had previously vacated. Section backstabbing, heartless bastard. Did you ever care? If you're going to help them kill Ace, why didn't you just kill us when we were kids? Section, Chaos shouts, tears welling up in his eyes, though only Hancock and Nagini knew what he's saying, but the emotion of the growls and hisses were palatable for everyone in the vicinity. Chaos, relax, we can still do this. She pleads, you need to think, you need to stay calm. Ace depends on that, she says, wiping the tears from his shimmering eyes. You can still save him, even with the so-called hero in your path. You and Luffy, keep showing them the Straw Hats bend the knee to no one, she orders, getting a sanguine smile from the male Kuja. Meanwhile, shit, we have to fight him. He may be getting on in years, but 20 years ago he was able to go toe-to-toe with Roger. Not just Roger, he's the one who took down Shiki the Golden Lion and locked him up and impelled down. He's probably the strongest marine they've ever trained. Whitebeard growls, then shouts, we didn't come this far just to be scared off by an old man. Legends ain't nothing but words. He scoffs, actually getting a chuckle out of Garp. I could say the same about you, Whitebeard. Your glory days are long since past, Akainu shouts as he launches another attack at the Yonko. Hound blaze, only for Whitebeard to send it right back at the Marines, the lava beast exploding against a nearby building. Well shit, you gonna destroy this whole place? If that's what it takes to rescue Ace, then yes, Whitebeard smirks. Besides, you can bill me if you can catch me after we're done, Gurarara. Scaffolding? What's taking so long? Just hurry up and execute him already, Sengoku bellows, nearing the end of his tether. Right away sir, fetching the substitute, a marine squeaks fearfully as he runs off. Down below, how's Strawboy? Eva asks, trying to ignore the maelstrom of anger bubbling off to his left. Not good, first aid isn't going to cut it, it barely did for the other guy. He needs to be taken out of here right now, the doctor explains. The odds were stacked against him from the start, but this is beyond cruel, he's so close, practically within arm's reach after the marathon he's gone through. Did I deserve to be born, or was it all just a mistake? That's not for me to say, you just keep living and hope you find out. And what a fine mess that turned out to be, Garp thinks, wishing those brats had just listened to him when they were younger, then they wouldn't be in this even spun it if it ever came out that the Marines had cured Roger's boy of the stain of piracy. Grab hold of the lad, but try to be careful, we're going to have to carry him to the ship. Eva orders the nearest candies, it's not ideal, but if we want Straw Boy alive, we'll have to rescue Ace Boy without him, the Okama Queen thinks, though there was one problem with this plan. Technically two, but we'll get to the other one later. Eva, Luffy pants as he grabs the Okama's boot, calm down Straw Boy. I need one last favor from you. He wheezes, everyone in the immediate area seeing the look of panic and horror on the man's face at that sentence, given his last favor, from Jinbei was essentially, yeet we over the wall. Nope, no last anything we're getting out of here right this minute, Ivankov argues. You know, what I'm going to ask you for, Luffy states, not having the energy to put much enthusiasm into his voice. At the top of the scaffold, damn it, this is all wrong, how the hell am I supposed to feel? Ace mutters, curled in on himself, his eyes near blind with tears. Pops, Luffy, Chaos, my friends and brothers in arms. They're all here because of me, to rescue me, but they're pushing through a sea of their own blood and those to do it. It can't actually be worth it. I can't be worth this. He whimpers, I'm sick. These are tears of joy. Even after all I've done, all I've been through, I want to live, he cries. Back down below, Eva, help me, Luffy wheezes. You do realize what the repercussions of this will be, right, kiddo? A little further away, out of my way, magma punk. Whitebeard shouts as he bats Akainu away with his Bacento, before seizing up, and dropping to one knee, coughing and wheezing before spitting up a small puddle of blood. Son of a. Pops, are you okay? Everything, Whitebeard pirates ask automatically. Time humbles us all, even you aren't immune to its power, old man. Akainu taunts as he begins to approach the now downed Yonko, his right hand shifted and already dripping magma. This was what I was afraid of, Marco grimaces. Whitebeard wasn't anywhere near his best health, but he wasn't going to wheel up to Marineford attack to 20 different medical bags and play the frail old man. So eventually his declining health was going to come back to bite him. Throwing around quakes and all the other crap he's been dealing with today, it made sense they'd only accelerate the decline. Leaving his current fight to back up his captain, Marco was double-tapped in the back by Kizaru, though a sword slash across his chest stopped the admiral from finishing off the commander. You really don't want me finishing the job, do you, cuz? Like seeing people suffer, huh? He asks calmly. No, just like getting in the way of marine execution plans. Shala fires back, before launching her tail at the man only for it to be blocked by a kick. Marco no. Jozu yells, only to cry out in pain of his own as Aokiji grabs onto and freezes his left arm, followed by the rest of him as the ice quickly consumed the Diamond Man. You gonna make the same mistake as Bird Boy? Guess your daddy didn't teach you tactics? The Iceman tuts. Someone has to see you off, and it seems that someone is going to be me, Akainu snarls, before rearing back to launch the magma punch right in Whitebeard's gut, missing the much larger blood pool surrounding the old man. FSSZSSZZSSSSSS. What, Pops, you really need to mind your surroundings? The voice was mostly a gurgle. But as the magma was pushed back, it revealed there was someone or something standing between Akainu and Whitebeard. A large semi-amorphous, deep crimson entity, jet black scythe blades jutting out of what it had for arms. Its liquid form bubbling and steaming as it pushed back against the devil fruit produced magma. I've been wanting to fight you for a while, government dog, but I'm not going to steal a man's kill. Interrupt a fight to save a friend though, I'm fine with that. A crimson, skeletal face bubbles to the surface, forming a deathly grin as the hockey-infused blades clear the magma. You gonna be okay, Newgate? I just needed a minute, boy, at least you stopped the Navy getting in a cheap shot, as typical of them as it may be. Whitebeard grunts as he pulls himself back to his feet. Check on the boys. He orders, the Bloodman nods and slithers away. Now, where were we? With Luffy. You're insane, you know that? Another hormone shot, it'll kill you. Eva screams, hoping volume will get the info through Luffy's rubber brain. You're past your limit. It could be days before I could safely give you another dose. I'm sorry, kid, but you've been burning the candle at both ends for way too long now. First the poison you burned through days sooner than should have been possible, and then getting you back on your feet. I said it back then and I'll repeat myself. My hormones aren't a magic cure all you can take whenever things get hard. I want to save Ace just like you do, but if you keep abusing my powers you'll just die. He stops when Luffy stretches to grab his collar. As long as I do everything in my power to save Ace, I don't care if I die, Luffy states, putting as much of his energy into the statement. I believe him, he's been using Gear Second despite even his heart not being able to take extended periods of that much pressure. So saying your hormones may kill him isn't exactly a deterrent. Chaos argues, though his eyes were on the scaffold, and his hands were tipped with spikes. I'm begging you, Eva, you have to let me fight, Luffy demands, well begs, clutching to the Okama Queen with all his might. Even pulling the man to one knee, If I don't keep fighting, and they kill Ace because I wasn't there for him, then I'd rather be dead anyway. FSSSSSS is, right now is the only fight that matters, live or die. Luffy continues, channeling as much of dragon and even a little garp in his declaration. You dummy, what would I tell your dear daddy dragon if you died, like a dog, due to my deadly devil fruit power? This stubbornness is really uncute. Eva scolds and then pouts. You could tell him it was better to have someone who knew what they were doing dose him than an amateur, Chaos offers. Eva turns to ask what he meant, then his eyes bulged when he saw the teen had stabbed himself in the chest with needled fingers. Would you prefer I do the procedure, or you? He says, something decidedly off flickering in his eyes as his grin spreads to nearly reaching his ears. Ivankov bites his lips, hemming and hawing before he sighs. You boys are drying my spare, you know that. And using my own devil fruit against me is just rude, boy. He turns away from the grinning devil and back to Luffy. I've done all I can to keep you safe, but it's your life. Give us a good show, he shouts, before injecting his hormones into Luffy's side, causing the rubber boy to get back on his feet in under a minute as energy floods his system. Ace, Rubber King and Mirror Master, a family's moral lines, alternate title, demi-move. Remember Straw Boy, energy hormone may have you up and running now, but if you drop again, you won't get up. Eva explains, the hormone only tricks your body into thinking you have energy when you don't. It's not actually healing your injuries at all. You're going to be a mess when this is all over, and that's if you survive to the end of the battle in the first place. So it's an all or nothing last stand this time, Lou? You ready? Of course I am. Think you can keep up? Luffy smirks. Ennard Nathar. Mamba. I was as born ready SSS Straw Hat. Chaos hisses, smirking as energy fills both of them. Now for the main event. Oh bollocks, they got new executioners. It's happening, they're going to murder Ace. Luffy yells as the brothers rush forward as full speed. You idiots, but it's not like they'll listen to reason anytime soon. Madness is already setting in, I guess. Don't worry boys, Eva's coming. Backup is on the way. Don't forget about me, Straw Boy. Bon Curry shouts before spinning after his friend. Oh chaos, Hancock sighs, conflicted about whether to follow or just sow chaos amongst the Marines elsewhere. It's Straw Hat, he's still alive, not for long he ain't. Get out of my way, Luffy screams, arms starting to steam before launching. Jet Gatling Gomu 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 Gomu. Not this time, Straw Hat, Dalmatian declares before leaping at the distracted rookie. Shigen, he struck dead, only it wasn't Luffy. With his fingers embedded in off-white skin, he just managed to look up at toxic green eyes, before the knuckles pressed against his sternum. Shigen. Hand K Yunnan, the Marines freeze as the Vice Admiral drops dead. A fist-sized hold punched clean through his chest. The force and speed meaning there wasn't even blood on the first mate's dark gray, lightly scaled arm. Crunch. What the hell was that? Where's the kind boy I raised? What the fuck did you do to my grandson? Garp bellows after crushing the arm rests of the chair due to his clenched fists. I don't know what you mean, Vice Admiral Garp. Luffy is over there. Chaos tilts his head and points over to where said rubber boy was punching and kicking his way through a horde of Marines. Even Ace felt bad for Garp as a dagger of ice in his back metaphorically tore through his heart. But Chaos didn't really give a shit at the moment. And Luffy was otherwise occupied. This was something after a couple months of tinkering. Anyone want to see what I've figured out after spending over a decade getting the shit beat out of you by a Marine hero? Kill the fucker. For Dalmatian, Justice Smash. Right in the brain case. I didn't ask you to charge me head on like an idiot, though I'm not sure you can even hear me, so, oh well. Chaos shrugs as he looks down at the Marine he just punched in the head, slamming him straight down into the rock and causing a crater about the size of his torso to form under him. You really are a scary boy. You know that, kid? I'm aware, Eva. People tell me that from time to time. Also, shouldn't you be over helping Luffy? Memoirs of a Winter Sky, A. Bon Chan has it covered. Him and Straw Boy are a real dream team. Yeah, that Swan just 1D. Oh crap, it's Kobe, but not Butchin, so Tashigi must still be paralyzed. Ops. Luffy, the pink-haired Marine shouts just before the pirate runs into him. Kobe? I'm sorry, Luffy, but I won't let you take another step. Luffy's smile thins, and then drops, won't. Meaning it's your decision, and you could have simply made a different one. On the other hand, I can't let you stand in my way. I won't let anyone stand between me and getting to Ace, do you understand me? Gum pistol. Luffy plants his fist right in Kobe's face, slamming the teen into the ground without even breaking stride. Oh my, you sure pissed off Straw Boy Mr. Marine. At least it wasn't the other one as you're still breathing. I hope. Bond grimaces. Then a smile twitches to life when Kobe coughs and wheezes in pain. Farewell. He cackles, before pirouetting away just before Helmeppo shows up to drag his semi-conscious ass somewhere safer. Just a little closer. Those guys with the glaives are back, Luffy grimaces, just before an explosion goes off right in front of him. Oh dear, it's those massive mechs the government have been keeping on the down low. The Kuma cyborgs, Luffy groans. Why can't these guys just leave us the hell alone? Beep. Monkey D. Luffy, bounty, 330 million. Just before the beams were fired, someone sprinted ahead, dropping right in front of our rubber hero. What is she doing? Bond hisses. Boa Hancock of the Seven Warlords, Navy Alley detected. They stopped charging, like that? Oh yeah, you guys are technically on the same side, thank Hancock, send me invitations to the wedding. Luffy laughs as he runs off, missing the Kuja's blush, before it twisted into a much more vicious smirk, before she leaps at her supposed allies. Pays to be the Kuja Queen's little brother, doesn't it, Straw Boy? Bond teases as he follows the kid, regrouping with Chaos and Eva in the process. The strings she can pull to keep you out of trouble. Elsewhere, that could have left a nasty bruise if you'd managed to hit me, Magma Brat. Whitebeard scoffs, while he watches the vampire slither away. Pops! Marco shouts as he lands nearby, still bathed in his regenerative flames. Are you okay? I've been better, but I've also been worse. When this is over, remind me to give the Demon Eye a bonus for their hard work. Whitebeard chuckles. Marco rolls his eyes. They won't accept it, Pops. This is more than just a job. It's paying you back for everything you've done for them over the years. You know that as well as I do. I'll just have to pay Cypher under the table, then if Grima won't take honest money I know he will. Are you both really having this conversation right in the open where we can hear you? Akainu growls. Yes, because you're that low on my priority list I can arrange May payments for a successful rescue op, while still in the middle of said op. That would probably mean something if this was a one-on-one fight, but I'm afraid we all knew we couldn't beat a monster like you by playing fair. Akainu sneers as on the platform Sengoku gives the order to charge him, basically hoping a mass of men with swords dog-piling a man they stand like knee-high to would do anything. Even with several hanging off him, blades embedded in his pecs and gut, Whitebeard just kept moving forward, swatting at the Marines like flies. The cannon fire to the face though, it certainly looked like it did something. It made him stumble, even looked like it nearly toppled him, but it did make him stop and take a step back to balance himself while the rest of the Whitebeard pirates quickly turned, rushing to their father's aid. No, stay back, Whitebeard orders, his body tilted back painfully and really off balance, but he hadn't fallen. And then, he takes a step forward, which to those around him, might as well be thunder from the gods themselves. You think, this is all you'd need, to take me out? A few kids, with their toy swords and BB guns? He taunts as he pulls himself back to a standing position. I could tear you all apart single-handedly, but you know that, don't you? Even behind the smoke, they could feel the sneer as he tilts forward. The Marine's swords begins to dislodge, because you quake when you hear the name Whitebeard. He bellows, before swinging Morokamogiri into the crowd, cleaving through them like a farmer at harvest, the resulting shockwaves sending hundreds of Marines into the air. Then wheezes as they drop down upon their allies. Bollocks. I really am getting old if this is winding me, he grimaces. There, this is our chance, take him down while he's recovering. Sengoku orders, during which every Marine looks between him and Whitebeard, and the sheer number of people the man just bodies and thought, you fucking what, mate? Damn it, fucking spider bastard. Pops needs me. CE Admiral Onigumo manages to get the drop on him, clamping down on his neck and arms with his extra limbs, before slipping a sea stone shackle on his right arm. Shing, bitch. The Marine shouts as his spider legs are sliced off where they join his human form, Shala finishing her attack by drop-kicking the Marine away from Whitebeard's first mate. My sister is a spider too, dumbass. I know how to fight, and more importantly how to cripple them. You okay, Marco? I've been worse. Ping ping. Like right now. The zone wheezes, both pirates taking light beams to center mass. And you say I get distracted, cousin. You just had to stick it to your sister, huh? Kizaru chuckles. And with that cuff, Marco, guess even the phoenix can bleed. Back with Whitebeard. Recover. Huh, like I need more than a few deep breaths after these little scratches? Whitebeard chuckles, while the Marines continue to search for their balls after the thrashing they just took. You think these paper cuts can stop me? That I'm going to lie down and give up? He plants his feet and looks up at Sengoku and Garp. Only the former actually managing to look him in the eye. I'm not some fool. I know what will happen if I falter or pause. Even more a moment, what happens if I die? And knowing that, it steals my resolve, ensuring I won't stop fighting until the bitter end. I will die on my feet, Sengoku, and I'll make sure you have to fight for every pint of blood I lose between now and then, he declares, while the Navy all pulls out as many firearms as they can manage and surround him, until the higher-ups got involved, stopping them from launching a sneak attack and stabbing him in the back like cowards. Shit, these bastards are forming a perimeter around Whitebeard's back. You want to die, the old maw? Respira. Oh, we don't plan on dying today. Helios wheezes, having just hacked up a black tar-like substance which quickly dispersed into a thick black smog, eating through the nearest Marines in seconds. That's what you're here for, halages. For Pops, for Whitebeard, for Ace. Seems everyone is here. Might as well begin the show, I Newgate? Sengoku taunts, before turning to the replacement spearman. Execute him. Sir, yes sir. Shit, we're too far away. Luffy scowls as his group sprint closer and closer to the platform. Don't make me laugh, Sengoku. You think those punks are even a challenge for me? Whitebeard boasts. Then tilts and drops to his knee. Those swords might have actually hit some more important spots than he expected. Ah crap, it's Grima's awakening all over again. Just out of range, how disappointing. Cypher pouts, then turns his eyes to other targets. From the start this was the only way this was going to end, Sengoku declares as the blades were raised. Ace, don't you dare. The sheer burst of conquerors even had Sengoku pause in shock. Most nearby Marines didn't stand a chance. In fact, most of the men between Luffy and Ace were knocked out cold almost instantaneously. Well shit, another one, Kizaru whines. That's it, Luffy. Just like Amazon Lily Shasasha. Shala cackles. It's not over yet, Luffy declares as his foursome make their final dash for the platform. The job much easier now everyone was unconscious. Even Bon looked a little peaky, but a swift kick from Eva and Chaos set him right, for now at least. Whitebeard smirks despite himself. Guess that brat might be worthy after all of at least trying for the crown. Gurarara. Deus ex machina. Shut up, sister. The boy already showed it off. Just because the Marines didn't know doesn't mean he pulled it out of his ass, Grima retorts, her wings once more providing distance between herself and Robin's radiant strikes. If you're weak-willed, step aside. We're dealing with two conquerors here, though given they're the sons of Dragon and Whitebeard, the higher-ups should have at least considered it a possibility. One of the Vice Admiral's orders. Kill the brats. Power like that should not be allowed to run free in the hands of pirates. I must say I'm impressed, Lou, and a little annoyed you've upstaged me. That was a lot more people knocked out than when I did it, Chaos chuckles. I think we arrived too late to see that, but maybe it's because the Marines are a lot more packed together than out there, Eva suggests. Only half joking, these boys, they're nuts, but power like that. They certainly prove the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Crack WOOOOSH, oh my. You don't see a man as powerful as Whitebeard running his backup these days. He must see the potential Straw Hat and Mirror Master have, as well as how high the chances they have of getting to Fire Fist. If they could just lighten the load ahead of them, Alistair commentates, while assisting Henry with Plan B. It's not quite passing the torch, but I'd call it at least acknowledging their strength. Gurarara, scared of little boys and old men are you? You were so cocky a few minutes ago. Where's that fire gone, I punks? Don't make this boring for me. After all the work I put into getting this far, Whitebeard chuckles lowly as he goads them. I thought you wanted to kill me, he shouts, before launching another quake punch at the group. Focus on Whitebeard. A Marine orders. He's a monster, but he's losing steam. Once he's out, then we can deal with the kids. They're focusing their fire on Whitebeard. We should probably take advantage of the distraction and move our butts to Ace Boy. Bon Curry muses. Way ahead of you. Both brothers call back, having resumed their sprint once it was clear Whitebeard had the Marines handled, and if he didn't the semicircle of his commanders, most of the Demon Eye, and Jinbei would probably at least even the odds. For Ace, for Whitebeard, we got your back, pops, just don't overdo it. The death and destruction, the Marines now reap what they've sown. Whitebeard sighs before launching another bubble, this time to silence everything. Enough. New plan, boys. I either die here, or I live, so what I want you to do, is back up Straw Hat, understood? What? Fellblaze bombardment. How about no, Newgate, we didn't come all this way just to watch you die. The kids can go back up the new generation, but we're staying put, standing right by your side. Grima scowls, before landing on Whitebeard's shoulder like a demented parrot. Stubborn bitch, Whitebeard sighs, then chuckles, if he falls today, at least it will be spectacular with these mental patients backing him up. Fine. All Whitebeard pirates. Back up Straw Hat's push for the scaffold. The Demon Eye will stay here with me. See if we can't get there first, he jokes, trying to raise their spirits as it probably dipped quite badly even thinking about abandoning their captain. Hey boys, looks like we acquired some backup, Eva notes as several New World pirates beginning to flank and support the fore. Chains of entropy, yeah, ice is still not my thing, but I'm taking what I can get. Chaos grins as he sidesteps the ice sculpture display that was a group of Marines a moment ago. Then be thankful it's mine, kiddo. Second time without even an introduction, though I know who you are, Mirror Master. I believe I heard someone call you an ice witch, so, Whitey Bay correct? Got it in one. Hey, flirt later. Ace is right there. We just need to get one or both of those boys to the platform as we're golden. One of the DeCalvin brothers scold as the duo slash through more Marines. Who are all these people? Luffy mutters but keeps running as they were at least helping him get to Ace. Whitebeard's allies. The man gave his seal of approval and sent them to assist you. Mighty impressive, don't you think? Eva laughs. Why? You may be Ace's brother, but he's Whitebeard's son. Hell, Chaos actually is the man's son. Not that we knew that before arriving, but the point still stands. The level of trust you have with his boys. He's betting this all on you. So don't play coy, rise to the occasion and smile, you cocky little brat. Luffy doesn't do coy, he's too direct for that. He also doesn't give a shit about what Pai's crew think of him. For the most part, Chaos hums with a fanged grin. He's right, I don't care what the old man or his friends think of me. I came here for one reason, rescuing my big brother, not get approval from anyone, no matter how high on the world's totem pole they are. On the Whitebeard battleground, sir, maybe we should change plans. No chance, we have a chance to kill Whitebeard here, and once he falls the others will start to drop like flies. 100, it doesn't matter. You can get in line or all die at once. Care to finally use that combo we discussed all those years ago? Whitebeard looks to Grima, who is grinning madly, eyes twinkling with malice. But of course GGGG, she laughs, manifesting black-purple flames as Whitebeard charges up another quake pulse in his Bacento. Great cataclysm in an instant, the plaza became hell on earth, the shockwaves tearing up the ground before the fellblaze consumed all it touched, mostly Marines. Garp, yeah, don't get your panties in a twist, the old man grunts before standing, Sengoku and himself pulsing their hockey, managing to prevent the nearest Marines to the platform from sustaining anything more than a few first-degree burn. Well, we got Sengoku off his ass, which is kind of impressive since all he's done so far is blow hot air out both ends. Grima chuckles, dropping down beside Whitebeard as they survey the scene. That's Pop's full power. Not only that but the Demon Eye Captain, Dragon Grima. No wonder he wanted us to help Straw Hat, that way he didn't need to worry about killing his allies in an attack like that, a New World Captain notes with a shiver. If we keep this up we're Golden Eye Straw Boy. Eva chuckles, then yells with wide eyes, oh crap, it's Hawkeye. Not again. Luffy and Chaos whine as the greatest swordsman swings at them once more, only for the attack to be blocked by Mr. One. Thanks sword guy. Luffy grins, boss's orders. We're still allies for the moment, so keeping you alive is top priority. Now move, he explains, while keeping his eyes trained on Mihawk, only to be cut down in a single blow. Watch out boys, he's still on your tail. Not for long, was through as Yuru was blocked by a familiar gold hook, to the surprise of Luffy and Chaos. Crocodile 2. Mahawk notes, "Stop sleeping on the job, Mr. 1-inch." Crocodile grunts as he pushes the warlord back. "You're not needed here, Straw Hat. Get moving before I change my mind and cut you down myself for wasting all our time." The Sandman sneers around his cigar. Not one to ignore orders he agrees with, the foursome of Ivankov, Bon Curry, Luffy and Chaos do exactly that. Run for their lives toward the scaffold. "Oh, I hope this is enough to help keep your course steady, beloved," Hancock thinks as she slips between the advancing pirates and the pacifistas, causing them to power down once again, only to have to backtrack when she and Salome were nearly bifurcated by some asshole with an axe. "That's enough," he bellows as he swings down. "Are you out of your damn mind, you stupid bitch? That's the second time you've gotten in the way of the pacifistas' firing squad. What are you even trying to accomplish here? You mess around like that and you'll lose your warlord status, if not your life, after we've dealt with Whitebeard. You simple, dim-witted, misshapen man-child. Your ignorance is an affront to my beauty." Hancock huffs, her familiar holding in a sigh as it could feel her mistress preparing for a rant. "The hell you just call me?" the round man with a short fuse shouts. "I will set a pearl of wisdom at your feet, cherish it as I doubt you have many. Love is always a hurricane." Sentomaru blinks. "Wait, you're in love with that little punk? Damn, all Kuja really are insane. I'm going to make you eat those words, you ugly little troll of a man," Hancock screams. "You will not lay a finger on my beloved or my little brother." "Well shit, talk about leaving us an opening sesame." Chaos laughs as the clashes between the Marines and New World pirates literally left the center line clear of anything at all. Well, almost. Swan flight of friendship, that's better. Now Bon had kicked some Marine with X-shaped scars all over his face back into the mob. They looked to be in the clear. When they say clear a path, they mean it. "Just, how do we get up there?" Luffy asks with a slight grimace, only for Eva to chuckle. "Leave it to us. Sorry about this, by the way, but we actually do need you if we plan to succeed," the Okama says, looking up to his afro before Scissorman Inazuma slides out of it. "I can see that, and I'm happy to get us over the line. Also, hello Mirror Master. Sup? We can chat later." Sounds amicable. The two-toned man nods before unleashing the scissors, cutting a section of ground out before flipping it over, causing the paperized cobblestone to form a perfectly usable bridge from their current position all the way up to Ace. "Holy crap. Thanks, Crab Guy," Luffy grins. "Now, to ACE. Straw Hat is almost at the platform. Stop him. We'd do it ourselves, but trying to kill Whitebeard over here. Stop that punk. We can't, boss, the pirates are blocking our path." The man scowls. "Idiots. Then use your guns. Artillery, fire." Banif bang bang bang. "Well, that didn't work. No, it's the Whitebeard division commanders." "Thanks guys, really saved our bacon there," Luffy shouts back as he nears the bridge. "Rescue Ace and we'll call it even." Izo winks before opening fire on the Marines not blocked off by their New World allies, the rest of the commanders forming essentially an honor guard for the brothers, watching their back like they had previously been guarding Whitebeard's. "Stop him, man," Marines yell as they cut off the pirates. Sene Jashu. Hyper Venom Muda 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 Muda. "They made it. We're actually doing this. Not if we have anything to say about it." "Stop those kids." "Well, didn't think Whitebeard would bet it all on that kid, but it seems miracles do happen. Shame I can't watch it from a little closer." Kizaru chuckles, the hockey-infused blade at his neck and the piscor clamped on his arm, meaning he wasn't going anywhere fast. "Oh come on cousin, enjoy the show, it's not over yet. After all, we still have to actually get Ace to a ship and sail out of this hellscape." Shala laughs, her eyes trained on her nephews, both biological and honorary. "Holy crap, Luffy and Chaos might actually pull this off," Ace thinks, his eyes wide and jaw dropped from shock. "We made it. We're almost there, Ace," Luffy cheers. Crash, bollocks, oh no, it's Grandpa. Just what we need, Garp the Fister. Perfect, Chaos sighs, this day just wearing away at even his patience for shenanigans. "Get out of the way," Luffy yells, "not a chance. I'm not moving an inch, boy. I'm a Vice Admiral of the Navy, I stand for peace and justice and nothing will change that. I've been fighting pirates since before you were born, or even your father was born. Here and now, you're not my grandsons." Too late, never was. But continue, fuck you. You disrespectful little punk. Anyway, as I was trying to say, you are Straw Hat Luffy and Mirror Master Chaos. And I'll fight you to the death. This is the path you've chosen to take, you and your brother alike. Well shit, the old man actually picked a side. Grima scowls, Whitebeard also feeling sick to his stomach by Garp's actions. Section Justice over family, admirable for some, but if she were here, section, Kizaru hums. Section Big Sis would gut him like a fish section, Shala agrees. Knowing Medusa wouldn't even have come to Marineford if she were still alive, instead for any other mission, assignment, base to station herself on until this bullshit was over. Come on Gramps, now isn't the time to be a dumbass, we're trying to save our brother here. So move it even just a few steps to the left or right, Luffy shouts. While they continue to run head first towards the still as stone Garp. His entrance already causing cracks to spread across the bridge in front of and behind him. Even without taking the hole he punched through it into Khan going to listen Luffy. He's finally realized why he's all alone up here, because justice was all he cared about, it's all he has. So he'll rather let his so-called family die than admit he fucked up. Chaos hisses. Knowing this wasn't going to end how Luffy wants it to. They were going to have to get to Ace through Garp, somehow. I can't believe nobody's managed to hit these brats. Good thing about the bridge is at least we can't miss. Ready men. Fire. Slave arrows. What the hell lady, whose side are you on? A marine who managed to avoid Hancock's rain of petrifying arrows shouts, as the woman not only blocked their shot, but as mentioned just turned at least half the squad into statues. Not yours, that much is clear. Did none of you consider what could have happened if you missed, either hitting the vice admiral or even causing them all to fall if you destroyed the bridge outright? I guess not. Though why are you suddenly all worried? Because Garp is my beloved's grandfather, and while this battle has strained the relationship, I believe with time it shall heal if they're both willing. I'm not going to force him. The man is a brute and a thug with no concept of familial loyalty. I'm not even sure he would be affected by my marrow, but he is the closest Chaos has, and actually is Luffy's grandfather. So I shall prevent you from bringing harm to him, Hancock explains. I half understand that, but it also makes me think you've got a few screws loose lady. She was kind of adorable when she was talking about family though. Agreed, Straw Hat. The fist's entrance has weakened the bridge to the point it'll collapse soon enough. Get the lead out or it'll all be for nothing. Get to Ace. Save our brother, save your brother. A pirate has the gall to ask a marine to step aside. Garp bellows. You want to get to Ace? Then face me like every other marine and fight with all your might. Show me you're strong enough to rescue the boy. He shouts, rearing back a punch in case either of them actually went through with it. I don't want you to join the Navy for my sake. I want you to have the strength to do the right thing, and walk the right path. I don't want to hurt you Gramps, section I kinda do section. It doesn't matter what you want, unless you strike me down there's no way you'll be able to save Ace. You can't cry your way out of this boy. I'm a marine and you're a pirate. You'll get no mercy from me. Garp shouts as the bridge finally cracks behind him, throwing his punch right at his grandson. Thump, still can't dodge for shit kid. Garp sighs as his fist embeds itself in Chaos' gut, though a cold shiver runs down his spine as he sees the difference a couple of months can do. The facial expression as his arms extend and coil around the Vice Admiral's extended arm, it looked off, inhuman. Nothing seen on this world. Don't lie to yourself Garp. You know exactly where you've seen that expression before. Madness, twinged with malice and hate. You really fucked up today didn't you? I wasn't trying to you old coot. I'm the anchor for a change Sasezi. Chaos chuckles then wheezes, before Garp realizes what he meant. The older Straw Hat blocked his view and is pinning his arm. Jet pistol meaning he couldn't react when Luffy cold-cocked him with a gear second punch. The Surahabi user releasing his talons the second Garp's feet left the bridge. Then following Luffy as they leap across the remaining sections of the bridge before they could fall and they lose their chance at the rescue. No way, Straw Hat took down Garp. It was underhanded, as expected from a pirate, but yeah, he did. Well damn, it seems the kids might just pull this off after all, Kizaru chuckles. You're planning something aren't you? Shala grimaces. Knowing despite how slow the man acts, he was Kuja, meaning he was a sneaky little bastard when he wants to be. Section Have I been away that long? Kizaru asks. Shala having to leap back to avoid being skewered by an iridescent wing. That I've become predictable section? He finishes as laser beams were fired from his own index as well as the wing fingers, the middle serpent's sister having to dodge and block at her full strength to avoid getting taken out, and it wasn't a complete success, as one beam went through her upper left arm. Almost there, Luffy thinks, Gear second helping him keep the pace needed to jump the debris, though remembering to deactivate it the second his feet touch the platform. Chaos dropping down almost on his heels. Ace, he cheers, then takes a minute to catch his breath. We did it, we're here. Just like I said we would, he says with a full D grin. Hey Ace, glad to see you're still breathing. Chaos winks, Nagini peeking out from under his cloak to have a look at this famous big brother of her partner. Section doesn't look like much section, she hisses, getting a slight smack to the back of the head from Chaos. Luffy, Chaos, Ace blinks, as it finally clicks that he's not imagining things. He chuckles, you two really are too stupid and crazy to give up, aren't you? Basically, yes. Chaos nods with an ear-to-ear grin. One moment please, Luffy hums as he roots around in his pockets. There we are, got the key on the way here, so you'll be free and running away in no time. The rubber boy grins once he retrieves the key, then steps behind Ace to unlock his shackles, while Sengoku decided to finally get off his ass and do something. In this case begin to glow with an otherworldly golden light, and expands, his hat floating to the ground below somewhere. So, he was the energy I've been feeling since we got out of the bay, Chaos mutters, tongue clicking against his fangs. Though with how many devil fruit users there were, one Hito getting past the radar isn't that big a deal. Ping, what was a bigger deal, was Kizaru sniping the key before Luffy could use it, meaning Ace was still shackled to the execution platform. No, that's not fair. He came so close, they're trapped now. Take aim and fire on my command. End of the line, greenhorns. You're a family of criminals, so it's only right I execute you together, with my own bare hands, Sengoku thunders. And, that's my cue to pull out plan B and pray that it works. Chaos sighs deeply, and unclips his cloak. Word of warning Ace, this is perfectly safe for human travel. So you've done this before? Ace asks hopefully. Saseizi, no, then before everyone's eyes drapes his cloak over the bound man. Mirror gate crack clang. What lay before him actually made Sengoku pause, as that shouldn't be possible. Ace was gone, and the cuffs and chains still lay on the execution platform, just empty. What? Gurararara, GGGGG, Gorororo, I love this kid XD. He did it, right from under the fleet admiral's nose. Amazon Lily, foo 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 foo. Artemis laughs as she rolls around. Papa. He just saved Uncle Ace with a magic trick, Saseizi. Marineford, awesome. Luffy cheers, but I think you just pissed him off even more. Oh, I expected that. I just didn't expect to have an angry Buddha statue about to tenderize my meat before death. I did have half a plan for this too though. Luffy begins to ask before being grabbed by the back of his shirt and being thrown full strength off the platform by Chaos. You idiot. Playing the hero won't save you, no, Mirror Master, you'll die today, and your father will be following you shortly. I'd advise you get the welcome mat out in hell for him. Maybe roll out the red carpet. The fleet admiral scowls before launching a massive punch at the now armored teen. Fist of the Buddha. The attack shattered the execution platform, and everyone watched in frozen fear, as from what they could see there wasn't even a body after Sengoku's final attack, except there was one thing Seagull Hat forgot about. Stola Dei gold is a highly reflective substance, and he just tried to all might smash the reflect human. So while nobody expected him to pop out of the man's afro more or less unharmed, it should have been considered an option. And so the boy kicks Ofro, alerting Sengoku to his failed murder attempt, and dropped onto the main floor, the impact rippling through his leg muscles like rubber. We're done here. Everyone go. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Revelation through burning absolution. Outer rookie versus volcanic veteran. Deck of the Jormungandr. Ace groans as his face hits Adam Wood. The former death row inmate blinks and rolls, then realizes he can do those things, because he was no longer wearing the sea stone shackles. Holy shit, that little bastard did it. Yes, he did, my boy. Happy to lend assistance wherever possible. Ace turns to see a grinning deer mink. Alistair staring at him from beside the ship's cannons. Though his rescue attempts go, this is by far the strangest, he laughs. How the hell did this even work? The kid decided to pull out a backup plan, and it seemed to have worked, Henry laughs, the bloodman having been skeptical until they actually reached the scaffold. Flashback, Henry. Well, if it isn't the mirror boy from Thriller Bark, didn't expect to see you or Straw Hat here. How can I be of assistance? I'd like some help with a backup plan to get Ace out of here. Any chance there's a full-length mirror on your ship? Chaos asks cryptically. Most likely. Why? Chaos smiles but it looks forced, then pushes back his cloak to reveal a dagger still wedged between his floating ribs, before pulling it out with a hiss of pain. I was hoping you could get this to your ship, smear it on a mirror, and then when we get to Ace, I can open a gate between myself and the mirror, getting Ace out of the plaza in one move. Henry blinks, then grins before laughing maniacally. Oh, I knew you were going to be interesting boy, but I didn't expect that. I'll see what I can do. You just get to that platform and we'll get Ace out of there. He agrees, accepting the bloody dagger. Flashback and, honestly, that sounds exactly like something he'd do. He's basically Luffy's brain half the time, of course. He'd try to use those portal things to get me out of here. Ace sighs deeply, running his hand along his arm. A purple K, yellow L, red-orange A, split red, white U, and blue S running down his left forearm. The first real family he had. Never thought I'd be happy my little brothers decided to come save my ass, but I'll take what I can get. At the plaza, you know, I think that might have been the dumbest thing you've ever done, Luffy hums after Chaos stands up again. Says the guy who broke in and out of Impel Down on consecutive days. Yeah, I said the dumbest thing you've done. Not that I've ever seen, Luffy retorts as he sticks out his tongue, still surprised it actually worked though. Multitasking. Or delegating. Ace is free and rescued. All we need to do is get ourselves out of here. Chaos replies, grinning widely. He actually did it, my beloved and little brother, actually rescued Fire Fist. I suppose I have yet another little brother to protect. This has been a very strange day. Hancock muses to herself while those around her yip and cheer as they'd actually succeeded, and Mirror Master even rubbed the Navy's noses in it. Men, this isn't over yet, open fire on the bastards, now. Sir, yes sir. Ah crap, gum balloon reflection. Boom boom boom, artillery isn't working, attack at close range. They're both paramecia types, so they'll be tricky, but nothing we can't handle. Actually, Chaos grins as he sidesteps an idiot with a mace while Luffy leaps over a sword slash. Your information is a little out of date, he says, wrapping his tail around the swordsman's neck while Luffy punches the other marine in the face. Gum pistol. He's a zone type? Doesn't matter, overpower them both. They never learn, Chaos sighs as his tail snaps the man's neck, releasing Hubby from his cloak and Nagini erupts from his skin. The Venomanaga eager to fight and it was bleeding over into her master. Or maybe it was the other way around. You've always got a trick up your sleeves, that Akuja thing, or a Straw Hat thing? Luffy teases as he leaps over Chaos to launch a gum spear at the approaching marines, then ducking under a glaive slash from Chaos and Hubby. I think the kids have had their fun, don't you think? Helios wheezes, grinning widely. Mission completed, sounding the retreat, Izo shouts. Clear a path to the escape vessel, commandeer marine ships if necessary. You know, I actually think the way back seems to be going smoother than the way forward. Chaos chuckles as he tail spears around marine blocking their path. I wouldn't go that far boy, came the voice of essentially the universe telling them to slow down, or that the researcher had just jinxed them. Aokiji, Ice Guy, you boys aren't seen tomorrow. You may have saved Fire Fist, but we'll get him soon enough. Especially now the world knows his secret, the Hey user declares. Ice Block. Pheasant Beak Rathalos Fire Sword, Blazing Slash. Wally too close, Chaos groans. The flaming greatsword having in an almost parody of Akainu versus the iceberg earlier in the day, blew up Aokiji's iceberg, though also rather painfully burned both of his hands. Fire is better than ice, but still hurts like a bitch. Good job kid, but that's the price when you play with fire. Keep moving now, we'll back you up. Vista shouts as the commanders begin to catch up on Chaos and Luffy, causing a distraction so they could advance once more. This is the worst blunder of my life. If those brats escape, if they live to see tomorrow, I'll never be able to live this down, Sengoku scowls as he lands on the plaza, eyes trained on the boys. Just let them go, Doflamingo laughs. They make things much more interesting. Maybe it's cause they're D's, or maybe this new generation was simply built to shake things up. Near the entrance to the plaza, okay. That's my new favorite type of ship. Azulong cheers as the last Whitebeard ship starts tearing through the stone as it beaches itself. And just keeps going. A true all-terrain vessel. Gororororo. Guess not killing Squar was a good thing after all, even though he's about to die anyway. Shame to lose the ship though. Grima sighs as Squar and his crew piloted the ship across the plaza, toward the marine higher-ups. Yeah, not a chance. Help me deal with another stupid boy's antics for a moment please. Sure, whatever, we get paid by the hour. Grima shrugs and winks as she spreads her wings. I can't make up for what I tried to do with pretty words or an apology, but I can do this. If I die fighting for my allies' success, then I can rest in peace. Tonight we dine in hell, boys. Squar bellows from the head of the ship, his entire crew whooping and hollering, happy to go out with a bang if it meant standing by their captain till the end. Thump, did we hit something, boss? One World Spider Pirate asks. You stupid brats. A voice thunders, the smoke cleared to reveal the fell dragon herself, 6 blood-red eyes staring into their souls, talons digging into the front of the ship, and just below them was Whitebeard's open palms. But why, Pops? Squar gasps, you stupid boy. Do you think I wanted to see any of you die out here? Do you have any idea the pain a parent feels to outlive their children, to have to bury them with his own hands? Whitebeard scowls, and Squar once more feels like the dumbest man alive. In trying to atone and make up for his treachery, he only caused more pain for his pops elsewhere, emotionally rather than physically, but real as any sword in the gut. Our business is complete. Get out now, I'll hold the line. Don't even think about it, we came here to see this through to the end. You don't get to die on us now. And not with a new son on the way. Ace wouldn't want you to trade your life for his. You die here, then no matter what anyone says, that's how he'll see it for the rest of his life. Grima growls, the zone's voice rumbles like thunder. That he's the one who killed Whitebeard. Newgate grits his teeth, then sighs deeply. Then, old friend, I don't suppose I have the right to ask for one more favor. We owed you a fair few. You can ask anything, then help me keep my boys safe, then we'll leave this cesspool together. An all-too-human smile crosses the dragon's thin sigh. You'd never ask. End this fight with a bang, you old coot. Gurararara. Continental shift. Whitebeard's arms bulge as he puts all his strength into a final haymaker. This combined with his devil fruit cracks not only the air but the entirety of Marineford's main structures. Whitebeard. This is it. The start of a new age. The Yonko declares, grinning madly as Grima adds Fellblaze to the devastation. The dragon roars before she reverts back to her human form. Old guy, Luffy frowns, his insides bunching up seeing Ace's captain try to go it alone. He's buying them all this time to fall back. Hopefully Grima's as good as she thinks she is, or else they're both going to die out here. Chaos sighs. We can't waste a single moment, Lou. The quicker we leave, the sooner Whitebeard can fall back, and the less likely someone can take him out with a cheap shot. He then turns and a smile flickers across his face. Seems the New World guys got their ships into the bay while we were screwing around in here freeing Ace. We get to those ships, we're home free, Sesesi. Luffy nods. Understood. You know, it's probably a good thing you sent Ace all the way to that other ship. He'd have made us stay and back up the old guy even after he just told us to get out of here. He chuckles as the two fall in line with the fleeing pirates. Accurate, he's not holding back. With the dragon supporting him, he can sink the island if he wants, so long as his men get out. Sengoku scowls as Whitebeard continues to toss his men around like children. Grima for then happy to just throw fireballs and sword slashes if anyone manages to dodge his quake slams rather than being an active combatant. On the ship, Pops, he'll be fine. The captain won't let him die, Pep states bluntly. Newgate will be fine. At worst he'll be a little beaten up, but that will be from Grima dragging him to the ship, rather than anything the Marines do to him. She gives a fanged smirk, and Ace was hard-pressed to argue against her. Plaza, only good thing about Whitebeard holding the line like that is it means we don't have admirals on our tails. Bon laughs as he and Eva reunite with the brothers. Not all of them, An angry voice growls as magma spurts and envelops swaths of the area. Once you rescued Firefist Ace, you immediately fled. A crew of cowards like your old fool of a captain, Akainu sneers. What? The Whitebeard pirates yell in anger. Great. We got the worst one on our ass. Chaos groans, then notices the man staring right at him. Right here gunning for an escape, not even sticking around after flicking the Marines the bird. But what more should I expect from the son of a coward and a whore? Mirror Boy, now's not the best time to lash OU, Crescent Blade, Crescent Wave. Red Dog, weak, cowardly, useless failure. It's no wonder you were left in the East Blue. It wasn't to protect you. It was because you were always going to be a disappointment. Garp didn't even try to make you a Marine, because he knew you weren't worth the effort. Well, nice to know you can blow smoke out your ass as good as the rest of them. Chaos sneers, pupils fully contracted as he glares at the Admiral. But given I think we just won this round, you're going to need new material. Marineford is collapsing. Ace is safe and out of reach, and Whitebeard will survive your spineless tactics. It's funny you call us cowards and without honor, given the shit you pull in the name of, so-called, justice. One battle is all you won. This war is just beginning, bastard, and just like your father, your little campaign will end in failure. Neither the old man out there playing big shot with the dragon, or your little rubber manchild of a captain will be king, because you're simply too damn weak. Thump 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 thump, though maybe it's better to be a failure and a coward than a predator. The old man made himself quite the army of unquestioningly loyal sycophants. He groomed them just right. But at least they can claim he's just a father figure. His tainted blood runs through your veins as much as Rogers does Firefist. Kamishini no Yari. Budo. Renjin. Are you quite done? Akainu sneers. The barrage doing nothing against his magma body. Then smirks? It's the end of the line for you punks. Strawboy. Please talk some sense into your bro. Oh no. Eva squeals as he turns, seeing Luffy nearly on his knees panting heavily. The energy hormones are running out. The poor boy really is running on fumes. If Roger's bloodline isn't purged tonight, at least one of the world's criminals burns in his place. The Admiral declares, drawing attention to the glassy-eyed teen. Soru Myro. Oku reflect armor Akuma Kagami. Pad Ho. Samsara Lotus Luffy snaps back to awareness as he once more takes a padded pressure wave to the face, shooting him back until he collides with Eva and Jinbei, idly noting Nagini was wrapped around his shoulders. It seems I hit something of greater value after all, Akainu chuckles, everyone watching in shock and horror as the man's magma fist had punched clean through and came out just below Chaos' ribs. But did you really think those little spikes could take out an admiral like me, kid? He scoffs, his haki blocking the jagged mirror shards sticking out of Chaos back easily. Well, you were all trying to kill Pops with knives and rifles. All it takes is a lucky shot to the right place and anyone dies. Chaos wheezes, even with his armor the heat and damage was immense. Chaos, Luffy screams, and he wasn't the only one. Ace nearly jumps off the Jormungandr at the sight, only to learn the answer to what would ordinarily be an innocuous question. Why Alistair wears gloves. Pinned to the deck with the seastone-tipped cane pressing against the small of his back, he was as weak and helpless there as he would have been on the scaffolding. Hancock meanwhile falls to her knees and weeps, Salome coiling around her mistress protectively as well as comfortingly. It's quite fitting really, for you to die like this. After all, I killed your traitorous, pirate-loving, whore of a mother the same way. Doubt your dad will let me get behind him to make it a full set, but I'll just melt his heart through the front. Akainu laughs as he starts to up the output of his devil fruit. Luffy. We had a good run, right? Chaos asks, his armor beginning to crack and steam as damage radiates from the puncture wound. We set out for adventure, made a family, watched it grow and shrink. I saw you get married, and we rescued Ace. Sure showed him how strong his little brothers could be. Tears streamed down Luffy's face, but he was still clear-sighted enough to see a smile on his pained face. I wouldn't change a single thing, Luffy. I'm proud to have sailed alongside you, and will remember this. Always, he says, and as the crack spreads up his neck he gives the widest D grin the boy had ever seen, and then shatters, explodes, magma engulfing the area where he once stood. Amazon Lily, Papa no, Artemis screams. The resulting wave knocked out 3 of the viewers, worried 2 more, and had the old woman sighing deeply. That's conquerors, as strong as when Big Sis first learned to control it. Indeed, Nyan nods sagely. The kid has the power, though given her father's, adopted or by blood it should have come as no surprise. Shame the Empress is the only one still alive with the ability, or she'd be able to help control the output. Not that I blame her, seeing her father die in front of her eyes would be quite traumatic. Marineford, don't even think about it, Garp. Sengoku scowls, seeing the way his friend's neck bulged in rage. FSSSSSS, just a precaution, old friend, Aokiji says as he locks Kizaru down in ice. Don't want you doing something you'll regret. I look forward to seeing you react well around the man who admits to murdering your cousin without a hint of regret. Because you're wrong, Kuzan. The light man gives a slightly demented smile as he turns his head to look his fellow admiral in the eye. I wouldn't regret a moment of it. Sakazuki. Whitebeard bellows, his conquerors blazing white like a supernova, the power in his path as he stomps towards the admiral. However, unlike most, his will, augmented by his rage, meant that rather than simply being knocked out, a fair few of the Marines closest to his first outburst had died rather quickly, of brain aneurysms. The only person unaffected by his waves of haki was the woman pumping out her own, black as the void and lost in the solar flare of her oldest friend. Of course, there was one benefit to the blinding light show of haki on display, just not quite yet, almost though. There you have it, proof Whitebeard is a failure for all to see, can't even make anything but a weakling from his own flesh and blood. Not that any of you stand a chance against the might of Absolu. Sheen thump, no, that's not possible, I killed him years ago. Oh my, this is a surprise after all, Captain? I told you a long time ago, Sakazuki. I will never die so long as my actions shape this world. A voice rumbles as the Admiral's left arm drops to the ground, blood leaking from his amputated stump as the smoke clears, revealing a large, jet-black naga hefting a weapon that was both impressive and, for some, instantly recognizable. With the overall build of a giant-sized, double-bladed polearm, the primary blade was a large sickle, scythe-like hook, with a straight fan blade on the rear. Both blades were black as night with a shimmer to them that made them look like the deepest cosmos. The blade of the Abyss King, the strongest form of the Habi no Oni no Mi, only been wielded by one person in its entire history. And as the three eyes, overflowing with madness and wrath, turned their gaze on the Marines, his back was to the Whitebeard pirates, and the final clue clicked into place. On his back between his shoulder blades was a symbol they all knew, an eye, with snakes curving out of it at what would be the compass points of the design. What became known the world over as the symbol of the Demon Eye Pirates, and is synonymous to its owner as Luffy's straw hat. The eater of the mythical zone, Habi no Mi Model Yeeg, Mayhem dia Apophis Konoha. Fuck, Magma bitch just took out a fine priest before he even learned of Jashin's glory. I want that cocksucker's head. I'm sure he'll be fine, Valentina mutters, though given she was practically curling up on herself was a clear sign she was worried. He's taken more damage to more vital areas than his torso. I mean, he had a hole through his head when we fought God, what's an admiral to that? Deidara clicks his tongue, hey kid, has your first mate always been a snake? Only in the last month, we were fighting this onion with a zombie army and by the end of it, Chaos had the Habi no Mi. Of course, given Orochi I knew there was more than one, but he never did say what the model was. Orochimaru's eyes widened. So, he ate 2 fruits, and didn't die? Kukuku, well that could have been interesting to figure out, oh my. What? Valentina asks, looking up before her jaw drops, holy crap, Chaos has been holding back on us if he's got that in the tank. Kid just injured an admiral, not what you expect from a rookie. Though Straw Hat managed to take down Garp the hero, so maybe it's not too much of a surprise from that perspective. Nagato muses, though even he feels a shiver of fear as the puppet locked eyes with the tricloptic Naga. Fuchsia Village smash, please don't destroy my Bardaden, Makino sighs, though her heart wasn't in it given what both of them were watching on the Verdette's newly acquired visual den. I want to wring that bastard's neck. All the fucker had to do was sit there like a stump while my boys made their daring rescue. But instead he decides to help those marine assholes execute my eldest kid. The mountain bandit shouts after slamming a table against the wall. Anger an easier emotion to deal with and vent than the fear and pain that accompanied it, though the tears streaming down her face made it clear. A little later, "Does that help?" Luffy seemed to get him clean in the jaw, Makino asks, getting a wet chuckle in response. A little. Nice to see those two working together, even if it meant Chaos had to tank a hit from Garp to make it work. But hey, one more step to Ace I suppose, Dayton nods. Yep, they probably saw it that way too, the final obstacle between them and rescue. But how are they going to get him? OU, Bawahahahaha, Chaos you little shit XD, Alaka fuck you, the bandit cackles. Just a little later more. That magma bastard, he died protecting Luffy, Makino sniffles, while the bandit rages beside her. They rescued Ace, but didn't get to see them leave. Shane, oh my god, the barkeeper gasps, Bawahahahaha, that's my boy, pulling out this kind of crazy shit. Even made sure to maim the bastard who just tried to kill him, Dayton laughs, though tears still flowed from her eyes. Her smart-ass lanky bastard of a son was still alive. Those three were destined to give her heart attacks, weren't they? Ryugu Kingdom, the seed of rebellion. It grows like a weed, a demon so monstrous, is just what I need. Not even my tower could contain his might. This princess has found a knight's salvation's in sight. Ran through the salmon pink-haired girl's mind, as her hands shook in fear and excitement. Meanwhile, Megalo watches his mistress with growing concern. Onigashima, so Magic Man is still slithering around after all this time, a bit smaller than I remember. Kaido-sama? Black Maria hums, turning to the Dragonic Yonko, hoping for an explanation. It seems Apophis' death was misrecorded, Kaido explains. Except it wasn't. All eyes turned to Jinrumi, Kaido the most curious as to his strategist's reason to defy him. As you already know, our devil fruits are rather similar, to the point I can feel the almost otherworldly energy that the Hubby model Yeet gives off, and that's how I can tell you he died 20 years ago because it just blipped out. Until a couple of months ago, that is. Kaido hums, scratching his chin before nodding. So, old fruit new user. But there must be more. That statement, "I will never die so long as my actions shape this world," it's not just something a kid would say, it has to mean something. Jin nods, correct sir. While I'm not too familiar with devil fruits if I'm being honest, sometimes an echo will persist within the fruit even after transferring to a new user. A remnant or even vestige per se. It's possible a shade or echo of Apophis remained within the fruit, giving the kid a few pointers or even a helping hand after nearly getting killed. Plus there's the fact his actions have shaped the world. The demon eyes for one, though it may also be something more physical. Maybe Apophis and Roger shared something in common besides absurd strength and skill with swordplay. The mythical zone muses. Kaido chuckles. You think he's got a kid out there somewhere, like Fire Fist? Shame they waited. After this display, it won't matter if they share blood with the man. Serpent's chaos will be seen as Mayhem's successor by anyone old enough to remember the man. It's only a possibility, nothing ever even hinted at him having some kind of hidden family or secret love child. It's most likely his memory lives on through the demon eyes and the devil fruit he made infamous within the upper ranks of the Marines. That bastard. Crash, sir, his blue-haired companion squeaks, grabbing the den before the poor snail could be the next target of his wrath. What's got you in such a tissa boss? It's just one more pirate dead, a dark-skinned long-armed tribesman sneers. It's not the pirate, well not just him. I've had plenty of students in my time as a Marine. At Serpens de Medusa, she was one of the best. And that disgrace of a Marine just admitted to killing her in cold blood, while in the middle of killing her only kid. The man scowls, clenching his fist as his prosthetic whirs and clicks. I may not want the pirates to win, but I wouldn't exactly be shedding a tear if my girl's murderer was brought to justice in an unorthodox way. He chuckles darkly. Sabaody, Shaki Bar. Well, I'll be damned, that little brat actually did it. I told you, bet on Straw Hat he's going places, Shaki teases, lightly elbowing her husband in the ribs. Oh dear, he's going to get hurt so badly, Hachi whimpers. He's taking so many hits it's insane. He's got Eva, Jinbei, and his other brother on hand. The kid will be fine, Rayleigh assures the octopus fish man as he frets and wriggles as he worries about his now friend. Spoke too soon, love. Kid looks ready to pass out. Shaki grimaces. And if we can see it, so can the Marines. Yeah, and given that's Admiral Akainu, there's no way he'll let an opportunity like this go to. Oh god. That's not survivable. Rayleigh says flatly, oh Straw Hat is going to be so hurt. He went to save one brother, only to lose the other, Hachi cries. Shing, wow, that's some fake out, the octopus shouts cheerfully. Bet on Straw Hat you said. Bet on the whole family more like, Rayleigh chuckles once he could get his jaw to move again. It would seem so, those D's never let us figure out the game they're playing, do they? Shaki hums, grinning as she takes another smoke. Marineford Sengoku scowls as he scans the battlefield. Knowing internally that Akainu had just royally fucked them over big time. Not only did his attempt to kill Mirror Master piss off Whitebeard Garp, who was only not currently murdering Sakazuki because Sengoku had his boot on the man's back, and Kizaru, Aokiji was keeping him contained for the moment, of all people. He basically confessed to murdering an ally almost on par with Garp in terms of fame, power and respect within the Marines, and after all his violence he failed to even kill the bastard. In fact, from an outside perspective he took a kid off the board and a veteran replaced him. Sure, Grima had kept the demon eyes running and were a force to be reckoned with, but Apophis made them a pirate crew on par with the Yonko of today. As he stared into those three eyes, suppressing the instinctive flinch and urge to run, he had only one solace, that very few people here were high-ranked enough 20 years ago to know why therefore Apophis tricloptic form, as it meant almost nobody was going to survive the battle. To them, he was just a big guy with a naginata, and they toppled Ors Jr., this kid should be no trouble. Clang! Mother, Lucina gasps as the Alpha Yato slips from numb fingers. Then the Vice Admiral herself drops to her knees, eyes wide but sightless. We're going to die, she mutters, then screams as a colleague moves to help her up, we're all going to die. Damn it. Well, there goes morale, the Fleet Admiral sighs, it was a pain in the ass, even if of all those here, Nylock Robin was the most affected by Apophis' journey and skirmishes. Chaos stands there for a moment, then turns back to Eva, still clutching Luffy. Get him out of here, he hisses, a shiver going down the Okama's spine. Chaos, you're alive. Luffy wheezes, then grunts when he gets jabbed in the gut with a tail. Go. The way Eva was going on about his energy hormones, it's a miracle in and of itself you're conscious right now. Your fight is over, Ace is alive, and now you just need to leave. Not. Without. You? I'll be right behind you. I just need to give us some space, he smirks, and honestly only his new eyes stopped him from at least attempting to wink at the rubber boy. Instead patting his head with a clawed finger, which to his amusement Nagini latched onto in order to rejoin their collective. Sensing the two beginning to retreat, Chaos turned to Habi, her new form strong but heavy, but it felt right in his scaled hands. Giving the glaive an overhead spin he lashed out, the pressure waves sending squads flying left, right, and center. Cocky little shit, gets a new transformation and he's as smug as a logia in the blues. I'll have to correct that, Akainu sneers as magma bubbles off his left arm, sealing the wound and flowing out to meet the surge being exuded from his right, then with a grunt of effort launched it all forward as a giant magma fist. Clang! The fist was caught by the fan end of the abyss blade, but the magma soon began to push back, causing the Admiral to smirk. Seems you may be at your limit already, kid. Your hockey is potent but lacks volume. I bet you've already burned through your entire supply, which is a shame as that means this fight is already over, he declares as the blade is engulfed. Great eruption. Ventral wall fishman karate. Aqueous barrier jutsu. Help came with the combined efforts of Zelina and Jinbei, the water and wind defensive techniques blocking the onslaught of lava being pumped out by the enraged Admiral. You didn't think I was going to just let you kill the captain twice now, did you, Sakazuki? The currently emerald green Logia snarls, looking back at the now panting Naga. You didn't need to stick around, kid, especially not in that form. I know, actually, I don't know what I'm doing, besides hubby sucking like a leech. Fair, the only weapon I can think who drains hockey like her is Enma. Luckily it's only in that form, so maybe using something else would help. Agreed. Chaos groans and with an unnerving crunch and wet fleshy sounds contorts and compresses into his hybrid and then human form. The only sign of his near death with Akainu being he was now shirtless and most of his torso was a smooth, slightly bubbling silver mass. You know he ain't your captain, you traitorous bitch? Akainu sneers as he pushes against the wall. Besides, if he's already this pitiful he won't survive another hit from anyone, so stop delaying the inevitable. I will end this Lin. Ordinarily, it should not have been this easy to blindside someone with the admiral rank, but Sakazuki had been having a very long day. His hated enemy had returned and removed his arm. The bastard was smirking at him as he stands behind stronger pirates like the worthless coward he is. And when someone is pumping out Conqueror's Haki at the speed of the waterfalls of Wano, you tend to lose them when they switch it off. Hence how he didn't notice Whitebeard bearing down on him until the quake-imbued fist caught him right below his right ribs, lifting the red-suited man off his feet and sending him flying. As he rolls to a stop, a taloned foot slams him deeper into the ground, a midnight black blade hovering over his heart. Whitebeard lets Grima have a moment to play with the magma, calming himself for a moment to check on his newest son. Hair long and limp, panting heavily, hubby in a spear form seeming to be the only thing keeping him standing. All in all, Chaos looked like crap, but he was breathing, which is more than can be said for most people who get magma fisted by a Kainu. You okay, kid? Just peachy old man. Chaos sighs and Whitebeard's lip twitches. It seems he's a sarcastic little shit just like his mom. Well, even if that were true, get moving. Marco will be happy to be a hoverer if you need a guide besides Zelina to get out of this place. Chaos waves off the phoenix just before he lands with the hand not tethered to his weapon. I'll be fine. The girl is just as a greedy little shit. He flicked the speared IP. Need a minute to recharge is all. Kid, you nearly died. Hell, we all thought you did until a moment ago. Not to mention Ace would kill us if we let his little brother die, Marco argues. Plus, if what the fleet admiral said was true, you're already all our little brother if you really are Pop's kid. Chaos chuckles, just as Grima rises sharply to avoid another grand eruption. I think anger issues is back. Whitebeard grunts, good. I wasn't done beating the shit out of him. Nobody gets to kill my family and just walk away from it. Akainu pants heavily, he doesn't want to admit it. But Whitebeard's attack had definitely shattered a rib or two, and while he'd been able to convert his body to magma to avoid most of Grima's stabs and slashes from her sword, there were still talon marks across his chest and his suit was torn to shit from the zone's Haki-imbued claws. Of course, the kick to the gut certainly didn't help matters, and given he could see the busty bitch floating above him grinning like the unhinged psychopath she claims not to be, he knew Newgate had re-entered the fight. Rage boiling up inside, he launches a magma fist straight up, and his brain just stops when Whitebeard catches it with a blackened hand like it was nothing. You killed someone very close to my heart, Whitebeard growls like the tremors he caused as he lifts the magma man up by his floral pink shirt. The admiral seen the tattoo, given Whitebeard's usual upper body attire being a captain's coat and nothing else, and then tried to murder my son right in front of me. I don't know if this will kill you, Sakazuki, but if it doesn't you're going to wish it did, he shouts as he flings the admiral into the air. Then drawing the power of his fruit into his right arm, he punches forward just as Akainu drops back down, the punch landing right in his sternum, and as the air cracks the admiral is launched like a cannonball slamming into and then through the walls of Marineford's base, the shockwaves leaving their own trail of destruction in the process. Anyone else want to try my patience? Whitebeard shouts, a small part of him enjoying the fact everyone still alive near him had most likely just pissed themselves at the question as well as the very thought of being his next target. This must be why Lin and Kaido enjoy being such assholes most of the time. Zihahaha. Well, I'll be damned. The old man's still kicking. Glad I'm not too late. I was worried I'd miss your funeral, Pops. For once Sengoku and Chaos had the same reaction to that voice. Anger. Blackbeard. The fleet admiral scowls. It seems you found some new friends. He notes, referring to the group of former level 6 pirates currently flanking the Dark Man, and the enormous being peering from behind the now destroyed HQ. Well shit, I thought I'd kill all the useful ones before I left. Cypher groans, pinching the bridge of his nose as Helios helps him back onto their ship. Maybe I'm getting too old for this game. Or you're too strong, old friend. Azulong chirps. These goons weren't deemed a threat in your eyes, so you level 6 inches, she suggests. Or just couldn't be arsed killing them. Bullet is still alive, and I don't see him up on the platform, the one-eyed pirate notes. Shiryu, what the hell is going on? What happened over at Impel Down? I know there's no way Magellan let you out. How did you make it to Marineford? Shiryu chuckles and exhales through his cigar. If I were you, Fleet Admiral, I'd worry less about how we got here, and more about what we're going to do now we are. If you want the full story, go check out Impel Down later. Oh, and in case it wasn't obvious enough, I've switched sides and joined the Blackbeard Pirates, the former jailer announces. Fleet Admiral. A Marine rushes toward him. I'm sorry this didn't reach you until now. Low priority with everything else going on. But the gates of justice opened a second time early this afternoon, and an unidentified ship passed through the gates. Blackbeard. So that's how, except that doesn't make sense. The control room is under Navy operation. Nothing else was relayed either, so how did you slip past us undetected? That's where I'll take the credit, Lafitte says with a smirk. I hypnotized the Navy soldiers in the control room when we decided to crash the party at Impel Down, ensuring that they would open the gate to allow any Navy vessel through. Unfortunately, that also allowed a few other rouges to slip in without issue. So, it's your fault Straw Hat and his allies got in, Sengoku scowls. That, honestly makes more sense than it should, Buggy thinks. And since I'm still considered a Navy ally I got in without any issues. Couple that with it letting me into Impel Down in the first place and being warlord was the linchpin to my plans zihaha. Blackbeard laughs. But now I have what I wanted. I'm done playing your games, consider this my resignation. Let's end this today, you worthless traitorous worm, Whitebeard scowls, charging up an attack. Teach. He bellows as the shockwave was unleashed, slamming straight into the execution platform and dumping the Blackbeard crew into the main plaza. Unfortunately, they all survived that. So much for old times, Blackbeard grunts as he hefts some debris off himself and stands up. Of all the pirates who have called the Moby their home, only you Teach, do I refuse to call my son. There was only ever one rule on my ship. One you broke by killing a fellow crewmate. It's time we settle this once and for all. You'll pay for 4th Division Commander Thatch's death, with your life. He then turns his head, where the last of his fleeing allies were. Grima. Stay out of this fight, it's a family matter, understood? You're about to do something really stupid, so I'll hold back, but if you bit off more than your dentures can chew through, I'm pulling your ass out of the fire. No arguments. The Dragon Lady argues, and Whitebeard knows that's the best he was going to get from the Demon Eye Captain. Zihaha. What did you think I was here for? Blackbeard asks with a chuckle as a black miasma starts to leak from his body and waft from him like a cloud. Meanwhile, Mirror Master reaches into his stomach and grabs the handle of his last resort. It's then unleashed like a flood, nearly reaching Whitebeard's ankles with the misty black haze. How do you like this black hole? This devil fruit is the reason I killed Thatch. I knew I had to have it. The yummy no me's got an indescribable taste. How about you give it a try, Pops? Don't worry, there's plenty darkness for everyone. He taunts as Whitebeard notices he's beginning to sink, so starts charging up a quake bubble. Don't even try. No devil fruit power can stand up against me. Blackbeard laughs as he leaps forward with a blackened hazy hand. Vortex. The Whitebeard pirates watch as shock and a twinge of horror as the blackness envelops the quake bubble and shorts it out. This darkness of mine is pretty handy. I can nullify your fancy devil fruit powers as easily as I did Ace's. In other words, no more earthquakes, not against me. Blackbeard laughs as he kicks the surprised Whitebeard in the gut, then grabbing his arm clocks him in the jaw, sending him back several feet. You're finished, old man. My darkness makes me unbeatable, zihahaha. Bang click, much like the Gura's quake bubbles. The yummy black haze spluttered out and faded, leaving Blackbeard rolling on the ground bleeding from the gunshot wounds in his shoulders. My arms. What did you do to me, you bastard? Click. Garp's eyes widened, but it was Sengoku who voiced his thoughts. Where did that punk get a karma? Eni's lobby before you tore it down. The armory was a lovely one-stop shop for the discerning pack rat pirate. Chaos chuckles, his cloak bubbling out of his back as he slowly approached Blackbeard. Shame it only came with 2 seastone bullets. But given your power seems to need your hands to use properly, that was more than enough. Now stop squirming. On the next rounds go in your kneecaps, followed by me going shotgun surgeon on your balls. You'd shoot a man while he's down? Blackbeard sneers. Kids these days. No sense of honor. He mutters, either ignoring or missing the irony of his statement. If it's you Teach, I'd unload a clip with a smile. But that's not the reason I've come over here. I told you to flee, boy. We all did, Whitebeard shouts. One moment, I have an issue that needs rectifying. You're the reason my big brother was nearly executed. Therefore you're the reason everyone here died. You're the reason Pops nearly died, and that I nearly died. So, I'm going to at least try my best to put you in the ground for all that shit. Understand? Chaos asks as his reflect armor coats his left side, even up his neck to just below his cheekbone. I understand you're a dead man when my crew's done with you. The dark man sneers, trying to backsass his way through the pain. But the pain had only just begun. Marshal D. Teach, or do you just go by Blackbeard these days? You thought you could kill the king just like that, huh? Chaos chuckles, flashing Teach an inhuman smile as a deep rumbling is heard around him. You seem to have missed the memo that to get the king's crown, you had to go through M.E. Gura Gura obliterate. It was one thing to know Chaos reflect fruit could mimic other devil fruits. It was another for both Marines and pirates to see the lanky purplet form an energy bubble around his clenched fist. Cross his left arm over his chest, and then swing for gain, managing to lift Blackbeard very slightly off the ground even before the quake activated, cracking the air, splintering his arm and sending the dark man flying straight sideways. Only Sanchuan Wolf getting smacked in the face by him stopped the man drowning in the ocean. And now, I'm done. Chaos pants heavily, cracks spreading along his left side like he'd taken a giant's hammer to it. His arm completely gone but the shards circling him like a swarm of angry bees. Good night, assholes. He grunts, before passing out, falling back only to be cushioned by a mini twister breaking his fall. Idiot. And I thought the rubber boy was the reckless one. Zelina scolds, slapping the unconscious teen upside the head. Z, get him out of here. I'll be right over, Whitebeard orders. The redhead nods and uses her power to get him back to the ship. The mirror fragments floating after him as well as many of them merging back with him as his arm starts to reform itself. Now, do any of you want to try your hand at taking me on? Given what my son just did to your boss? He threatens, flexing his arms as Grima drops down alongside him. Shit, without the boss we're outmatched and outgunned, Jesus shouts. NYAOT what I signed up for NYA, sneers Avalo Pizarro. We may outnumber them, but if numbers were all we needed we could have taken out any of the other emperors instead of pissing off Whitebeard, Doc Q argues. How about we give you an express flight out of here? Newgate's final act of mercy for fellow pirates. It's only mercy if they survive, Grima chuckles as she sheathes the Omega Yato, fair and assholes, GGGG. In the spirit of, the same, but better, Whitebeard lunged forward with a quake-bubbled fist and sent forth a shockwave aimed squarely at the Blackbeard pirates, sending the entire 8-man crew flying into Wolf, probably giving the man a concussion if he were anyone else. We're done here, Newgate sighs deeply as he turns, happy to see ships had arrived, as well as knowing Grima would drag him over to the Jormungandr if only to have him checked over by Marco and Grima. Whitebeard, this isn't over, Sengoku bellows, having finally let go of Garp to begin marching over toward the Yonko. It is Sengoku, and the world just got to see me win for one last time, the crescent-mustached man says with a laugh. In fact, he hums as he leaps onto the Demon Eyes flagship. Alistair, any chance I can borrow a snail for a moment? No problem, Newgate my man. The dear mink says with a widening grin, all eyes are on you after all. Mushishishi. Let's see the Marines cover this shidshow up. I've also got a Marine on my ass with a D in her name. Am I going to need to hold her down to ask, or are you gonna tell me what it means, Roger? I'm sure she'll tell y'all if you get some drinks in her, but I suppose I can spoil it for you. It's a story that started a long time ago. Sengoku. You and the government know what's coming. Our era is drawing to a close, though things won't end the way you hope they will. The war, which will shake the very world to its core, is coming, and nothing any of us do can stop it. You tried to prevent the inevitable by nipping Roger's legacy and bloodline at the bud, but his will exists in more than one child. You're just too blind to see it. I've never really cared to claim it for myself, even when Roger offered me the keys to the kingdom, but that treasure, it's going to make waves even larger than I can. Don't you dare. Shut your mouth this instant, Whitebeard, Sengoku screams, realizing what Alistair meant. The Den-Dens were all still transmitting, they might even have been the entire time. The One Piece. The One Piece is real, Whitebeard shouts with all his might. grinning even as he holds back a bloody cough. Is that big enough for you, Roger? Those kids are going to lose their shit over this.